The views and opinions expressed in this podcast are those of the individual guests
What is going on, my Ghost Mafia out there? Welcome to the Armed Citizen Podcast Live. This is episode number 363. Today is Election Day 2024. For those of you that don't know what Election Day is, it is Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. We are live on YouTube as always. If you're out there in the live chat, go ahead and say something. We don't know that you're out there unless you do. If you're watching this in replay or listening to us in podcast, rate, review, share, comment, all that stuff. But we do invite you to join us every Tuesday at 7 Central for the live stream. We do record this, quote unquote, in front of a live studio audience. If you're looking to meet some new people in our wonderful community and all that, come hang out with us for a little bit every week. We have a great crowd that's always here, and they're fun people and good people to get to know. So if you want to text into the show, yes, you can text in the show. Utilize the Ghost Tactical Hotline presented by our good friends over at Wilder Tactical. That number is 530-364-4678. I've got the phone right there in case the texts come up. And go check out our friends over at wildertactical.com. You guys, I've been talking about them, and I'm not going to just skip them tonight, but we've got a lot of important stuff to get to tonight. So just go check out wildertactical.com. Let them know Ghost sent you. If you're a veteran, really anybody, but especially if you're a veteran and you're in that hole, you're in the darkness and you're looking for that light, call me, text me, email me 24/7. I cannot give you medical advice, but I might be able to walk you through some stuff, talk you through some stuff. More importantly, I can be here to listen if that's what you need. If you are looking for someone to get you towards some medical attention, remember two things. One, you are not alone in this fight. You have a lot of brothers out here that are willing and able to help you in any way possible. And two, the world is a much better place with you in it. So please utilize the Veteran Crisis Hotline, 1-800-273-8255. Once again, 1-800-273-8255, or text the word TALK to 741-741. We are spotlighting, as always, the United States Marine Corps. If you have any questions on what it takes to earn the title of United States Marine, see the website marines.com. And as always, we're proud members of the Self-Defense Radio Network and the Firearms Radio Network. Go check out all your favorite pro-gun, pro-2A podcasts over at selfdefenseradio.net and firearmsradio.net. Let's get this off of my ugly mug and say hello to the merry band of morons who are going to help you decipher what all hell is breaking loose in election night 2024. From the weirdest state in the union, the only state that has 4 letters and takes 2 idiots to spell it out, we have Chris from the 740. I'm not calling you an idiot. You just happen to live in a land of idiots. What's up, man?
Not much, man. How you doing?
Or are you the king of idiots? I don't know. Maybe you are. I don't know.
You never know. Could be.
You never ever know.
Appreciate the invite. This is going to be a wild night here.
It could be, and let's be honest, we might not know the results till tomorrow. Who knows? But we're going to have some fun, at least talking about some what ifs. We might even talk about our thoughts on maybe some cabinet positions on who we thought might be good. What could transpire over the next 4 years. And what we're going to do here in a little bit, guys, is we're going to, if you're watching this live, stand by, because we're going to stream the AP YouTube channel, the live stream. We're going to share the screen and we'll have our talking heads over here. We're not going to have them talking. We're just going to have it muted to having the map up there and all that. The reason why I'm going AP is some of the other publications and all that early called quite a bit in the wrong direction over the last couple of elections. And I'm not saying they are unbiased, but AP is typically, they try to be the most unbiased because they've got whatever. So we're going to utilize AP's feed, but we're going to mute it. And instead of listening to their talking heads, we're going to be your talking heads tonight. I hope you guys enjoy it. We'll probably bring some entertainment, but we're going to bring our own opinions and talk about some stuff that more about the gun community or more our way of life and all that, and see how maybe the next 4 years could look for us, right? So we'll have fun with that. We will also have, before I do that, let's introduce him. I want to be his hype man, so I've got to do it. But standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona, such a fine sight to see. It's a Ginger, my lord, and a flatbed Ford. From the Gun Owners of America and Fully Loaded Reviews, we have John, the Ginger Soulless Bastard. What's up, man?
What's up, brother? It's election day. It's election day.
Tuesday.
Oh, God.
I know that you're busy, and I do appreciate you coming on the show because I know that your phone's be blowing up, but I love the fact that you've got some of your guys in the GOA that are in the know. They know that you're on this, so anytime that we kind of get a little heads up action of what could be happening, you're going to be receiving a text. We might be finding out some stuff that's kind of cool, So welcome.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I'm watching. I've got two screens up. I got the AP pulled up on one. I've got the Fox News coverage on the other.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, they've called some states early. It seems like on the Fox side.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've gotten our Fed Affairs team has been texting me. Shout out to Ben Sanderson, the Minuteman. Go check out him on our YouTube channel. He gives up all the breaking news and stuff like that.
Is he the guy that does the Minuteman podcast and the Minuteman and all that? He does. Man, that he's young, but he's sharp. Or he seems young, but he seems sharp.
Oh yeah, he's only 25. He's young.
He's young. Cat. He's a kid.
Yeah, he's a baby.
Younger than my kid. Good Lord.
But yeah, he's texting me. We know so far that and this is, I guess I'll give a brief update, but we know that 20% of the independent voters in Georgia have swapped to Trump, and that Kamala's down about 18 to 20%.
I wonder if that means because the independent votes were actually counted this time. I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, there's also some drama in Georgia, so we don't know.
There is some drama in Georgia, but we shouldn't be finding coolers of ballots in the side of the roads and creeks this time. I'm hoping.
I mean, hopefully.
You never know.
You never know. But yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it. He's supposed to be texting me with any crucial updates, but looks like we're pulling some stuff, and I'm watching the AP now. I was a little scared about the next guy's home state, but it looks like it's swapping back to red, so we'll see how that goes.
It's you don't have to worry about that. There are pockets of Texas, but being a Texan, I know where it's going to end up. It's going to end up red. So yeah.
Well, we went around with Ted Cruz's old tour bus and did a bunch of stops in Texas. So shout out to our Texas team for going around and doing all that to get the vote out. And we're seeing, we were talking before the podcast, we were seeing I got a call from a guy in Oklahoma, one of our partners, CCW Safe, great guys.
That just got called.
That got called. He said he waited 2.5 hours today to vote. And then in Pennsylvania, they're reporting 6 hours. So
that's why I always early vote, man. I don't have time or the patience.
I was in and out.
Lines.
I was in and out in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It was fast today. But
see, which is really cool because forever here in Arkansas, you had specific polling stations that from wherever you lived, you were assigned a polling station, right? And you had to go to that one. Well, this is the first election. There are 13 polling stations in our county. And now, obviously, you have to bring your ID and all that. But now they made it. This is the first election they're doing it. But you can vote at any of the 13 in the county. It doesn't matter where in the county you live, wherever your closest one is. So that's really cool. I'm happy about that. So it is what it is. I was talking to Chase earlier, and I didn't realize this, but Florida, the entire state of Florida, is still on paper ballots. How the hell is Florida not electronic by now?
Well, Florida had 70%.
They like the hanging chads, man.
They count fast down there because they had 70% of their votes in before everybody else. So
yeah,
it's insane.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's already been called. Well, and we're going to go over the live map here in a second. But before we do, let's bring in from the great state of Texas, the gatekeeper of everything Texas pride and anything else he wants to be the gatekeeper of. We've got the man, the myth, the legend, the tactical virus. I mean, Leprechaun himself. What's up, Clover?
Hey.
Vote for Pedro, baby. I'm all in for Pedro.
I can't do any worse.
No, you couldn't.
So the whole Texas thing and the baby blue earlier, the only county reporting was like downtown Dallas. Go figure. So it's going to be light blue. That's the only county reporting.
So that's the funny thing is Dallas County, like actual Dallas County, which downtown Dallas, is going to probably go blue. But what they don't understand is every other county and suburb around Dallas and in the Metroplex is going to be red. So the rest of it will swallow it. And it's the same kind of way it goes for Austin. You know, Austin proper is very much a blue area, but the surrounding areas around it still going to be red. So, you know, it is what it is. I have faith in Texas. I always have. What's up with you, man? You all right? Everything good?
Yeah, everything's good. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got up. I know y'all are looking live, and I've got it up too with AP. Yep. I'll echo what you said. That definitely Fox, and then a couple of other ones. They really screwed the pooch the last couple of elections. I think so.
MSNBC did it in 2016. Several of them. Fox did a couple in 2020. And I'm not saying they didn't. You know, I don't think it was malicious. Let's just
no.
But it's still, you know.
Well, they're jockeying for position, and you know these news agencies, they want to be the first.
They've got to break it first, and that's not. Yeah. Have you ever seen? You guys ever seen the TV show Newsroom? It was on. I think it was on HBO or whatever it was. It's over now, but one of the best. It's one of the best drama series you'll ever see. It's fantastic. And the whole thing is they had 1 or 2 episodes on election night, and they were able to do some things, but they wanted to be out front, or I should say one of the people wanted to be out front of some calling some of these. And there was a big argument of, you know, what's our integrity going to be like if we're doing this because we think it's going to be, or let's make sure, right? And that's what it is. That's what it is. Like Clover was saying, on one of these nights, they're all seeing the same data, right? They're all seeing the same stuff come in. It's just one of them's maybe willing to call something earlier than they should. And, you know, I don't know. I mean, does it hurt anything? It doesn't necessarily hurt anything because what they're calling it isn't going to change what the ultimate outcome is going to be. It hurts if people are going to trust watching them anymore. And that's why I'm using AP, right?
Yeah, and calling things early on the East Coast could affect late voting on the West Coast. It could.
Absolutely.
It could disenfranchise. And when we've got Nevada, like, I don't know, but then we've got a swing like Arizona, for example. On the West Coast.
I think it's going to come down to Arizona and Nevada, which is so strange to me because Arizona for a long time was a red state, but it's changed over the last 10 years.
I tend to agree with what, you know, I'm going to defer to somebody much smarter than me, and I tend to agree with what Elon said last night or yesterday or whatever on Rogan, which was the linchpin is going to be Pennsylvania. It's going to come down to like whatever Pennsylvania, whatever happens there, that's probably the way it's going to fall. What I was going to say earlier, I've also got not only the AP Live, but I've got the 2020 and the 2016 maps up as well, so that we can, as we go along, we can compare.
And that's awesome because we will be using you a lot in comparison because there's going to be some of these that are changing, you know, all the time.
Yeah. And the numbers are still coming in. I mean, obviously not all precincts have reported and you know all of that jazz. But right now, if you look at percentages, which is going to be popular vote, you know, but this looking much more like 2016 than it is 2020 in comparison. So now that could change 10 minutes from now. We know that, but
absolutely. Yeah, we're going to what we're going to do real quick, we're going to get through the polls real quick, the pony polls. You guys know that every Thursday, Saturday, and Monday, over on our YouTube community tab, we do have the pony polls. Shout out to our good friends Kyle. Kyle just sent me a text. He's going to try to jump in later. Right, he's out there in the chat. I don't know if he wants me to make it public. We'll just say that his daughter got accepted to a school. I guess it was a school that she wanted. So they're having a celebratory dinner. Obviously, family comes first. So he's going to jump in when they get back. So congrats. But thank you to Anderson Manufacturing. Let's take a look at the polls real quick. We're going to get through these real quick. First one. What useless item do you have most in your house? The little sauce packets, used batteries, or exercise equipment? Ginger, which one do you have most that goes unused?
Oh, it's sauce packets. There's so many sauce packets in the fridge right now.
Yeah. Now, I will say this. The other night, Clover witnessed it. We get done with the Ghost and Clover, and we're talking just bullshitting on the phone or whatever. And I felt like making me a PB&J. Didn't realize we were out of jelly. I said, damn it. Talk to Yoko and I said, do we have any jelly? She says, no, but there's those jelly packets we got at the restaurant, one morning in the counter. Save the day. So as much as I hate having 30,000 sauce packets everywhere, when you need them, it's nice to have them, right? When you need them. Clove, what about you? Sauce packets, used batteries, or exercise equipment?
Out of those, probably used batteries.
You got more used batteries? Why don't you just throw them away, homie?
Well, they still got a little power on them.
Okay.
Right. Dead batteries.
I feel you.
I typically don't keep dead batteries around. But
all right. I'm not in the habit of changing batteries on something until they are dead, so I just usually throw them out. That's just me, though. Chris,
well, they're usually good. They're usually good for remotes and little things like that.
Well, that's true.
Long after they're weak in flashlights.
Yeah, you can take a flashlight battery and put it into a remote and still use them, or a mouse or something like that. Yeah, you're right. I feel you. Chris, what about you?
I'm going to go sauce packets. My wife literally has a whole drawer full of them.
Same.
But the dead battery thing, I never heard. I guess I never knew people actually kept dead batteries.
The only
used batteries.
The used batteries is what caused this poll. I was listening to something, and it was a podcast. And someone was talking about, I really need to go home and throw away my used batteries. I'm like, what? And even the guy who the podcast was like, what? He's like, oh, I've got like boxes and boxes of used batteries. He goes, you mean like old dead batteries? He was like, yeah. He goes, well, he asked the same. I was like, why don't you just throw them away? And he goes, you never know. He goes, when's the last time you used a used battery? I never have. So I bring the question back. Why do you have boxes and boxes if you're never even going to use them? The idea of keeping them if you're going to use them is one thing. If Clover's going to use them, then that's okay. But if you're never going to use them, why the hell would you keep boxes of used batteries? So that's the reason why the poll came out. As I heard this on a podcast, I was like, well, that's interesting. What else do we have useless? Obviously, everyone has sauce packets. And a lot of people have exercise equipment that are useless because no one uses them, right? So that was the whole reason.
They make good clothes hangers.
They do. No, 100% they do. They do. I'll give you that. 55% are correct that say sauce packets. 31% say used batteries, and 14% say exercise equipment. And I'm honestly surprised that exercise equipment got 14%. Most people don't have exercise equipment anymore. They just go to the gym. It's cheaper to join a gym these days, But yeah, there's people out there that still have them, I guess. Go ahead.
Assuming they bill you properly.
Well, this is true. That sounds like a personal problem to me.
It was.
We were having that discussion in Knoxville, I believe. Walking back from a restaurant one night, you were pretty hot about that. Did you ever get that straightened out?
Oh, I got screwed out of however much money that was. I mean, it's been okay ever since, but I mean, yeah. Moving on.
Nothing to see here. Our Guitar Hero Championship. You have the number 1 seed Jimi Hendrix versus the number 3 seed Eric Clapton. Clove, of those two, which one wins this damn thing?
Dude, I have resisted Henderson like every time it's popped up, and but this time I'm gonna go Henderson.
Hendricks, you mean?
Hendricks, yeah. Why am I saying? Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe you're thinking about Ricky Henderson. I don't know.
yeah. I don't know, maybe or something.
The greatest of all time, right? Ricky Henderson. He'll tell you. He'll tell you if you don't believe it.
I'm having conversations today about Scoot Henderson. Probably. It's probably
Okay. Okay. All right. You're going Jimmy. All right, Chris, Jimmy, or Clapton?
I gotta go with Jimmy.
Yep, I get it. Ginger?
I'm going Clapton.
This guy being different. He's racist.
Yeah, being different. So what?
Well, 78% agree with the rest of us and say Jimi Hendrix. Only 22% said Clapton, which is interesting.
Well, you verified the polling that the whatever did for you to do this in the first place. Apparently,
it is. Yeah, it was one of the guitar websites. They had Hendrix as the number one, so apparently it's what it is.
Apparently so.
Yeah. Apparently so. We talked about this last week, our last poll. So I put it out to the public out there, 1.5 thousand votes. Who was better in Westerns, Eastwood or John Wayne? We did this last week, but let's just for the shits and giggles, let's go through the room again. Chris, Clint Eastwood, John Wayne, and Westerns. Who was better in Westerns?
Eastwood.
There you go. Ginger?
Eastwood.
Clove?
Eastwood.
So on the panel, it's a clean sweep of 100%. With the 1.5 thousand votes out there, 75% were correct that said Clint Eastwood. John Wayne still got 25. And I don't hate the 25% because you know what? How could you be upset with anyone that says anything good about John Wayne? That's great. John Wayne was amazing. But 75% agreed with us that said Clint Eastwood was better in Westerns. So there you have it. Those are our Pody polls. Go check out our good friends over at Anderson Manufacturing over on all their social medias and leave a comment saying thanks for helping out and supporting the Armed Citizen podcast. And if you're over on their website looking for some deals, all of us in this room have coupon codes or discount codes that you can use. We don't make a penny off of them. We're just there to help our viewers and listeners and all that. Mine is just simply Ghost. John, yours is FLR. Clover's is Clover Tack. And Chris is 17,000 letters. Chris from the 740. All one word. Use all of them. If you're going to buy 4 different things, you might as well use all 4 of them, right? They're going to get you a little bit of a discount and all that. What you got in the chat here? Do you want me to bring this up or what do you need there, Ginger?
No, it's what I'm going to probably refer to most of the night.
Oh, okay.
So that way you guys have it.
This is what you guys are grading different campaigns and all that.
Yeah. So we, as GOA, only endorse House seats, House and Senate seats. We can't endorse president seats.
Obviously, yeah, get it.
So this is our grading on the House, which is the House and Senate is really important on top of getting the presidency at the end of the day.
Yeah. I tell you what I'm going to think about doing here just for giggles. I want to check something real quick. Okay. So I'm going to, guys, what we're going to do tonight is I'm going to go ahead and present, share screen, election results, AP, share. All right. You guys see that okay out there? Plus we have us and then we got boom. All right. Well, I tell you what I am going to do. I'm going to get rid of that because that is let's do this. How about that? Does that make it better? A little bit bigger, a little bit better for everyone to see. All right, so what we're looking at, guys, this is from the AP Associated Press live stream. Obviously, the top right is the Electoral College map. Bottom right, Trump campaign. Bottom left, Harris campaign. Top left, right now they're got some polling cameras going on in San Francisco. As of right now, if you go to Fox, I think it's like 102 to 70 something on theirs. AP right now, as of right now, from what they've called, it's 95-35 for President Trump. For those out there, we're going to educate you a little bit. For those of you out there that want to know what that number is, those are electoral college votes, right? And you need 270 electoral college votes to claim victory. So first one of 270 wins. Right now, from what they've called for President Trump is looks like Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, South Carolina, Oklahoma, Kentucky, Tennessee, Indiana. Is that correct? Am I seeing those right?
Yeah, that's
Called?
right.
That's what they've called on the AP. Now they have leading Georgia, Texas. What is that? Up top there. I can't. Is that Montana all the way up?
Georgia,
top there?
Texas, Ohio, and Missouri.
Is that North Dakota up there?
Yeah,
that's
North Dakota. Yeah, Missouri's. There. Yeah, red. Yeah, no kidding, right? I'm looking. I should switch over to like their site. I'm trying to read it. Like it's small on my screen here. I'm going to switch over. I tell you what. You know what? I can probably just do that. Pull it up on my damn other screen over here and make it big, right? Electoral.
Okay. I'm refreshed now. See that there was a few that were definitely deep red, but hadn't been technically called. But
okay.
I show the check mark now.
Yeah.
Virginia's just swapped to light red.
Mm-hmm. It was
What's
way
that
go ahead.
Virginia just swapped right.
Virginia, yeah, and and here's the thing, I don't trust that. It sounds weird. I think Virginia will end up being blue, but it's kind of like we were talking about pre-show. Is Texas? No, I'm going to bring these. Hold on, Clover. I'm going to bring you in on this. There are some states that were pre-called blue, as Clover was explaining earlier, that we know are going to be red. Now, Virginia is one thing. North Carolina is one of those states that has gone back and forth and kind of done some weird shit over the last 10 years. So I'm going to bring Clover in real quick. And on 2016 and 2020, let's start with North Carolina. Which way did North Carolina go in 2016 and 2020, if you don't mind?
North Carolina is both red, so for it to go blue, it would have to flip.
Yeah, now, blue
close.
Is a color there. It's light blue, but it's blue.
Yeah, it was close. It was a 1% in 2020 and a 3% roughly in 2016.
Yeah.
Now on Virginia.
Yeah, I was going to say Virginia next.
Just to put Virginia in perspective, since it is pink now, or showing pink. Biden won that by about 10%, and Clinton won that by about 5%. So,
oh wow,
it's pretty. Okay. It's pretty historically pretty solid blue last couple.
Yeah, it has been, and that's why I said that the pink right now.
I wouldn't get excited.
I'm not getting excited about that. Right? Exactly.
I will say this because I talked to Ben earlier.
The polls close in about 1 minute in the state of Arkansas. And in the next probably 5 or 10 minutes, it will be red. I can just tell you that much right now. I want to bring in real quick Chris. And he's in Ohio, which is a pretty big state for electoral college. And it has been in every major election for years and years and years. Right now, they have Ohio pink. But are you hearing anything there in Ohio that says that it will stay pink? Because I think it's going to actually end up being blue eventually. That's just my opinion.
No, I don't. I think I'm waiting for it to scroll across again. We didn't have that much reporting yet.
Okay.
So I think that's why we're seeing the pink. I mean, as far as our seats and stuff go, it's pretty landslide right now. The way we thought it was going to go.
Red or blue?
Red.
Okay.
So
I think this is what always happens with counties. Yeah, but this is what happens. It's really crazy to me is Ohio is one of those that the Senate and House seats will go one way, but they'll vote opposite for presidential, which is very, and Ohio for some reason has a history of this. And I don't understand why that is.
You have to remember Ohio, you've got Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati normally go blue.
Yeah.
So those big counties normally get the number of votes for president for some reason are always
Yeah,
going
but the
blue.
Senate, but they'll send a Republican senator in, which is weird. I don't know. It's just a strange thing to me.
well,
Ohio's
got-
been like that for a while,
You've got Vance from
Cleveland-
Ohio, right? Like,
yeah,
and then
that does help. And there's a reason why he was picked. I think maybe that is the reason why is they wanted to swing that. I mean,
I don't know, because historically,
Ohio has 17 electoral votes. That's a pretty big number,
yeah, but it's been red by 8 points the last two presidential cycles.
Yeah.
Too. So it's pretty comfortably red the last couple. I don't know why they would.
I'm
They would
waiting
make
to
that
see
play.
earlier. I know I was really shocked to see that Marino was actually beating Brown. That'll be a shocker if he actually takes Sherrod Brown's seat.
Well, the passing game's always going to beat the running game. I mean, let's
Yeah.
be honest.
Yeah. Updated once again. These are not official, but this is what AP has called so far. 101 electoral votes for President Trump, 49 electoral votes for Vice President Harris. So that's where we stand as far as the AP goes. You're going to find alternate information on different sources. I feel that AP is usually pretty conservative on when they call things, and that's kind of why I'm using them. Is they might be one of the later ones to call, but they typically don't make bad calls. I told you. So it is now 7:32. The polls closed in Arkansas 2 minutes ago, and in 2 minutes they've already called Arkansas for President Trump. That was not a big surprise, right?
Talking about the AP, and why? Yeah, I think it's going to end up being a better source. They haven't called Illinois, and
They have not called Illinois.
You know as well as I do, they might as well go ahead and call Illinois.
Mhm.
Let's be honest.
I mean, it's not baby blue, but it's not dark blue either. But it's shaded. It's gonna be blue. Let's just be honest.
Right. Yeah.
so North Carolina looks like it's going towards 50-50 split right now.
Yeah, right now it's 49.7 and 49.3. So we're talking 3,000 votes. This is 13% reporting that I've got. 3,000 vote difference right now.
The last cycle was 49.9 and 48.6.
In 2020?
In North Carolina. Yeah. And
And
then that was about a 3-point swing, red or 3-point you get what I'm saying, advantage red in 16. So 2020 definitely closer. So North Carolina that gap closed in 2020. So do we see it? I mean, close more and overtake? I don't know, but
I don't know.
it's
Well,
gonna
we
be close.
remember, John and everyone. I think we remember in the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years, there has been a little bit of a shift in gubernatorial races and all of that. It is shifting in Carolina a little bit.
Speaking of which,
yeah, go ahead.
it just swapped light red.
Where? Oh, it did. Holy cow,
Yeah.
it did. And now it's 49.5 both ways, 49.5. Literally, from my count, 400,475 votes for President Trump, 400,459. We're talking like 16 votes, 14%. So it's going to be 50. It's going to be down to the wire. I don't know what North Carolina's recount thing is. I'm assuming it's within 1 or 2%. It'll definitely be within that margin of error. So who knows what's going to happen? Go ahead, Ginger.
So Virginia it surprises me, but doesn't surprise me that much. So talking to Ben earlier, Northern Virginia is historically what swings the whole state.
Yeah.
And there was an incident that happened and it scared a bunch of people, and it seems to have swapped a lot of the rich old white women. This is the best way of putting it. So we'll see how Northern Virginia goes. That's if he wins Virginia, it'll be crazy. And I'm surprised they haven't called Kansas, but I'm guessing Kansas City and split there normally happens.
It's 49.4 to 49.3. I don't think they're going to call anything.
I heard Gizzard Gary's taking a nap right now, and so
our on-ground reporter is.
So as soon as Gizzard Gary gets up from his nap and goes to the polls, we'll have an official word.
Well, Kansas, it's 50-50 right now. Where did Kansas fall the last two cycles, Clove?
Oh, Kansas is red like always and forever.
Right. So I don't. But right now it's
crap.
8%.
In 2016, 19 points. In 2020, 15 points.
Yeah. So 8% reporting. It's 50-50 right now. So now I tell you real quick, with 8% reporting, obviously Pennsylvania is the big one, right? Pennsylvania is going to be the biggest battleground state that we have to talk about tonight. Right now, it's light blue with 8% reporting.
Still only 8%.
It's 71 to 28% for Harris. Only 8%. I think that when it comes down to it, it's going to be much, 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 much closer than that. So.
I think it will too, but it bothers me. Pennsylvania bothers me that it's still only 8%. Like last cycle, they drug their ass last cycle with vote counting there, and it was not good. And it appears that they're dragging ass this time too, which I don't like. I don't like seeing that.
I think they were rated as them and Nevada were like the slowest reporting states in the last election.
Yeah,
I think
Nevada
just likes being slow because they want to be the one that ends it, right? Go ahead. What's up, Todd? How you doing, bro? Sorry.
You figure with Pennsylvania, probably the most reported in is probably Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, and those are historically blue.
I don't even think that. And I don't even think that they're done with those. I will say that from things that I'm seeing, and I think that you've kind of seen some of the stuff, and Chris and Clover jump in here. This is just an open discussion tonight, guys. What I'm seeing from other places that they're expecting an extremely, maybe a record showing in Philly, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing for Vice President Harris. I think they were anticipating that Philly will be easily covered for Harris, but they're even saying that even in Philly, there's going to be a lot of independents that could come out, and a lot of them seem to be talking Trump. So this could be interesting. I don't know. I'm not saying that Philadelphia County or whatever that county is going to carry for Trump, but I think it's going to be closer than what people think. And that closeness might overall votes be interesting. They're at 11% right now, and it's 70.6 to 28.5, which is odd because that doesn't even add up. So anyways,
what's the count for Vermont right now? Because I swear I just saw they just called Illinois. I swear I saw Trump was up, but they've called Vermont.
They have called Vermont 41% reporting 65 or 66-31.
Okay.
So, let's just be honest. Were we expecting that to go red? I wasn't.
So now, speaking of Pennsylvania real quick, we're split the last two cycles. You had Trump in 2016 took it, and then Biden in 2020. But in both cases, we're talking about like in between a 2 and a 3 point race.
Gotcha.
So the numbers you're seeing now in Pennsylvania are way fucking early because there's no way Kamala Harris it's that much of a blowout. Like there's absolutely.
Oh no. Like I said, there's.
But you said that earlier. It'd be closer, but I was just giving the historical perspective that it's going to be closer.
Yeah, it's 11% reporting right now, and it's 71 to 29. That ain't gonna. It's not gonna stay there. Let's be honest.
Yeah, right now, according to, and I've got AP and Fox up right now. According to Fox, it's the Philadelphia area and the Pittsburgh area have been voted or counted.
Yeah,
so it's the rural area.
The good thing about that is the majority of the rest of the state historically the heart of the state. You've got the East and the West being blue, but typically the heart of the state is red. Historically, we'll see. Real quick. All right. So we can go over these numbers. We can check back in because as we start seeing some more states being called, obviously we're going to talk about that and what that could mean. I want to kind of start getting some ideas of where we think this good or bad, could lead us. And I think Clover and I had a discussion. And I think we were talking, me and Chris and Ginger were talking about it. I think that there is a very real chance, regardless of what happens at the White House, I think that the Republicans are going to control the House and the Senate. And why I think the Senate in this particular case is more important is I think that there's some interesting things that could happen in the court. And as much as I hate to say this, I don't know. People that know me, but I don't talk about it a whole lot. But I'm a huge fan of Clarence Thomas, and I think that he might be the greatest justice ever. But I think that if President Trump is able to win, and we control the Senate, which means we have the Senate Judiciary Committee that was going to go through the approval process for federal bench jobs. I think that there's a chance, and I hope he doesn't, but if he does, I think there's a chance that maybe Clarence Thomas resigns and is able to get another person like him that could have 30 more years on the bench. My question to you guys, one, am I stupid for thinking that? But the main question that I'm going to ask you guys is, I believe that if he does do this, I think that he has earned the right, and I think President Trump would respect him enough to have his input into who gets nominated for his seat. What do you guys think about that? How much input should a justice have on the replacements, if any?
I'm okay with it. I mean, it's got to go through Senate confirmation. You know what I mean?
It's got to go through confirmation.
So as far as being involved in a nomination process, like
no, just having the discussion on who they would like to see. Hey, if you were to do this,
well, that's what I'm saying.
Give me a short list of who you would like to replace you.
Yeah, right. Throwing somebody's hat in the ring for the nomination process that then has to get confirmed. I mean, it's a long road between just an idea, so I don't have a problem with it at all.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I
thought John was getting ready to say it. He looked like he didn't talk.
No, I was getting ready. I hate to see him go. And that's the big thing. But to have him have input on who would replace him, I don't know if we want to set that precedent. And
I think it's one of those things where he could, if he resigns first. What you don't want to have happen is that discussion happening before he resigns.
Yeah. And my fear, and I guess this is my worry, and we don't know how this election is going to end up. We're hoping that we have the House and the Senate. If Clarence Thomas does step down, we get he has some input. What does the left use that as ammunition for? What do they do with that information? Do they try to say, there was tampering? Do they try to say this, that, and the other? So it's I want him to have
they're going to try to use it regardless, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
because I do want to have him say, because I respect the man so much and what he's done. Yeah. At the same time, do I see the left trying to use that against us? It's
100%. 100% they will try, no doubt about it. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun in this one. It's still early in the night. I'm not saying we're going to go long all night, but it could be a longer night than our normal 2 hours. Just depends on how this goes. It could be fun, right? I want you guys out there in the live chat. Throw your discussion topics out there as well. We can bring those up. Be more than happy to hear what you guys, the questions that I'm getting ready to ask to the panel and our talking heads. I want to hear y'all's answers as well. Let's just throw this out there and say President Trump wins this. I know Clover and I have had this discussion on several different occasions and all that. Let's talk about some of the top cabinet positions, because I know that I want to see Tulsi and I want to see RFK somehow involved. I think Elon will be somehow involved. I don't think he'll take a cabinet position, but I think he'll be involved. Let's take Secretary of State. Like, who's someone you guys would like to see? Let's start. Ginger, we'll start with you. Let's assume, let's just take maybe Trump wins this thing. Who would you like to see him name as Secretary of State?
I don't really have a Secretary of State, but I'd like to see Andrew Bailey in his cabinet somewhere. I don't know if he'd be Attorney General or
could be,
or Secretary of State, but I got to spend some time with AG Bailey, and if people don't know who he is, he's the AG for Missouri. I got to spend some time with him at Goals. He's a really cool, down-to-earth dude. I'd love to see him in some sort of cabinet position. I'd also like to see RFK somewhere. I don't know where, but that's kind of the big foot in the room, right? I'd like to see him. I know that, and I think Clover knows this. We were talking about this earlier. I think he's wanted to be something in the health, maybe FDA or something. He's made public that he wants to be in the health area, but I don't think that we could really sit there and say that he wouldn't be a great Secretary of State for a couple different reasons. One, obviously, he's incredibly intelligent. But there's part of the job of the Secretary of State that people don't talk about. And one of those is you have to be comfortable representing the U.S. to other heads of state around the world. The great thing about RFK, he's a Kennedy. Not that makes a difference, but it does make a difference when he has grown up in that world. He is not going to be intimidated by going to dinner parties with presidents of countries. That's the world that he grew up in, being around this class of people. So I don't think that he would be stargaze. He wouldn't be intimidated by being in the room with these. I think that that's the world that he knows. I think he'd be a great Secretary of State. Clover, what about you? Chris, what about you? Secretary of State, who would you guys maybe think about that position?
I haven't given Secretary of State much thought, Yep. I will say this: I want to see more outsider. So, and that's why I haven't given it much thought. Is because the only way really to give it a lot of thought is people that and those fucking people are probably going to be politicians. And I really don't want to see rank and file politicians get cabinet positions and shit, right?
Yeah.
I really want to see him come in and legit clean house and use Elon to clean house. And
I think what you're going to see Elon is, I don't think you're going to see Elon in a cabinet position. I think we're going to see Elon in two positions. I think that if Trump wins, I think you will hear Elon named as the director of transition. He's going to run the transition, right? And then I think he's going to be a special assistant or special advisor or whatever you want to call it to the president without being a cabinet position. He's going to be one of the short few hand list of people that Trump's going to listen to, but I don't know if I don't think if he wants to be in the cabinet, but I wouldn't be surprised if Elon doesn't run the transition team.
Yeah, I don't think he would do the cabinet, but he was talking about yesterday on Rogan. It was funny. He was talking about setting up the Department of Government Efficiency.
Talking about something he would be amazing at, right?
Well, it was funny because take those initials, take the acronym. What is it?
What did you say the actual name of it is?
Department of Government Efficiency.
That's funny. Doji. Yeah. That's pretty funny. That's funny. That's good.
I was
That's
listening to an interview with him earlier, and he seems to be pretty excited about that, like having that position and doing that. Like it sounds like he really wants to get in there and clean house.
Yeah, I think he does. Now, one of you guys might know the answer to this. I haven't looked it up, and I'm sorry for not doing my research ahead of time, but maybe you guys know this, or one of you guys can look it up while I'm talking about this. But to be in the cabinet, do you have to give up controlling interests in your companies or businesses that you own? I know you do for president and all that, but as far as being a cabinet, I don't see him giving up Twitter, SpaceX, Tesla, just to be in the cabinet.
He won't. Trump wouldn't want him to either.
He wouldn't want him to. There's 100%. But I don't know what that is. I don't know if someone can maybe, John, you look like you've got your spidey senses going on, or Clover, Chris, if one of you guys could look up, do you have to give up ownership in companies to be a cabinet secretary? I don't know the answer to that, because that'll tell you right there. If the answer is yes, then he's not going to be in the cabinet. If the answer is no, hey, it's fair game at that point, real quick. Scott says, how about Ted Cruz for director of Homeland Security? I think that's great. You know what I really think is going to happen with Ted Cruz? And Clover and I have been talking about this for years. If Clarence Thomas or any of the Supreme Court justices retire or whatever during Trump, I'm dead serious when I say this. Don't be surprised if Ted Cruz isn't nominated for one of those seats. I think Ted Cruz would be one of the greatest Supreme Court justices maybe ever.
I like that. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure. I think it was Scott out there. Was it Scott that was talking about that? All of that?
Yeah, he said Ted Cruz. He wants Ted Cruz for director of Homeland Security, and I think that he'd do a great job. But I think he would serve this country as a great justice.
I think Alito's still got some time on him.
Yeah, Alito. He said Alito, and then Sotomayor is also talking about health issues. So there might be three.
And so
benches of it. That's crazy
because. I don't know if you said, hey, you've got to keep one of the more presidential justices, right? I don't like using liberal, conservative, or
absolutely
Republican, Democrat. Sotomayor would be the one I would choose to keep. Honestly.
I would too. I respect Justice Sotomayor. I think that she has, which I just looked up, she's 70. Okay, I just looked her age up. She's 70. I didn't think she was that old, honestly. I respect her. Does she lean maybe towards a liberal idealism? Yes, but I think she's always very fair. And as much as you can, when she does, I'll tell you what I respect about her more than anything. When she does make a ruling, she's not afraid to put her name on it, right? She's not afraid to defend why she made that decision, even though it might not be popular. She's never been afraid or backed down from, I'm putting my name on this, and here's why, guys. And I respect that about her. I didn't realize she was 70. So for some reason, I thought she was in her early 60s. So. And I think Scott says maybe it was health issues. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. I hope she's okay. I mean, this is all speculative, obviously, right? And then he also says Elon's somewhere in the cabinet. Well, once again, he's also said Tucker Carlson. Here's something could be interesting. Do you make Tucker Carlson communications director?
I like that.
I'm not saying he would be the press secretary, but I'm saying why not communications director? I think that would be an interesting job for Tucker Carlson. I think he'd do well at it, actually. What do you guys think about that?
I think it could be. Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Let's see here. Chris, what about you? Okay, we'll go this way. John, let's start with this. RFK Jr. Do you see him as, whether it's a cabinet position or director of CIA or whatever, do you see him in a prominent role in Trump's administration? If so, where would you like to see RFK Jr. in what role would you like to see for him?
I mean, we all know what we want. And that
We all
would
want to be director of CIA.
Yes, we all want him to
We
be the
want him
director
to have
of CIA.
access to all of his family's files, right?
Yes, because that is the way to just stick it, and that is the dream of dreams. Because then I was joking with one of our guys about this. If RFK becomes the director of the CIA, then everything Alex Jones has ever said is probably going to get proven true, and we're all going to be like, "Wow, that crazy guy was right." So
I hate that scares the shit out of me. Let's be honest.
Like, how many times has Alex Jones said something and then years and years go by? We're all like, "You're crazy," and then years and years go by, and they're like, "Yeah, this is actually true." But it's the way he says it.
There's real quick, just kind of some breaking news. I was looking at some underlying numbers at 14% reporting in Pennsylvania now. I think last we checked was at 11, and Kamala was 71% on top at 71%. She's 66 now, so she's lost 5 points, and
3% has lost 6 points. So like I said, it's going to be around that 50-50. And that's where Pennsylvania lives, is that 50-50.
So it's moving, folks. It's moving.
Well,
anyway, go ahead.
Pat said something about Missouri. You got to remember, Missouri.
Stand by. There's only 6% reporting.
And it's a city, I'm sure.
It's either St. Louis or Kansas City. That's it. So just stand by.
While I'm going on my rant, Clover, can you look up 2020 and 2016 for New Hampshire?
Yeah, I've got them up now. I don't even have to look them up. 2020, New Hampshire. Hang on, it's a small state and it's hard to mouse over. Biden was up 7 for New Hampshire.
Okay.
And what'd you say? 2016 there too?
Yeah.
Clinton was, believe it or not, it was less than 1.
So here's my thing with
Clinton barely won New Hampshire.
Well, there's 32% in New Hampshire reporting right now. It's 55 to 45.
Well, and the thing is, New Hampshire could go Trump.
It could.
If we look historically at that, Trump almost took it in 2016. We know Hillary was a terrible candidate, and by all indications, Kamala is a terrible candidate. So anything could happen.
Yeah.
Well, and when I was talking to Clint yesterday about this, New Hampshire,
it won't matter. That's the issue. Is it? Honestly,
New Hampshire
it won't matter.
also has such a strong gun industry too.
Yeah. I'm talking about as far as the electoral map goes.
Yeah,
it's not going to matter. It'd be cool, but it's not going to matter.
Yeah.
But back to the topic on hand, like RFK, I could see him maybe being Secretary of State also, but he does say some weird things. So I don't know if I really want RFK meeting with foreign leaders.
I get that.
But at the same time, the other thing that we brought up, and I wanted to say, Ted Cruz for Supreme Court would be cool. But also, if Ted Cruz wins his Senate seat, which it looks like he will, there'll be a runoff because he'll go into a cabinet position. So
I don't think he will.
But isn't McConnell stepping down? So if the Republicans take the Senate, would we want?
I'd rather have Ted Cruz as the head of the Senate.
So if Kamala wins, I'd rather have him as Senate Majority Leader, right?
I would too.
But if Trump wins, I don't know that I care.
I would say this: I don't think he would step down, because I don't think he wants to be a cabinet. This is just me. I'm still going into the
I think he needs that if he has any aspirations of ever running again. Seriously running, he's going to have to take a cabinet position.
Well, what I'm saying to you is this: if he wants to be a Supreme Court justice, it doesn't matter, and he won't have to resign until he's the official nominee.
Okay.
Okay. So here's hold on just a minute, because I'm too stupid and I'll forget this. I just had this fucking thought, right? So here it is. Let's say that one of the three justices that we're talking about tonight, Sotomayor, Clarence Thomas, and Alito, right? One of them, all three of them, whatever, they step down. There's an opportunity for Ted Cruz to become a Supreme Court justice. Not saying it's going to happen. I just think it'd be cool. I think he'd do a great job. So in order for him to go through the confirmation process through the Senate, he would have to resign. Okay. So one of two things would happen. Either he wins that confirmation and he is now a Supreme Court justice, or he loses the confirmation and he's no longer a senator. Well, guess what? He probably will become a cabinet member. Trump would take care of him to take one, right?
There's no way he loses. I don't think even.
I don't think there is any. But I'm saying worst case scenario is he does lose a confirmation. I think Trump would bring him in as a cabinet position.
Yeah.
So real quick, breaking stuff. Yep. According to Ben Sanderson, Ohio has been called for Trump.
Oh snap! We have a bunch of influx here. Yep.
Yeah, and then also according to my Fed team, and I just got messages that the reporting from Pennsylvania is early voting out of Philly so far.
Yeah.
Yeah. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Louisiana. All
New York just
called. New York just obviously went blue. As of
right
now, it's 120 electoral college towards 99 for Vice President Harris. So President Trump, 120, Vice President Harris, 99.
Wyoming.
I got an update
interesting
on a
text from
seat.
What's that? Oh yeah, go ahead, Chris. Yeah,
I got an update on a Senate seat. So Marino is winning right now. So not by much. He's up 48.8%, and Sherrod Brown's at 48.5%. So if Marino can pull this off, we will have another Republican.
That's a flip.
Senate seat.
That's a flip. Okay. At that point, that's a flip.
Yeah.
Nice.
And we got Jim Justice too in West Virginia.
Yeah.
G, I think I sent you a link.
Now,
jump in here if you want to jump. And G says, do we think that Arizona will go Trump? He mostly sees Trump signs everywhere. Once we talked about Arizona earlier, historically, Arizona has been a red state historically. But a lot of shit has happened over the last, 10 years. I don't understand Arizona's wishy-washy. I think that Arizona will be a red by the end of the day, but I don't know.
It's going to be close. Listen, this is my take, and I'm going to say this is my take and not the take of everybody else. I'm going to make that very clear.
Here's the thing. I think every take you take tonight, unless you're quoting GOA stats, is John's take, not GOA's take. Understand?
So, G's right. We've got a ton of Californians coming into Arizona. We've got a large Hispanic population. Now, that being said, we're seeing a lot of more Trump signs. Historically, Arizona has been red. My thing is we have a weak Senate candidate on the Republican side. I would have liked to see Mark Lamb. But that being said, Carrie Lake is not rated by us. So
she scares me, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a fan of hers.
So can I go down the road of Hispanic voters?
That's what this is about, man. I love this is what us being talking about tonight. Love it.
Because John did bring up a good point, and we're seeing influx, and I'm not talking about even illegal or dreamer or giving people citizenship thing, but we've definitely seen, that being a growing demographic, right? The Hispanic or whatever demographic. There's some underlying stuff with that actually makes me optimistic. Now we have to bulwark and stalwart, because I think that if we don't keep Democrats out of the complete balance of power, at least, right? Like we can't have Democrats having the House, the Senate, and the presidency, right? And so as long as we can keep that balance of power broken up, and buy a little time, I see the Hispanic demographic, because by and large they're mostly Catholic. They're very family oriented. They're very hardworking.
True.
Like they check a lot of conservative leaning
True.
boxes, and over time, like there's been reports and things, and especially that I've read over the last month or so, that demographic is not the Democrats forever now. Well, actually, both parties. I'm not going to even put it on the Democrats. Have played the Hispanic demographic, knowing that it would grow. I think they've seen the light and knew that it was going to become a growing demographic.
Absolutely, they saw
and wanting to lean into that for their electorate. What I think has happened is the Democrats have screwed up and pushed way too far left.
Yeah.
And they're leaving that demographic that they have cultivated for decades at this point. They're starting to leave that demographic behind, and they're waking up to it.
Yeah. Great points. Real quick.
So I guess what I'm saying is I don't fear a country where even if the Hispanic demographic was to double from what it is now, like I don't fear living in that country. I think we're still a fairly conservative country.
I'm going to let you have your 2 cents real quick, John. I do want to bring up a question. Scott said, "Did New Mexico just go pink?" This could be a shocker, folks. I don't think anyone in their right mind ever expected Mexico to go red, right? I don't think anyone expected that. Historically, it doesn't.
Well, it just went
I
back
only
to white.
understand it's well, on mine it's still red, but understand there's only 1%. Here's how I'm going with this. There's only 1% reporting, Scott. So once again, the colors on the screen can be misleading. Yes, okay. Yeah, so it just went back to white on my screen as well. But just remember, just because you see a state with a color, New Mexico has 1% at that point, right? So take that for the grain of salt. Okay, Arizona talk. John, go for it. I don't know if you want to bring up.
Well, I wanted to bring up what Clover brought up. The Hispanic community is very religious and all that, but we also see the same thing with the Italian community, and they have historically leaned Democrat. But we're also seeing them start to shift Republican, and we're starting to see the unions shift Republican, which is a big switch from in the past.
Yeah, but the Italian is not as big of a demographic. Let's be honest.
No, not as big as it used to be.
We're gonna welcome Chase into the hizzy. What's up, homie?
Oh, what's up, Chase?
What's up, everybody?
Hi, Chase.
The gentleman from Florida.
The gentleman from Florida.
The very ruby red state of Florida tonight.
Yes, easily. By the way, easily.
Very. They took our New York, our Florida billboards to heart, apparently.
Yeah. Right. Now
that's racist. Look at the Texas thing on the screen. They got a mariachi band in Texas. What? I'm offended by that.
If it's San Antonio, it's 100% legitimate. So
that's actually pretty cool, though.
It is. It's pretty cool. Absolutely.
I'd take a mariachi band right now.
I'm totally okay with it. Okay with it. The polka of the Southwest, baby.
When they declare that for Trump, I want to see Ted Cruz like dancing in front of the mariachi band.
All right.
So let me ask you this. I don't know if you. What's that?
They just declared Trump won Ohio, and
they did.
Nice.
I kind of shocked by that. I'm not shocked. I'm surprised they're calling it. It says it's at 50%. This is one of the earliest calls for Ohio. I know Ohio has gone red, but it's usually taken a while for them to feel comfortable with that. Is anybody shocked with this? Right now, 50% reporting in Ohio. It's 53 to 46 or whatever. So that's interesting. I'm surprised it was called so early. So
I'm not surprised. It all depends on how Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, Dayton, and Toledo voted. And if they've already pulled in all their votes, they know the rest will go.
Yeah. The big urban counties are pretty much done there.
Yeah. Okay.
So that
now you're getting the heart of the state at this point.
Yeah, I pulled that up. So like I'm not super right. That's a good sign. That's not a given, but that's a good. Ohio is always a good sign.
It is. It's a
pulling
great
that
sign.
state is
It
a
was
good
17 electoral votes. It's a huge one.
I can't
Real quick, an
show you what
update. Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Oh, I was going to show you what the map looked like, but
Yeah, go for it.
I can't. It's too bright, but
Oh,
it's pretty well read. Yeah, we're not.
yeah,
gonna get to see that.
that's not helping me at all.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say before
Um,
I jumped on, I
Yeah.
had y'all on in the background a little bit trying to get kids to bed and all that. But I was bouncing back and forth between like all the major media channels just to see what they were saying.
How bad
And-
is it?
Well, even CNN was calling Ohio early for Republicans. They're going.
Interesting.
They're going. We have a good feeling this is going to flip just from all the early data coming in, because Cleveland and Cincinnati, even though they went blue, their numbers were way down blue versus what they were the last two election cycles.
Really interesting.
Because people
Okay.
are generally tired of the crap that's going on in the country, and everybody's voting on the economy. Like, let's just be honest. That's
Yeah. Real quick, an update on Pennsylvania. Now we have 18% reporting, and it is 61 to 39. So it's dropped another 5 points. So Pennsylvania's going to go right down to the wire.
So
Go ahead.
So real quick, historically, since Chase brought that up on Ohio,
Yeah, sure.
it's setting roughly 54-46 right now.
Mhm.
Last cycle, it was 54-46.
Oh,
last
no
cycle.
shit.
Yeah, and the cycle before that, it was only 52. It was 52-44.
Interesting.
Gary Johnson took about 3%. That one.
I
Yeah,
forgot
Gary.
about Gary Johnson. I forgot about Gary
Gary.
Johnson's ass. Yeah.
So it's running neck and neck. It's not really surprising when you look at that.
We're going to throw back this to Chris real quick. Have you thought about RFK in a cabinet position? And if so, or in the administration somewhere, do you want RFK in there? And if so, maybe where do you see him going?
I mean, I would like to see the CIA position.
Wouldn't that be just amazing?
It would be pretty cool to get some of that information dropped. That would be pretty.
There's going to be a
awesome.
lot of people that are going to either resign immediately or will get fired quickly once that happens. And they will dig up a couple graves, I believe, and burn them. Because I think that everyone that's in their right mind knows that LBJ was involved with that. Let's just be real. RFK, I don't know. He was definitely involved with JFK, but he wants justice for his family, and I think he wants the truth to be known about his family, not just his dad. I think his uncle is someone that he wants as well. Chase, what about you? RFK, you know, had many discussions on this, but where do you see RFK's role being in this administration?
I mean, like we have talked about several times previously, I would love to see him as director of the CIA.
Yeah.
However, I do think RFK could be a phenomenal Secretary of State.
Yep.
Or in the trying to get the medical institutions in the United States, be it Health and Human Services or some other Secretary of the
Sure.
State or whatever. Like, I
Director of the FDA could be interesting.
Yeah, something like that. I could definitely see him doing good in that. However, I think
Texas just got called. No offense, but Texas just got called. 40 electoral votes for Trump. And holy shit, 2% in New Mexico reporting. I don't know where the 2% is coming from, but it's 73 to 26.
It's
Trump.
It's coming from.
I know it's going to change, but I've never seen even a pink on New Mexico before, so this is kind of interesting.
Yeah,
So
Mexico's been
Las Cruces,
solidly blue for a long time.
Yeah,
Las Cruces, Albuquerque, and Santa Fe haven't been called yet. It's the counties closer to Texas that are starting to go red.
Like I said, I know it's going to change, but the fact that it's pink is hilarious to me. 2% reporting, obviously. Sorry, Chase, I didn't mean to jump in.
No, we're
Jump
good.
anyway.
But
So the other question is, there's a chance, and I think you and I have talked about this as well, but I brought up a chance that maybe if Trump does win, there's a chance that maybe Clarence Thomas is able to maybe resign and help guide his successor into a younger him or something. But as Scott was saying, there's rumors out there that Sotomayor and Alito there could be 3 seats in the next 4 years available. I think that Ted Cruz would be a great one to fill one of those seats. And other people on the panel and the crowd said that he'd be a great person for the cabinet. Assuming that he does win, he can always resign from a Senate seat. What do you think the future for Ted Cruz holds? Because it's interesting, because if you look at it 8 years ago, nobody likes Ted Cruz. I mean, Trump just destroyed him. But I think in the last 8 years, maybe more than anyone I've seen in my lifetime, has someone basically reinvented themselves as a politician to where no one liked him, to where he's one of the most respected people in our government now. Where do you see Ted Cruz's future looking like?
Honestly, I could see Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz was one of the few people that wasn't scared to stand toe to toe with Trump.
Yeah, sure.
Which was, a credit to him. But I could definitely see Cruz going to, honestly, I could see him being the AG. Would be a good fit for him if he went to
I never
cabinet
thought
level.
about the AG. He would be a great AG.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah,
he'd be a dog on that too, because he would go after all the madness that's been going on.
Yeah, I never thought of Oh, damn, that would be good. I think someone brought up Secretary of State, and I think he'd do a great job. But AG, if he's not going to be a justice, AG would be interesting.
If he's not going to be a justice,
and that might set him up for a seat on the bench later on. If you're AG, that's a great resume builder for the bench, right?
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, flipping back and forth like channels earlier, the guy that I would put on the Supreme Court if I was Trump, if I win, I'm Trump, and I have the opportunity.
Sure.
Fox just had him on asking him questions, is Trey Gowdy.
Oh, Gowdy would be phenomenal.
I would put Trey Gowdy on the bench so fast, it's not funny.
Uh-huh.
And nobody can argue.
Gowdy would be phenomenal. You're right. Yep.
Yeah, because, I mean, you talk about a constitutionalist to the T.
To the T. And it makes no bones about it.
Yeah. And
makes no bones about it. Gowdy would be phenomenal. And I think that he'd be someone, let's say that the conversation happens that Clarence Thomas resigns and then Trump allows him to have input and maybe his successor. I don't think that Clarence Thomas would have a problem at all with Trey Gowdy. I don't see that. Tucker Carlson. Someone brought Tucker Carlson. I think Tucker Carlson would be wouldn't be a cabinet position. What about him as director of communications? That could be interesting.
That'd be pretty cool to have him like that. Or could you imagine Tucker as a press secretary?
I don't think that.
I don't think he would take that.
He wouldn't take it. It's beneath him. But oh my God, wouldn't that be amazing though?
I would tune into those briefings every day. Just for the fun of it.
Absolutely.
Oh man.
Tucker packing us in.
Oh yeah, he's upper decking it while he's telling everybody to piss off. It'd be great. But yeah, I can honestly
the press room would be no longer tobacco free.
Yeah, no kidding.
Quick update, real quick.
Yeah, go for it. Yep.
I'm noticing things. Trump gained 11% reporting Trump gaining ground in Michigan. Which is nice. It's it's a 8 point gain.
54, 40, 54.
Trump at over half at 52%. Trump holding in Virginia. North Carolina, nearly 50%. Trump with a 2-point advantage. And Georgia, which we, of course, is watching, 69%. Great percentage, by the way. Trump up
53.
6.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't called Georgia yet. With all the history of Georgia, they're probably not going to. They're not going to call it quite yet.
At 69%, they're shitting and getting. Let's go around.
Well, here we go.
That's for sure.
21% now in Pennsylvania. It is now 58-41.
Mm-hmm.
So just in the last 10%, she has lost 12%. And so there you have it. Pennsylvania, folks, is going to go down.
What did Wisconsin do last time around?
Wisconsin, can you help us out with that, Clover? 2020 and 2016?
Yeah, 2020, Biden took it by way less than a point.
Okay.
Way less than a point. Wisconsin's what you said, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Make sure I had the right one. And then Trump took it by nearly 2 points in 16.
Okay.
Well, right
So
now,
it was close. It was close both times.
I think they were
61
reporting
to 38 right now.
3%. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Minnesota too. I thought, didn't Minnesota go blue last time?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Minnesota was blue.
Minnesota was blue the last 2 times. So
I thought he won it last time.
Minnesota was 7 points to Biden, and Minnesota was 2 points to Clinton.
Okay.
So if Trump manages to flip Minnesota, that's fucking amazing.
Let me ask you this.
That also is 10 electoral votes. So
yeah.
If something happens, he pulls out Virginia and he pulls out
it could be an electoral
New Hampshire and he pulls out like Minnesota, like what we talked about earlier with Ginger asking about New Hampshire. And I'm like, we're like, I had 4 electoral votes, it ain't gonna matter. But holy shit, if he can flip some weird stuff nobody thought,
it's an electoral runaway.
That opens up a whole other game.
Yep. Iowa. Can you tell me what happened in Iowa the last 2 cycles?
Oh yeah. Iowa is it was red. So
yeah, because it's only 9%, but it is 58 to 40 right now for Harris. 9%.
Oh, really? Yeah. So Trump won that by 9. Or was up 9 in 20, and then Trump was up 10 in
then there's a good
16,
chance there's probably the college towns have probably gotten voted early, and that's typically going to go blue. Yeah.
So
in Missouri,
Scott says Peter Ducey for White House spokesman. Holy cow!
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious too. Like I'm not a mainstream news fan by any means, but Peter Ducey is like one of the only people on that network doing a good job. And he would be hilarious as the press secretary.
God, that would be awesome.
Now
that might be better if Tucker got it. You know what I'm saying? Oh,
I don't know if Tucker would want that.
Would be great.
He wouldn't. It's too small for him. He wants something bigger.
Now,
I think
if
he would take communications director, though. I think he would take that.
If you wanted a more serious press secretary, the black dude that's always on Fox, the big black dude with the glasses. I can't think of his name, but I don't know if anybody's seen, know who I'm talking about or not.
I know who you're talking about. Okay. I don't know his name, but he's
Charles something. Charles something. I think maybe is his name. I think he would be good as a more serious press secretary.
Now we've talked about Ted Cruz. I want to put this out into the ether.
Charles Payne.
Charles Payne. Yep.
Yeah, that's him.
Yep.
What if they put Ted Cruz as the director of the ATF? Just saying.
Yeah, he wouldn't pay. That's
I'm hoping that I hope we take the Elon route and we get rid of useless government organizations and departments, and that's one of them.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask. Oh, go ahead, and then I'll ask my question.
I think we're probably going to ask the same thing.
No,
let's talk. Okay, so we were talking earlier before you came on. Chase, Elon. I think he's gonna be named the head of the transition team, and then probably get some sort of special advisor or whatever. Do you think he becomes a cabinet member, or do you think what do you think his role is going to be? Elon's.
I mean, I know we've talked about it some before, but I don't think he's going to take an actual cabinet position, but I think he'll have a pretty senior advisory role.
Yeah.
And I think him and like RFK will work real well together because they already like each other and they do a lot of that already. But I think you see that's what Elon will do. I just don't see him as taking an actual cabinet position because he's already so busy as it is.
Right.
But he legitimately believes in the country and wants it to succeed. So that's the guy you would like to get a hold of. Hey, here's all this government waste and all these useless organizations and departments go that we've already got other things that do the same thing. Let's get rid of this so we can start cutting our deficit.
Go ahead, Clove.
So I was going to throw something out there. I'll throw it out to the chat first, and then I want to run it through you guys. So when we're talking about, we're talking about Elon. We're talking about, and if you watch the Rogan thing, you know the answer to this already. But the Rogan with Elon, but that was just yesterday. A lot of people hadn't seen it. But talking about cutting, government efficiency and all there's the bloated fucking bureaucracy.
Yep.
How many agencies do you think the federal government has? Chat, put a number out there in the chat. Everybody in the chat, put a number what you think. Don't Google food. Don't fucking cheat. It's not worth it. But run it down. What do you think, Ghost?
Here's the thing. No matter what I say, I think I'm going to be surprised at how off I am. I'm going to say 250, and I think I'm way under, but I have no idea.
Ginger.
Oh, there's probably 300.
Chris.
I'm gonna go. I'm just taking a stab at this. I'm gonna go 350.
Chase.
I know it's well north of 1,000 agencies, but I don't know exactly how many.
That's fucking insane to me, right?
So there, according to Elon, and I did go kind of vet this, there are 430 listed under the Federal Register. 430.
Gerald says
agents.
280.
That's insane.
We're talking about all government. We're talking about all federal government agencies.
Yeah.
Not just ones under the cabinet, not just the big, huge ones that we think about.
But you have to remember each agency has a bunch of offsets.
Has a bunch of offsets. So it's 1,000 at least.
So
yeah, absolutely.
It's
1,000 offices for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but I could see that. I could see 500 freaking agencies easy.
That's just like insane to me.
Like I the Department of bullshit, rainbows and sparkles and whatever.
Yep.
So I pulled this up, right? So 96 of those have 220 components of executive departments. 137 of them have 268 units in the cabinet.
There you have it.
So that 430, once you break all that down,
it's a couple thousand, probably
closer to Chase's number. Yeah. But how fucking insane is that?
Yeah. No, 100%. I'm gonna throw a name. I'm gonna throw a name out here, and this is gonna be. Don't wait for me to call you on you. We are the talking heads tonight, so it is what it is. I'm gonna throw a name out there, and I'm gonna say this person I believe is incredibly intelligent. I think this person could be a president one day. Want to know your thoughts of not necessarily cabinet positions, but roles in the administration. Ivanka Trump. Ivanka is incredibly intelligent, and I think that of all the Trump kids, she could be presidential one day. But do you think Ivanka plays a role? And the reason why I say that is this. Let's remember, if President Trump wins, he's a lame duck president. He only has 4 years, which is good and bad. It's good because, you know what? He doesn't have to run anymore. It's going to be all about governing. But if he wants to maybe set up a run for Ivanka, maybe chief of staff, maybe something like director of political affairs or something like that. The reason I'm saying this, do you all see Ivanka involved in this administration at all?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think he wants her. She's too fucking smart, and I think he
wants
the
company
taking care of his shit. The other thing is, I think he wants to keep her clean.
True.
And the reason that he wants to keep her clean is I think he probably believes what I believe, and I believe that she has the most potential of any chick that I've ever seen at becoming the first female president.
She's sharp.
If I could point to any chick, Ivanka would being able to win it, right?
Yeah,
that's the one, and actually be able to do that. I think might do a decent job. It would probably be her.
Yep.
I don't know. I wouldn't.
Scott, real quick, Knives, real quick. You said, did Ted Cruz get the W? Right now, with 60% reporting, he's at 52.3%. So he is winning with 60% reporting. They already called it. Okay, then
they called it. And Chris, I just got the message.
It's still pink on my screen, but okay, good.
Yeah, our Texas team just called it.
So it looks like Cruz did win. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Chase. Go ahead.
The lucky beard, man. The lucky beard.
Absolutely.
That's it. He just had to keep that the whole time. He'd be all right.
He can't win without a beard. Like, nope. It don't happen.
So speaking of this,
go ahead, Chris.
Go ahead, Chris.
Give me an update.
I was just going to say, I'm updating you on Marino. He is winning by over 100,000 votes now. So looks like he's going to get that seat.
Okay, yeah, it's really. See, I can't see those numbers. It's weird to me. On my screen, it says 58% reporting, 50.2. He has that margin of error, but 100,000 votes. That's a pretty solid number right there.
Real quick, I know we're watching Pennsylvania at 26 reporting now. It's only a 12-point game.
It is. Holy shit. Yeah, it's 55-44. So
she lost three more points.
And he's still leading in Virginia with 56 reporting now.
I know, which is I don't know what's out there yet. And it's not like, it's 50-40, it's 50-48.
And
but
the big one,
2 points is tough, That's tough.
Yeah. That's 60% are in Fairfax, so that's your most populous county across, just right across from DC.
54% in North Carolina. He's got 51-48. It looks like.
I'm surprised they haven't called Georgia. Georgia's 75% in. He's up by
5.
No, he's going to win Georgia. I think what's happening is they're waiting on Georgia because of what happened in 2020. They're going to wait on Georgia. Now, Clover, you said you're flipping through, or Chase, you said you were flipping through some of the other news sources. Has anyone on the other networks, have they called Georgia yet? Is AP just slow on this?
I'm flipping right now just a minute ago. Nobody's called Georgia yet, but they're not looking real fond of Pennsylvania or Georgia on CNN. And MSNBC is on, full meltdown mode right now because Trump's got more votes than they thought he was going to.
Yep. Interesting.
Just so you are aware, let's talk about. I want to talk about the popular vote count real quick. I know it doesn't fucking matter at the end of the game, but going historically, it's only a 3 million, roughly a 3 million difference right now.
52-47 right now.
Even though you're double the electoral votes at this point, it's only a 3 million popular. But when you look at it, it's 52 Trump on the popular side, 52 Trump, 46. And then let's see, last cycle, let me go pull it up. It was 46 Trump, 51 Biden, and then we had, where's it at? 48 Clinton, 46 Trump. In just historical perspective there, real quick.
Yep.
That gives an idea of turnout. Is the thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow,
yeah.
That's important.
No, now let me ask you this. In 2020.
Hey, real quick, Georgia just went up, so they're at 75% now, and he's up 5.4 points now.
Yes, he is.
He's now up to 52.5, and she's at 47.
He's got a 200,000 vote difference with 75% report. That's going to be tough to overcome.
When they called it for Joe after all the shenanigans, it was 0.2.
He's
got a 5-point lead.
Yep.
Real quick.
There was something you wanted.
2020. Not to go at 2016. I don't, if you want to, you can. But at least in 2020, you're talking popular vote here. Do you have the final numbers of total votes for each? Not percentages, but votes.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you that roughly. Let's see, 81.2 and 74.2. What is that? 155.
Okay.
0.4 million. Let's just say. I'm rounding, of course.
Sure, absolutely.
2016. Somebody write that down so we know it was turnout was way lower. So okay, so let's do this. We had 60.8 for Clinton and 62.9 for Trump.
So 122 million
in 16.
Yeah, 122 million. Yeah,
150 million in 20.
That's right.
And right now we're about half that. Right now we're sitting at about 60 million.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
And what are we, about halfway as far as the called goes?
I would say roughly. Sure.
So
yeah, I would
so
say
we're on
roughly.
everything's on pace.
Yeah, because the reason why I say that is I wanted to make sure that people understood that, because we heard a lot of stuff about record numbers turning out. And that doesn't necessarily mean that record number of people are voting. So. It just might mean that people weren't voting early voting, and they might just have gone to the polls this time. There's a lot of ways to look at this, folks.
Well, I'm gonna say we're about halfway here, and being about halfway and at 60 million, you double that. That's 120, not 150.
Yeah.
So that would mean
it's back to normal. That's what I'm saying.
Turnout would be more like 16, and if turnout's more like 16. Results are probably going to be more like 16.
That's what I'm saying. These record turnout things you're hearing from the different media sources today, don't always buy into that shit.
Certain areas may have that. That's where you got to, right? Certain areas may be record turnout in swing states, let's say.
I'm just throwing this out there because I'm having fun with this. Just having fun with this. New Mexico's got 13% reported, and Trump is up 51-47.
4-point game, yeah.
A 4-point game in New Mexico. Once again, I understand it's only 13 points. I'm watching this because it's hilarious to me that this is the longest I've ever seen New Mexico pink before on a map. So I'm just having fun with it, right?
Well, Virginia is crazy right now.
Virginia's got 57%.
He's a 2-point.
He's a
2-point game
with 57%. Yeah. It's crazy.
He's down, but he's down 10% in PA right now.
Yeah, but he was down 22.
It was 70-30 at one point.
Now
with 11%, now he's at 28%. It's 55-45. It's going to be right there.
Now, the thing that's got me laughing a little bit on the inside is that I'm looking at Michigan, and the county that Detroit is in is red right now.
Kid Rock, baby.
Kid Rock. You know what? This is no joke. This is no joke. How much does the Kid Rock thing play into this?
Probably not a lot. Most of the fuckers there probably don't even know who he is. Let's be honest.
I think he's probably still pretty big in Detroit. I mean, maybe not as big as Eminem, but I mean,
all I gotta do in Detroit is walk outside and look at all these shuttered factories and jobs that are gone, and go, you know what? We should probably change some shit.
Right. Yeah.
Now I want Chase to come in here real quick, because we were on the phone earlier and you brought up an interesting source of predicting the election that has been kind of right the last few times, and you were watching something that predicts the betting lines in Vegas, and what you kind of saw.
Right now.
It's a really interesting way of looking at things. Can you explain what's going on?
Yeah. So I've been paying attention. Me and a couple buddies have been paying attention to the Vegas betting odds going into this, and right now the live odds. So Kalshi's got screens in Times Square right now that's made some Democrats very upset the last.
I bet.
So, but before I get into that, so Polymarket. Anybody's familiar with all these different polling for everything, not just for politics, but for all kinds of different indexes. Polymarket polls everything. And they basically went and looked at and talked to every betting line in Las Vegas and used AI to kind of figure it out. And they had Trump winning by 62% total. Currently,
62.
Currently, Kalshi is now gone up from when the day started. He was at 57. She was at 43. The betting lines have gone so ridiculously skewed now. He's at 73 and she's at 27 to win.
Oh my God.
I had said earlier that I think it's I had said, and I've been seeing this for a while, I think he wins 55-45. But here's the thing. These betting lines
Well,
they're not wrong a lot of times. I'm not saying it's going to go to 70, but, I'm not even sure it's going to get to 62. But what if it's 58 or 59 or 60? Like it's at that point, like a 58-42 is a slaughter, right?
it's an absolute slaughter. And right now, for John, Arizona has gone to 89% Trump in the betting lines.
Really interesting.
wow.
Well, we should get
Interesting.
reporting from Arizona here in about 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Well,
it's the
there's
results
been
at 9 Central. So yeah, about 20 minutes the polls will close. Or
There's
results
been,
are something we expected to be
If you
getting.
go through and
soon,
look at it right now, everything they've called so far has been 100% accurate either way
Isn't that
for
crazy?
her or for him.
there
You
has
look
been
at,
a
and they're calling him.
So what are they? Okay, real quick
now.
then. Let's have some fun with this then. What are they saying about Pennsylvania
That's where I'm going to look right now. I'm going to the states.
and Michigan? Look at Pennsylvania and Michigan. I want to see what they
I'm
have to
trying
say
to get
about those two
Michigan.
states.
Well, while he's looking at that,
Yeah,
this supports that betting or what might actually happen, would support a theory that's been around for a long time. I mean, since they shelved Biden and brought her out, that they brought her out basically knowing that she was going to lose, but just simply because she was a candidate they could afford to sacrifice.
Sure,
and
and
they did not
didn't
want to
want to
waste their bench.
sacrifice because they know. Here's the thing: they know
Yeah.
even if Trump wins, he can't run
But-
for election again. So why waste
they-
someone right now?
But they
Really?
can't. But here's the thing: is they couldn't mainstream media, the collusion of all the apparatus, right? They
Sure.
couldn't let that leak or say that, or they
Mhm.
couldn't, they had to prop her up and get behind her and do as much as they can, because if they didn't, they did not want to affect turnout to the point and all the down ballot, right?
Yeah,
So they
sure.
have to prop her up and she's the greatest thing and she's the savior and make it look all rosy. Otherwise, they lose even worse down ballot and all that. And they didn't want to do that. But at the same time, like they knew they weren't gonna. Biden couldn't do it, and like if Biden couldn't do it, it's too late. We're not gonna waste anybody other
Sure.
than her.
Yeah,
She's cannon fodder. Let's do it.
absolutely.
And it may not work that
100% she
way.
is.
But the betting, like you're talking about, Chase, when you bring up those betting odds, people willing to put their money where their mouth is. Like that's what I think of when I see that, is like, oh, that lines up perfectly with that theory.
Yeah.
It does.
So it's bouncing up and down for Michigan right now, and people keep dumping money there. So, for example, like Mississippi had $27,312 worth of like betting money thrown into this across
Yeah.
Vegas. Michigan's got $7.3 million floating around in this pot, and he's currently at 55-45
Yeah.
for Trump.
I've got it right now.
Michigan.
It's Michigan's 13%. It is 53-45 at this point.
Yeah.
Um,
So believe it or so, New Mexico, for example, that's a little over $700,000 in betting right now. She's 94% to win.
To win what?
To win New Mexico, like we were just talking about. North
Yeah.
Carolina,
100%.
over $7 million.
North Carolina.
Trump by 90%.
Holy cow.
And they had Trump to win Ohio, and obviously he did.
Yeah.
So Pennsylvania. there's
Pennsylvania
almost
right
$10
now,
million.
real quick before you do this, Pennsylvania 32% reporting. It's now 52-47.
Pennsylvania, even with that just coming in, is at 68 for him to win, 32 for her, and it's at $9.6 million in bets right now.
Golly. So,
Wow. Man.
And even with that
Wow.
just coming out,
What's
it
up,
just
budget?
went up 69-31 to her for him.
69-31. I'll be damned.
Like it's trending up. The money just keeps rolling in, and it's trending up for Trump. So since we've been talking, there's been another $50,000 worth of bets placed in Trump's favor.
That's insane.
Shit is nuts.
It is nuts. But I think this is a different perspective that could be an absolute valid source. It's as accurate as anything else, any models any of these other media sources are using. I mean, let's just be honest. It's as valid as
They
any
use
of those,
Vegas.
right?
I mean, they won't say it
Sure.
on the air, but they're all looking at Vegas odds.
Absolutely. Trying to see here. Wisconsin. What are they saying about Wisconsin, Chase?
Let me get back down to it. I scrolled to the top
I'm
and see what
sorry.
the overall was. No, you're good. So overall is now 72-28 in favor of Trump.
Okay, so this got 23% and it's basically 51-48 for Harris.
Wisconsin is 65-35 for Trump with 3.6 million in bets.
Okay. I think Wisconsin will end up red.
Virginia's pretty split. It's bouncing back and forth within a couple percent, one over the
Well,
other.
here you got 58% reporting, and it's basically tied.
Yeah,
we're talking like literally 40,000 votes total. So that makes sense. Which is interesting because the fact that Virginia is that close is not as big of a surprise as New Mexico still being pink, which it won't end up that way. But I would have never thought that Virginia was in play, right? Never would have thought Virginia was in play.
No, anything around the Beltway, you just automatically figure it goes to a Democrat every time.
Yeah.
So there's currently almost $300 million in bets on the election total.
Okay, so we were talking about Missouri, and people were asking earlier, how the hell can Missouri be light blue? Well, now we're talking 22% reporting, and it's a dead heat. Once again, the early numbers from Missouri were probably St. Louis and Kansas City. Wait till the heart of Missouri starts voting. They're getting their votes counted, and you've already seen it already. It's gonna be red, and it's gonna be a dark red. Just letting you know. Budget says I'm feeling pretty good about this so far tonight. However, I remember sitting on this very panel 4 years ago, feeling pretty good until about 3 a.m. when it called it quits. Yeah, I remember that was a long night, but that's why I'm not trying to get ahead of myself. But I was talking to Chase earlier about this, and and I'm not saying anyone in this room, but I think in general, I think we can all agree that a lot of Americans are just stupid, right? Let's just be honest. They're just not very smart. I saw a couple poll questions that were asked at some of these polling stations, and it said, do you think that there needs to be more government control or less government involved? 53% said more government involved. Then they asked, are you happy with the way things are going or unhappy? And 70% said unhappy. 70% of the people said they're unhappy the way things are going around, but 53 of that said that they want more government control. I'm convinced that Americans are stupid. Prove me wrong. Let's see here.
So
go ahead.
I want to bring something up because I was talking to some people earlier. There's a hearing next week on bump stocks, force reset triggers, and Glock switches. Okay. So what does that tell you? There's a Senate hearing. What does that tell you how the Dems are feeling? Because that tells me they're going to try to push some stuff before she gets out of office or he gets out of office.
I think that's going to happen regardless. It's not just going to be in the ATF. I think you're going to see a lot of things that happen. If the Senate flips, which all indication looks that probably is going to happen. I think that it's amazing. There's been an unwritten rule in politics forever about a lame duck session, right? They just don't do them. What they will do is try to legislate during the transition, and it happens, right? It happens. The fact of the matter is, I think what you have to be more worried about is executive orders. Now, we all know that those can be rescinded and changed quickly. I don't think, how do I put it this way? Right now, it's 51-49 Democrats in the Senate. I think it's 51-49. Am I correct about that? I think it's 51-49. Yeah. I think what you have to remember is this. Even if the Senate tries to do some crazy shit, I do believe that you will have a couple that would flip. If they have any intentions on running in the future, I don't think that they would vote. I don't think it would be a straight down party lines for being vindictive. We call these politicians what they are, and most of them are crooks. But there are some out there that understand that, hey, you know what? I just lost my seat. My state has said that they want this, 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 and this. As much as it sounds crazy, there are people out there that are going to sit there and say, look, I know I'm a Democrat, but if I ever want to run for anything in my state again, they've told me what they want. I don't think it'll be a straight down the party line vote. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know.
Well, my thing is this: is they want to do this hearing on bump stocks and Glock switches. I think it's a feel good thing because we've already got the Supreme Court ruling that bump stocks do not simulate machine gun. So I think it's just a last hurrah attempt to do something crazy.
Yeah.
So we'll see, but there's that. I mean, there's a number of things that are going to come up, and I think they're going to try to push a lot of gun control in the last couple months. And since Chase is here, I mean, Chase, what do you think that means for the industry?
Real quick before you mention that, Chase, real quick, Missouri just got called for President Trump. There you go. Chase, do you have anything on the on what John was talking about, or are you even listening to what John says?
No, I was listening to him. I was looking at I was watching CNN in panic mode.
I bet you it's beautiful.
It is. They're project. I mean, they're not happy at all about Georgia right now at all, or Pennsylvania or Virginia. They are very much cat on a hot tin roof.
Well, right now with 79% reporting in Georgia, he's got a 5-point lead. Now, that's gonna be tough to overcome.
Yeah. The as far as the industry goes, I mean, we'll see. The problem is they can, do their, well, we decided to make this, our executive orders. They can do some silly stuff with rules. They have to have the final rule process, all that. But they can, what you have to worry about with them is they can, change their determination or the way they read how something's written, the way they interpret it. That's the problem. It's all up to their interpretation as they go. So I'm curious as to how the next few months goes, because they can make certain things a giant headache for the next few months if it all goes south the way we all kind of hope it does.
Yeah.
But I don't see it becoming a huge issue because most of this is going to be challenged in court so fast it's not funny.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It'll just make our lives headache full for the next couple months.
It'd be more of a nuance, but a nuisance than it would be scary. Real quick, having fun with this. This is interesting. Colorado, 44%. No big surprise that it's light blue. No big surprise. What is surprising is it's only 56-42. Now, where that comes into play is obviously electoral college. It doesn't matter. But in the popular vote, I think that Trump's getting, with 44% reporting, he's only down like 230,000 votes total. I think that it's interesting, if we're talking popular vote here, I think it's very, very interesting that Trump is getting a little bit more support in Colorado than I think people expected. So interesting there. Let's see here. Wisconsin, let's update some of these. Wisconsin, 32% reporting. It's a dead heat. 10,000 votes of the difference. Michigan, 15% reporting. It is 52-47 for Harris right now, but that's interesting. Pennsylvania, the other big one, 38%. It's a dead heat at this point. 100,000 votes is a difference. New Hampshire, I think, was it Ginger was asking about New Hampshire? 47% at this point reporting, and it's 53-46 for Harris, but it's pretty close.
The thing about New Hampshire is that I know we kind of talked about this earlier today, but I forget the name of the little town, but it's the people that have the 6 people that vote at midnight. It's that little itty bitty small town.
Yeah, it's something's Harper's Ferry or something like that. What is it? New Hampshire.
Dixon Ferry. I don't remember.
Yeah, it's
But anyway,
city to vote first. Let's see here.
They're the ones that go
Dixfield Notch or something like that. It's a 3. Today was a 3-3 tie. How about that?
And it's historically always been blue. Like it goes Democrat every time. And it tied straight up 3-3 this time. And that's kind of like, people are like, this is your little microcosm of things to come.
Real quick, Budget, our good friend Budget out there says, good to see you, by the way, Mike. It says, on a personal note, my brother is running for judge in Stark County Family Court here in Ohio and is winning right now. Well, congrats. Let us know how that vote turns out. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. Yeah, 3-3 tie in Doxville, whatever the hell it's called, six voters. Yeah, go ahead. Go for it.
So Wisconsin's at 34%. It is a 0.1% difference.
Yeah,
with
it's a dead heat.
Right now. It's a dead heat.
And Trump was down at 1.67 points. So he's trending in the right direction, at least,
So here's my thing. They called Ohio pretty early, and they're 69% of the vote in. 80% of the vote in is for Georgia. It is a 5-point lead, an even 5-point
They're
lead.
not going. I think everyone knows what Georgia's going to happen. I think everyone is scared to call Georgia because of what happened 4 years ago.
Yeah.
They're going to wait till it's about 90% before they call that thing.
No. So just for giggles, Wisconsin's now at 71-29 in the betting odds, and they keep going up for Trump, and they keep dumping money into it, and it's at almost 3.6 mil.
Jeez, what's Georgia at, real quick?
Georgia was 90-something% just a second ago when I scrolled past it for him. Georgia, because it keeps going up and up. Give me a second to refresh it.
The fact
Georgia's
that New Mexico, why are you looking at that? Okay, go ahead.
Georgia's now at 93% Trump with almost $10 million in bets.
It's crazy.
Pennsylvania.
I'm having fun with this, guys, and I know that I want to have fun with it. We're talking 19% reporting in New Mexico, and Trump still got a 2-point lead. I get it; it's not going to happen. But the fact that New Mexico is pink this long is hilarious to me. Go ahead.
New Mexico's kind of flipped now to her. It was Trump was up in New Mexico. Now she's up in New Mexico in the betting odds. New Hampshire, she's up in the betting odds. Nevada, Trump's still taking it by a lot, 70.
Lisa, I don't have anything from the West Coast. I don't have anything reporting yet. Real quick, Minnesota, 1% reporting. Trump's up 62-36 in that. What kind of betting line does Minnesota have updated?
Right now, she's ahead by a lot, but it's got a small number that's actually bet on it. Michigan, though, is at 59 for Trump, 41 for her, and 7.4 million worth of bets.
Wow. 15% reporting in Michigan. It is a 51-48. Interesting.
We're almost at a dead heat in Pennsylvania. It's a
40,000. It's a dead heat. And once again, the trend,
the betting line's almost at 10 mil. And he's up 69-31 currently.
He is trending so hard right now in Pennsylvania because, 40% reporting in Philly. Philly did not give her the lead I think that she thought she was going to get.
No.
Now it's down to 20% or 20,000 votes.
Yeah, he's up overall 83-17 the Vegas odds to win.
Right now, he's got 52 and he's up 53-47 or 46 right now.
We're about to get Arizona, Nevada, Idaho, or no, Montana.
In the next minute or two, at least starting to get some results coming in.
I know some people. I was talking to some people in Pennsylvania today, and they were all saying, like, no matter, I mean, I've talked to guys in Harrisburg and Philly and some other, like, more rural areas, and they all said they saw way more people at the polls than they ever had. and they saw way more.
Is that a good sign or not?
It's a good sign for them. They're like,
Okay.
because a lot of these were like, obviously like blue collar people going out to work, or the working class getting out to vote that they said they don't normally see.
Well, that's good, because if it's the blue collar workers, not saying that they typically do, but they typically going to go. In this election, I think that they'll go red. I think that they're sick and tired of low wages, not being able to afford shit, and jobs being shipped overseas. So that's a good sign.
Pennsylvania is at 5,000 votes right now, boys.
It's unbelievable. 41%, and it is dead heat. It's literally a dead heat.
So they're calling all these Western, like Montana, Wyoming, all that stuff, like on Fox right now. It's where I happen to have it on.
Montana, Wyoming, and Utah are being called for
AP just called them.
So as of right now, these are obviously not official numbers, the preliminary numbers as far as electoral college right now. President Trump with 198 electoral college votes and Vice President Harris with 99. So
Fox has
that for what you want to call that, right?
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm gonna flip the channels. I'll tell you everybody. So Fox has 205 to 117.
117.
Yeah, they're calling.
Who'd they give her?
They've got way more lit up than for both of them.
Okay.
Their map just away. Of course it did.
Trump just took the lead in Pennsylvania by a percent.
Yep, it is pink.
1%.
It is
Let's
pink.
See here. Folks. CNN.
And he's got Wisconsin and Minnesota.
He does have Wisconsin and Minnesota now. He had Minnesota. But Minnesota got 2% reporting. Wisconsin's at 35%, and he was.
And it's at 4%, 0.4% between the two of them right now. She's only 15,000 ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Arizona 4% reporting. Trump's up 58-41.
I don't know. Once again, that's awesome. I don't know enough about Arizona politics because it's always weird. So
North Carolina's at 66% though, and he's got a 4.5 point lead.
I saw that.
If he gets Maricopa,
Georgia, man, we're at 80%.
He's got a 5-point lead now. He has a 5-point lead. It's 52-47.
I mean, look at this: 52-47 in Georgia. It's 80%.
Yeah. Look at Virginia.
Look at Virginia.
Virginia. He's got a 2-point lead in Virginia with 62% reporting right now.
Yeah. So
I don't see this lasting
Trump
long.
No, I don't either. Trump's showing 172-81 on CNN just for flipping the different opinions.
Well, he's also pink in Oregon with 1%. He's got a 71-27, but it's Oregon. It's going to be blue. Let's just
one county reporting.
I almost want to unmute my TV and listen to Mad Cow freak out. And then MSNBC has. Oh, they just cut away. Give me a second. When it comes back, I'll tell you.
Yep. Michigan. A little update on Michigan. 51-47. I mean, it's 16%. I mean, that's interesting.
If you Iowa. If you would like, I was going to say, if you would like to make your heart smile a little bit, flip to MSNBC right now and look at the downtrodden faces of everybody on this broadcast. It is fantastic.
It's a dead heap in Arizona, 34%.
Is calling Trump 201 to her. It just went away again. God dang it. Are you kidding me? Their graphics are terrible. But the fact that MSNBC is giving Trump called at 201.
Yeah.
He's 201, she's 81.
Really?
Yeah, and they're not
interesting.
Happy.
Arizona 34% right now, and it is separated literally by what is that? 40 votes? Literally 40 votes. It's a dead.
So right now,
Maricopa believe that Arizona is going red currently.
Oh, I imagine.
Go ahead, Junior. Sorry.
Yeah, right now the only county it's reporting is and we knew that Kamala would win the Maricopa County, which is Phoenix.
Yeah.
The Pinal County is gone red, which we knew that was going to happen. The ones that you have to worry about in Arizona are where the northern county. Arizona's only got 11 counties. The ones you got to worry about is if the Navajo Nation goes blue. And that's the northern Arizona. So other than that, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that she won Phoenix.
So, real quick, I was thinking about something a second ago. I stepped away to fix a snack.
Don't hurt yourself.
It's going to be a long night, but anyway.
It may not be as long as we thought the way shit's going. Just
well, this is true. This is true too. But so with Pennsylvania,
yeah,
okay, like they knew Pennsylvania was going to be in play.
Yeah,
and Shapiro is on their bench.
Correct.
Popular governor of Pennsylvania.
Correct.
Why the fuck did Harris not pick Shapiro? And I can only think of two reasons. Number one, it pisses off the anti-Israel Palestinian, pro-Palestinian side of the Democrats, potentially, right? Because of the name, obviously. Or, again, the DNC did not want to waste him because they seen him as a future pick down the road, and they were, again, throwing her to the wolves.
So,
but it don't make any sense, right?
Yeah, I'm going to. So I don't intend to piss anybody off, right? So when I say the Jewish vote, right, that's not a blanket, but it's kind of a blanket, especially in the Northeast, right? The Jewish vote's already going to go blue, right? Like historically, the Jewish vote is going to go blue in the Northeast. So the reason why I'm saying that is they may not have gained much by bringing Shapiro. Now, could they have brought Pennsylvania more? Possibly. I don't know. Like, I don't know if he would have brought more just from being Shapiro, because they're already going to get the Jewish vote. I don't know. I see what you're saying, and I'm trying to play devil's advocate here. I don't know.
But they knew they needed
Pennsylvania. By the way, Pennsylvania has officially gone pink.
Yeah, just it's a 1% lead right now.
But he's gone pink at this point, which is amazing.
Honestly, like we've talked about before, like I really think they knew that she really didn't have a chance against him. They knew Joe wasn't going to have a chance against him.
So why throw even a VP that could be more popular or powerful than she is?
Exactly. You know? So they knew they needed the Pennsylvania vote. They were hoping they would just get it because of Pittsburgh and Philly. Right. But don't waste Shapiro on this failed effort that taints him for the rest of his political existence.
Yeah.
When they could throw Tampon Tim under the bus and nobody cares.
Yeah. No, I don't. I think that you and Clover and a couple others have brought this up, and I think that as much as they don't want to hear this, and they'll never admit it, I think that it's correct. I think that they knew Trump was going to win this. So why did they go with Harris? Is an interesting choice. One, do they not want to waste anyone because they know it's going to be an open election 4 years from now, right? I think that that's probably as logical of it as a reason as there is. And this doesn't mean to sound anything, but it's the truth. If she was going to win, if someone was going to beat Trump, having a black female candidate doesn't hurt, right? Doesn't hurt. If they know that he's going to win, a black female candidate could make it closer than what others could do, is what I'm saying. Colorado just got called, obviously, for Vice President Harris. So it's 198 to 109 unofficially with the Electoral College. Go ahead. Sorry.
And maybe too, with a potential open election the next cycle, right? Like they knew that there's no way that she would get a nomination. So by throwing her the bone now,
Absolutely.
They can say,
He never
"Oh,
had to go through the nomination process.
oh, well, we gave you your shot, right?"
Sorry, you didn't win. You're done.
Well, that's the whole reason they didn't have a nomination process. That's the reason she
100%.
got put up to this.
Yep.
Is they know they're like, this is a lost cause at this point right now. Everybody, like, we got to regroup and figure this out.
Yeah. Real quick out there, it's an interesting question for you. Faith says, "This is crazy. My daddy is a retired frogman. Thank you for his service. He's a SEAL. For those of you who don't know what frogman is, Navy SEAL. My dad's a retired frogman. I just don't see this brotherhood taking orders from a woman. Correct me if you think I'm wrong." I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying it doesn't come into play. In my experiences, Chase, you can talk on this as well. When it comes down to orders, the tip of the spear are the only ones that are getting direct orders from the president. And we're talking unit level, like Delta Force. Not even DevGru is probably getting directly from the president. I would say this. I don't think that it matters because the commander-in-chief is so far detached from the chain of command, and in real life, nothing comes directly from the president. There's about 13 other hoops that you're going to have to jump through and disobey before you get an order from the commander-in-chief, because 99.9% of the military force, it doesn't play a role. It's one of those, you're going to follow. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like, what you're saying, to piggyback off what you were saying, most of the force doesn't really care who's in charge as long as they can do their job.
That's right. And they don't differentiate between their commanding officer and the president.
No,
they get an order and they're going to execute the order. It doesn't matter to them where it's coming from.
Their order to war is one thing. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I would rather take orders from, a Tulsi than I would a Joe any day.
We haven't brought Tulsi up, and we're going to talk Tulsi because Tulsi's my favorite politician. Fuck it. Let's talk about it now. Let's go through the room. I think that I think there's an argument for Secretary of State with Tulsi. I'm not sure if she's ready for it. I think she'd be a phenomenal Secretary of Defense. Go through the room real quick. Tulsi Gabbard, where do you think that she plays into to Trump's staff? We're not putting the cart in front of the horse, but let's just be honest. In Trump's administration, where do you guys see Tulsi Gabbard having, or does she have room in his administration? Feel free to just talk amongst ourselves at this point.
I think that I don't disagree with you that I think she's better suited for Department of Defense. That being said, I think that in a Trump administration where he is not getting into other people's fucking business all over the globe, I think she gets better utilized in Department of State. That makes sense?
Oh, I think she'd be a phenomenal. I think she would end up being a phenomenal Secretary of State. I'm just not sure if she's ready yet. Maybe I'm wrong, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
And real quick to face point, and is I get the commander-in-chief whole thing with a woman president. Yeah. The thing that worries me the most about a woman president is the perception by foreign powers. I see that as a huge problematic hurdle, having a woman president.
Yep, I get it.
It'd have to be.
Artak says, look at her voting record. I don't look at her voting record, Artak. You understand that she is from Hawaii, and Hawaii has never, ever elected anyone that was Republican. So when she ran as a Democrat, that's how you win elections in Hawaii. What I say is, what has she done in the last 4 years? She has left the Democratic Party and joined the Republican Party, and is one of the most outspoken people for a conservative. I wouldn't say a Republican. I would say a more of a conservative platform. I will tell you this,
and it's helped Trump tremendously.
I would say
behind the scenes.
she has been. I was going to say yeah, she has been a huge sounding board, and a huge help for Trump. And oh, by the way, she goes to SHOT Show, which is badass to begin with. So there you go.
Her big thing too is because of where she came from, she's been able to pull a lot of that moderate contingent, be them moderate Democrat or more left-leaning conservative together, and it brings it over to Trump's side, which is what you're seeing tonight right now. You're seeing those people who were like, look, I tend to be a little more liberal thinking, but I'm not a freaking crazy left-wing person. But if I don't agree with every crazy thing they say, I am all of a sudden just as bad as some right-wing neo-Nazi they're accusing everybody else of being.
Yeah,
and she's doing a really good job of bringing that in.
Yeah, I think that we've all talked about this before, and it's nothing that is new, but people tend to forget what happened in 2016 to 2020. And they say, and how Trump changed politics forever. He brought the Republican Party close to the middle, to moderate, right? And what that did is that forced the left to basic communism, right? He forced the debate because they needed to get away from Trump so badly, but he was able to bring the Republican Party to the middle, which is where it should be. And it forced the left so far left that that's where we're at right now, socialist, communist, that there are a lot of displaced historical Democrats, okay, that are not socialist and communist. The old school Democrats are moderate to conservative in today's society. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like, we all come from, most of us come from the old Southern Democrat way of thinking.
Absolutely.
And that's the way the Midwest was, and a lot of the Northeast, the not huge city Northeast, they all had that same value viewpoint that just continued to vote Democrat as the party got much more progressive. Now the people are like, this is ridiculous. I'm not voting for this crazy shit y'all are asking to do. Like, I was like, I don't believe in any of this madness. But you call me a crazy Nazi if I don't believe in all this like ridiculous off the fringe stuff everybody wants.
Exactly. Yep. Absolutely. Ted Cruz. They haven't called Cruz yet, but he's got 67% reporting and he's got 54% of the vote. Real quick, Chris, I'm going to show you what I have from Moreno. 73% reporting. He's at a 51.3, so he's gained about a full point in the last half hour. Or what are you seeing over there in Ohio from Moreno?
Yeah, he's got about 230,000 more votes.
So he's doubled his lead in the last 30 minutes or so. That's pretty good.
Yep. So I'd say we're probably safe to say he is going to get that Senate seat.
I'm gonna go.
And Trump's looking good in Pennsylvania here.
Yeah,
what's that now?
He looks great. He's just taking a 2-point lead in Pennsylvania.
A 2.5 point lead is fantastic.
He's only up by half a point ish in Virginia.
The fact that he's in play in Virginia.
93 in Pennsylvania.
I'm just saying the fact that he's in play in Virginia is a win. Okay. Because now talking popular. We're talking popular vote at this point, right? What's that? What's up, Chris?
McCormick has moved into the Senate seat in Pennsylvania also.
He has 51. I was going to say 51% reporting. He's at 49% of the vote. He is leading that in Pennsylvania. That's a good sign also as to where Pennsylvania could be heading. Just saying.
Michigan, Trump's up or only down by 2.
Yeah.
20,000.
Michigan, 20%. Yeah, 20%. Yeah, he's up 8, down 20,000.
Down 20,000.
Yeah, but it's only 20% reporting. So I'm holding out hope for Michigan.
It's a dead heat in Arizona with 48% in. Kamala's got it by 0.8. But
She's
call
got
it a
it
dead heat.
literally by
16,000 votes.
I've got by how much?
I've got 16,000.
Okay, 16,000. Yeah, okay, 16,000.
And Pima
said
County is reporting
60,000. I
that's
was like,
gone
what?
blue too. I know Scott was asking about Pima. Pima's gone blue.
Where is that now? What's Pima County?
That's Pima is Tucson.
Tucson. Okay, come on, G. Come on, G. Help us out down there. Damn it.
He didn't knock on enough doors.
He didn't knock on enough doors.
Where'd all those Sierra Vista Huachuca boys at when you need them?
All right, I'm going to ask you guys to handle this for 2 seconds. I'm going to go take my potty break, and you guys talk amongst yourselves.
So, Chase, I gotta. Since we're talking election and you're here, let's talk. What are your thoughts if Trump wins on the industry? Are we going to see a spike? Are we going to see anything good?
I think at first you'll probably see a spike because, one, people are going to worry about what executive orders or madness they're going to try to do the first little bit. And then I think it's going to go more business as usual for 25 as people kind of relax a little bit, as the economy can hopefully recover in the next couple of years somewhat. I think you'll start seeing everything kind of loosen up. You'll see a little more innovation again. You'll see a little more, the good times, not the madness, the traditional good times will come back. Your traditional cycles will pick back up, that type of thing.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to figure out because, you talk to everybody in the industry and everyone's like, well, we're seeing, I feel like this year's fourth quarter pickup showed up a little later than normal. What do you think?
Oh, it definitely came in later than normal for most people. Now, there's outliers like there is with everything else. I know some companies actually had pretty decent 24. Some of them had pretty solid late Q3s going in decent Q4s beginning. But overall, the industry, the late end of year pickup definitely came much later than everybody was expecting. Because going into this year, everybody thought, okay, we're going to have more of our traditional summer lull, the June, July, August timeframes that suck. That late August going into September, as bird seasons and all that stuff came in, that's what your general pickup time is. And that definitely came in later this year than normal. In a normal year, in a normal cycle, throw the bad flu years out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the same thing I'm hearing. I'm worried. Are you worried about another Trump slump, or do you think we're gonna be fine?
I mean, I'm not so much worried about the Trump slump, like it was when everybody took that giant sigh of relief, after 2016 and that cycle. And the reason why is nobody has bought the inventory crazy heavy like they did during that cycle. So there's less ridiculous amounts of crap and just junk sitting on shelves to get rid of. Everybody's kind of gone through the pain and kind of thinned some of that out as it is. So I don't think we're going to see the slump that we did in like 2017, 2018. But I think it'll be more of like the return to normal. The industry's like more return to normalcy. You'll have the first quarter will be really good. Second quarter will be okay. Summer slow down. Your traditional summer slump, and then it picks back up into the year again. I think that's what we see next year.
Real quick, budget out there says his brother's up 13,000 votes with 90% of the precincts reporting. Pretty sure he won.
Nice.
So that's
Congrats, budget.
Congrats. Absolutely.
So what were you talking about, folks? Is there something going on tonight that I should know about?
Also reporting there are protesters outside of the White House right now.
I saw that a second ago.
Real quick, what was your brother running for? Maybe
he's a judge, a county judge position.
Oh, okay, very nice.
Which is awesome because people don't understand County judges, guys, I think that people that aren't really into politics and understand, county judges aren't judges. They run the financial side of the county. They're president of the county, right?
Yeah.
So, so when people hear county judge, it doesn't necessarily mean they're a judge. That's an incredibly important. That's a very powerful position.
County court at law is the
correct
legal
thing. But that's awesome. Congrats, Judge in Stark County Family Court. Oh, so he's actually going to be a judge. Okay, he's not a county judge. Okay, he is actually going to be a judge in the family court. Congratulations. Still, that's awesome. He's going to win. Real quick, Budget, is this his first time that he's ever run for this position or any position? If so, hey, you start your career out under the win. That's pretty solid. 1-0, baby. 1-0. Virginia has gone light blue, but we're still talking 67%, and it's 49.4 to 48.9. So just throwing it
88% of the votes in for Georgia. It's a 3-point race right now.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they haven't called North Carolina yet. He's up by 6 points with 75% of the vote in.
So I think this is hilarious. Montana only got one. They've already called it for President Trump. 1%, but Harris has 62% of the vote in that 1%. Now, the only reason why I was not really worried about Montana and Wyoming, except for the fact of this. In the last 4 years, Montana and Wyoming have got a huge influx from the West Coast, Washington, Oregon, California. And I'm not saying it's all because of Yellowstone, but there's a large influx of the Californians moving out to Montana and Wyoming to be, their cowboys. So I was interested to see how much it swayed the votes in those states. It's nice to see that so far it hasn't swayed much, but I was a little worried about Montana and Wyoming because they do have a lot of what they call them drugstore cowboys out there. So what did I miss while I was gone? What are you guys talking about? Nothing? Fantastic. Let's see here.
No, a couple things I'm noticing. Virginia is about a half a point to Kamala now. North Carolina is a 7 point. It's 75% reporting. It's
crazy.
7 point game to Trump, which is nice. Georgia has closed, which is concerning. At 88%. Has closed to about 3 now. 3 points, a little over 3. So,
Budget said he lost 2 years ago, but kept at it and has pretty much campaigned nonstop since. What paid off, brother? It paid off. Congrats to him. It's nice to have a judge in your pocket, huh? Just saying. Mm-hmm. Right now, we'll quick update for everybody out there that's listening. They may not be watching the screen and all that. As of right now, obviously these are soft numbers. These are not official, but Electoral College right now, President Trump with 198 Electoral College votes, Vice President Harris with 112. You need 270 to win. If we're talking popular vote right now, it is 52.5% to 46% for President Trump. Once again, these are all soft numbers, but there is a trend there, so we'll say that.
I would say congrats to your boy last night. I know you were hanging out last night at the concert with him, but Morrissey just won the West Virginia governor race.
That's fantastic. That's great. So the funny thing about I did go to the Morrissey concert last night, and he made it funny. Now, Morrissey is not an American citizen. He's from England. Lives in LA most of the time, but he's not a citizen, can't vote, but he's a fairly liberal guy. Okay. It is what it is. I'm able to distinguish between politics and music. Anyways, he made a funny thing yesterday. He was at the concert after the first couple songs. He was like, hey, thanks for having me and all that. And he says, I was met at the airport this morning by Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And, he's like, it was nice for her to show up and meet. She said, he said she came over and was very, very thankful for me to coming to Little Rock and couldn't wait for the concert. She's been waiting her whole life to hear Brown Eyed Girl live. Now that was a joke for him, but because that's Van Morrison and his name is Morrissey, it was a joke that he told, but I thought it was pretty funny. But yeah.
So
it would have been even funnier if he would have sang Brown Eyed Girl, but he didn't.
So I was looking at something here, looking at the electoral. 112 Harris, 198 Trump right now.
Correct, yes.
But you got to keep in mind the West Coast, Washington, Oregon, California is 74 electoral votes.
And I mean, California in itself is 54. It's pretty much guaranteed to go towards her.
That West Coast will be all her, and that will put them within like 10. So
it's all close. 3 of those are going to go blue. Let's just the reality of it, right? Yeah.
Yep.
No, by the way, I mean, here's a funny thing. Let's talk New Hampshire, and it's 4 electoral college votes, whatever, 56% reporting, and it's 52 to 47. It's still a 4-point race in New Hampshire. Harris is winning right now, but it's closer than we thought. Update in Virginia, it's a dead fucking heat, 68%, and it is dead. It's a dead heat in Virginia right now.
49, 4, less than a half point.
Yeah, we're talking 10,000 votes total in Virginia, which I think that, once again, electoral college, it might mean one thing, but what that tells me in the popular vote, more support for Trump than I think that anyone ever expected in Virginia. It shouldn't be close in Virginia, right? It's been a while. Clover, can you update us 2016 and 2020 Virginia votes again?
Oh yeah, it was Biden took that by like 10.
Yeah. So the fact that it's basically a dead heat is pretty impressive. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and Clinton took it by 5, so it should not be a dead heat for sure. Yeah.
Arizona just flipped to pink. It's still a dead heat. We're talking 4,000 votes total. New Mexico, folks. New Mexico, 35% reporting, and and Trump's got a 1.5 lead in New Mexico. Once again, it's early, but the fact that New Mexico is still pink after all this time is pretty incredible. Let's just be honest.
What the fuck is up with Kansas? Like, seriously.
He's got
61%, 53-44.
I don't know why they haven't called it yet. I don't know.
Oh my God.
They can't get Gary on the phone to confirm.
Apparently, wake up, Gary.
Gary's asleep, or he's at bingo. Let's just be honest. He might be in bingo.
Well, I'm surprised they haven't called Iowa either.
Where's Filbert?
Where's Iowa?
Iowa, 44%, and he's got a 10-point lead. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting.
In North Carolina, they haven't called either. It's at 75%. He's got a 6-point lead.
They're hanging on a hope that they can somehow bring that back. Like,
they're hoping.
Cooler votes.
But here's the thing: what they don't realize is people don't realize this. It's not just Camp Lejeune. There is a large contingency of military in North Carolina, foreign military in North Carolina, and they ain't no way in hell they're going to go Harris.
Yeah, just Lejeune and Bragg alone, or excuse me, Liberty. It's Bragg.
Liberty, Camp Liberty, damn it.
Yeah, it's Bragg. It always be Bragg.
Or Fort Liberty. Camps Marine Corps. I don't know. Is it fort? They're all forts in the Army, right?
It's fort. You have some camps, but they're smaller installation, like a Camp Shelby or stuff like that. But
I'll tell you the worst thing that could happen for her is what happened in Afghanistan. Afghanistan people that are military adjacent or whatever will never forgive what happened in Afghanistan. And don't be surprised if a lot of that in North Carolina is the military contingency that's holding her responsible for Afghanistan still. Just throwing it out there. It's going to play a role. I don't know if it's going to change anything, but it's going to play a role for sure.
You've got that, and then you've got the fantastic government response to the hurricane and flooding.
This is true, which was... That's right. That's true. That's right.
So North Carolina has not forgotten that. That's for sure.
Yeah. Chris, any updates from Ohio that you've got going on? Have you seen anything crazy happening?
Let me check here. I was checking on Pennsylvania again.
Okay. I'm seeing Moreno is 79%. He's got 51, so it's kind of yeah, it's close, but he is in the lead.
Yeah, he's still up a couple 100,000 votes.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. So
McCormick in Pennsylvania, 56%. He's 49.3, leading that race at 49.3.
My man Jim Jordan blew out Wilson. He got her 68.3% to 31.7.
That wasn't a flip though, was it?
No.
Okay.
No, but he's my favorite here in Ohio, so
yeah.
How are all the other talking heads looking?
They just called Colorado.
They've called Colorado for a while, and we knew that was going to go blue. Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
Colorado. I will say this though, 55 to 43. That's interesting. It's not as bad of a slaughter as I think they anticipated.
And New Mexico just flipped.
Yeah. I mean, once again, we knew that was going to happen eventually, right?
They had a lot of votes coming. It flipped big time. They flipped 9 points, so they had a lot of votes coming in.
Well, it went from 35 to 40 to 61% reporting. So it's, but yeah, I mean, we knew that was that's what was so funny is it was stayed pink for so long. It was just hilarious.
So I'm curious.
Arizona's 49% reporting, and it's still a dead heat. We're talking 4,000 votes difference.
So 54-44 basically in New Mexico, right?
54-40, yeah. Basically.
Biden won 54-44. And
really?
Yeah, and Hillary won 48-40. Gary Johnson took nearly 10%.
Well, yeah. Gary Johnson, we can say what we want to about him, but he did do some damage in 2016.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we got to keep that in mind. We don't have that in play this go around.
That's correct. We don't have that third party.
So I mean, in these tight races, 10 would be amazing, but we've seen in one state when I looked it up, he took 3 points, and that could make or break.
Let me ask you guys a question real quick. What does this map look like in your minds? This just talks amongst yourself here. What does this map look like if RFK Jr. stayed in the race as a third party independent? Does it hurt or help Trump at this point?
I think it would hurt him. He'd take probably.
He'd pull that
take maybe one state. Yeah.
Yep. I don't know if he takes any states, but I'll put it this way. I don't think Trump's leading in Pennsylvania right now.
But I think he takes away from some of the states that Trump's kind of
that's what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm saying. Yeah.
So just for giggles right now, Polymarket has the final electoral estimation at 280 to 262 for Trump.
Wow.
285 to 262, excuse me.
That's interesting.
285. He flips 3 swings then, apparently. Right? Yeah. Wouldn't that be?
I think that they're saying he's going to flip Pennsylvania, Arizona, and probably Michigan.
Arizona,
Michigan is only 23%, but it is literally even Steven. At this point. There's 2,000 votes.
But you're also talking 15 electoral votes. That's a big one.
Yeah.
So
Wisconsin.
He's up a point and a half.
A point and a half at 54%. So
yeah,
that's interesting.
So here's a fun one. So Kalshi's going just the Vegas odds. They've got Trump at 86 to 14 to win total right now, with $312 million in bets.
Are you kidding me?
Polymarket has the worldwide betting pool.
Okay.
At 89 to 12 for Trump.
Oh my God.
Michigan just flipped.
At a
Michigan just flipped, boys and girls.
Yep.
That's it. 3.4 billion worth of betting.
How much?
3.4 billion. Now this is worldwide.
That's
So you've got your
insane
big,
to me.
you've got your Monaco and you've got your Middle
I
Eastern
get
markets
it.
playing.
I get it, but the fact that that's huge when it's the world's dumping that much money into that's
Betting on
insane.
who becomes the world power, basically.
$3.4 billion. That's insane. Go ahead.
The blue wall is now pink. Yeah.
The blue wall is now pink. Yes, it is. It is.
Something just turned red.
Michigan did.
No,
Yeah,
like
Michigan.
red. Something just turned red.
They said they're calling
Was it
Iowa.
Kansas?
Yeah, Iowa.
Iowa. My screen is okay. So
Yeah.
on the map
Fox
on the
is-
screen there, it's turned
Fox
red.
and
On my thing,
MSNBC are
it's
both
still
giving
pink.
Trump Iowa.
Okay.
Well, they should.
So, yeah.
He's up 12 points.
No, Kansas just turned red on the map on the video.
It sure did. It sure. So they've given them on the map. They're calling Iowa and Kansas. I'm looking at the AP thing online, and they have not called them yet. But as far as the map goes, they've got now 204 to 112 electoral college for President Trump.
When are we going to get reporting from Nevada? Because they were supposed to report 40 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
Okay,
close.
Kansas has
They're gonna figure
turned.
that out.
Arizona. You say Arizona
Bro,
It's
Georgia is
Arizona's
come on
split.
now, y'all.
or Nevada? You said.
Nevada has
So
3.2
Nevada and
88%.
Pennsylvania were ranked the two slowest counting states in the country. Was Pennsylvania and Nevada. Nevada's always slow. They always
That's
want to be
right.
the last ones. They want to be the ones everyone's waiting up till 3 a.m. for. That's just how they are.
What's Georgia?
So-
What was Georgia?
Georgia's he's still up 3.2 with
Yeah.
88% in. Come on now.
I'm not going to call that one until it's about 94%, just because they don't want to make any rash decisions.
So talking about
Now, let me ask you
Nevada,
this: on the other media publications and all that, is Georgia been called by anyone else right now,
No.
Chase?
No one's
nobody
called
that
it.
I've seen on this.
Well, let me give you as to why. I ran some numbers a while ago. So it's 88%, right? Reported.
Yep.
88%.
Reporting,
And
yes.
so I crunched some numbers with reported, and this is all rough ass numbers, so don't
Sure.
take it for what you will.
Yeah.
But I crunched some numbers with Georgia, and if my math was correct in all of that anyway, there is still potentially something like 600,000 registered voters that could still go cast a vote. And
Well, they can't
it's
still cast
only-
it. They can be counted, but they can't cast it.
or they can be
It's
counted.
closed.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I meant.
yeah,
Yeah. Well, I guess they could still cast it depending on what goes down. But anyway,
This is true. That's fair. That's a fair point.
right.
They're gonna be bringing some coolers in from the back here in a minute.
But the point is,
Shenanigans.
there's a 2,000 vote roughly game, 2 to 3,000 vote game, and there's 600,000 votes, 2 to 300,000 vote game, and there's about 600,000 votes in my math.
And you're saying that 80% of those 600,000, if they're still out there, have to go her way, or it's
they would have
almost all have to go their
half
way.
would have to go her way just to make it even, Steven.
That's what I'm saying. So like 75-80% would have to go her way for her to have it,
correct.
Now they did officially call, well, I'm not saying officially, AP has officially called Iowa and Kansas. So AP's updated electoral is 210 for President Trump, 112 for Vice President Harris. Once again, 270 needed to win. Overall, the popular vote has not changed in a long time. Still 52.5% for Trump, 46.3% for Harris. 48 million to 42 million. Once again, you do have Seattle, Portland, and all of California coming your way. So stand by for the standby, folks.
My
go ahead.
current map versus the historical maps. Looks way more like 2016 than it does 2020 right now. Just saying.
That's a good sign. That's a good
as
sign.
far as the color goes.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, that's because
that's a
the
good
most
sign.
popular president in U.S. history isn't running. That's why.
Well, I crunched the numbers a while ago. I gave the votes, so I'm just saying. Since he was the first zombie president,
I mean, there's a lot to be said about that.
It stands to reason that he got all the dead people vote, right? Come on,
he did.
very
That's
true.
absolutely all of his kin and brethren.
Yeah.
So Georgia hasn't updated for a while. North Carolina's close.
Carolina.
So what's his path to win?
Got,
Are we saying he's got to get North Carolina, Minnesota,
he's going to
Wisconsin?
get Georgia. Georgia's 16. Okay. You get Carolina, that's 16 more. So there's 32 right there. And Pennsylvania's 20. So, and then if he gets any of the Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, it's over. It doesn't matter what happens on the West Coast.
Let's see.
He'll get the 4 from Idaho.
He'll get Idaho's for sure. But let's say he gets 1 out of the 3. I mean, like right now, you're looking at 24% in Michigan, and he's now got over a point lead in Michigan. Over a point. That's pretty impressive. Wisconsin, he's got over a point. Minnesota, 5% reporting. You can't really take this for what it is. It's only got 5%, but it's 61-37.
That's super slow reporting with Minnesota too.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's normal or not. I don't know much about Minnesota politics.
Well, takes Arizona, that'll be a big one.
You're still talking Virginia. Virginia's 73%, and it's still only a point and a half for Harris. It's tight. I mean, we're talking 50,000 votes here. You never know. Virginia could still be in play, and that's 13 electoral votes that they never thought they'd be in play for. Let's just be honest. That's huge.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they've got Fox News has Trump up 211 to 117. So
what is it now?
It's a 211 to 117 is what they have for Fox.
Who has that? Fox does?
Fox.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got 210 to 112.
Yeah, that's what AP. So it's
what's the one that they gave him?
They're giving him there's either a split. There's a couple states that are split. Maine.
Now there are a couple of states that can split their they do.
Yeah,
I think New Hampshire might be one of those that split. I'm not sure. I think
it's Nebraska and Maine.
Maine, okay, yeah, it's Northeast. It might be Maine. They have what 3 or 4? They have 2 or 4. I think they have Maine has what 4? Hold on, Maine has 4 electoral college, and they can split those. So there you go. Who knows?
So I flipped it over to MSNBC for fun, and they are having a full meltdown over Pennsylvania right now. We're talking like we've loosened ties, we've rolled up sleeves, we're heavily animated.
G is saying that News Nation has Trump at 242. What has he won?
Where's G saying that?
In the chat.
Oh, G23. Okay.
Yeah,
News Nation has Trump 240.
So MSNBC has 210 to 91. They just pop back up.
John, can you pull up News Nation and see what their map looks like? I guess I could do it too. News Nation
240 something.
Okay.
It's 242.
They're calling North Carolina or Georgia and probably something else.
So
News Nation. Here we go.
So Daily Wire is saying BBC is saying Trump's going to win.
BBC saying it? That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, News Nation is projecting Trump to win Georgia.
So CNN is
16.
showing.
Who else are they projecting? Are they projecting North Carolina? That's another 16. If you do that, that gives them North Carolina and Georgia. There's the 32 votes. Is that what they're saying? Georgia and North Carolina?
It's got to be
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, that'd be 242.
That'd be 242.
The betting lines all have him at like 90%
on both of those.
Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
What's Virginia at right now?
CNN showing 207 to 91 for your
roughly a point.
No, I was saying on the betting side, Chase. What is Virginia looking like?
Virginia is
it's a fucking dead heat, is what it is.
Yeah.
50,000 votes maximum.
Now they're showing Kamala to win Virginia on call sheet. Let me go to Polly.
That's interesting. I mean, I tell you, it's a different side of thinking about and reading stats, but I never thought about the betting lines and all that and how accurate it's pretty much been so far, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm. U.S. election.
He's still within 3 in New Hampshire. That's weird.
Yeah, they
he
called
is.
News Nation called Trump in North Carolina and Georgia.
Okay, well,
They're
there's a
reporting
242 for you
90%
then.
of the vote in Georgia on News Nation.
Well, we're reporting
I'm
AP at
showing
90%, and it's still 50. He's got a 3-point lead with 90% on the AP side. Like I said, they're not going to call Georgia until he gets about 94%. I don't think. I really don't think so.
Yeah, they're being a little conservative, and they should, because we've, like I said, we've seen the
fucked it
last
up.
couple cycles. We've seen, especially Fox, fuck it
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Now it could have been because of shenanigans. Not saying it wasn't, but either way, they called it too early.
Either way, they early called it, and once again, the early call isn't in the grand scheme of things for Georgia politics. Doesn't mean anything. But where it does come into play is the West Coast are still the polls. Like if they early called Georgia in the first hour as the polls closed, that still could affect West Coast voting. That's where it becomes a play. And that's where they made a mistake is they called Georgia like within the first half hour of the polls being closed. And that
Well, at this point, I don't know that anything matters.
no, I don't think so either because all the polls are basically closed at this point.
Because the actual West Coast is that's a blue lock. You ain't got to worry about that.
So they're saying that
let's look at go ahead. I'm gonna look at the Senate wire. The Senate right now, they're calling right now it's 48-37 GOP. We've gained 1 seat, which means it's 50-50, and if Trump wins, we have the tiebreaker with the vice president. I think we'll end up with about 52. I really do. I think it'll be 52-48 Senate when we get done with it. That's just me. Looks like we've gained 2. We've gained 2, but gained 2 seats in the House as well as so far as of right now. Sorry, what were we saying?
Mike Rogers has went up to take the Senate seat in Michigan.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
He's up almost 30,000 votes, so that's going in the right direction too.
So Republicans,
he's at 49.5% with 26%. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Republicans already had the House.
Yes, but what I'm saying it wasn't by a lot. So I'm saying
but the Democrats have lost 3 seats.
No. I'm saying is we're actually making improvement on the House. But the Senate as of right now, we've gained 1 seat.
So that's a little more consistent and a little less shenaniganry with Senate and House. So it looks like at least now the Republicans will have the House. They'll have Congress. So
they'll have Congress, both houses of Congress.
Even if there's hanky panky,
they ain't gonna get shit done.
But it'll be gridlock at least for 2 years.
77% for a Republican sweep for the House.
What's that now?
So the betting line is a 77% for a Republican sweep.
Really?
For House, Senate, and President.
Interesting. That's a big number.
That is a big number.
That's a big number. Holy cow.
Virginia has shifted to Harris now.
So News
in the betting lines.
Okay, well it's 50-48 right now. Harris 73% reporting 50-48. 50-48.4 officially.
Yeah. That's now people watching the odds and throwing money in now.
Yeah.
Well, that would be a flip. Virginia would be a flip from 2020 or 2016.
Absolutely. Like I said, the fact that we're in play in Virginia is amazing. Like that kind of shows where it's going, you know.
The fact that we're this far past 7 p.m. Eastern time and we're still talking about Virginia, because that should have been locked out.
It should have been locked out. Absolutely. And I'll tell you another one. 86% in Carolina, and he's got almost a 3-point lead with 86% reporting.
He's got more of a lead in Michigan than he does North Carolina right now. How ridiculous is that?
That's great. Yeah, he does.
Well, all the reporting's on in. Yeah, keep
The
that
reporting
in mind.
yes.
Yeah, Wisconsin 58% reported. He's got a 2-point lead there. Minnesota once again 9%. What the fuck are they? Is the Amish bringing in all? No offense to the Amish, but are the Amish bringing all the ballots in somewhere? I don't know.
Nah, everybody's
You can
froze.
offend them. What are they going to do? Watch this show?
Oh, they make great fucking furniture, bro.
They
Come
do.
on.
Really good cheese.
News Nation has called the Ohio Senate race.
Okay, that's a good thing for Moreno, I'm assuming.
Yeah, from
Back
Moreno.
on top at PA.
Yeah, I mean it's 85% reporting. He's at 51% basically the vote, so that's good for him.
It's funny.
Pennsylvania Senate seat, Dave McCormick, 65% reporting. He is leading with 49.1% of the vote. Obviously, there's a third party in there somewhere. Let's find out.
So while you're doing that, if you look at Fox, everybody's kind of smiling and upbeat. If you look at CNN, everybody's kind of like even keel, just normal. And if you look at MSNBC, the world is ending.
Maybe the greatest name on YouTube, Midget with Carrot Cake, is out there. It says 3 beers in and hopeful. Fantastic. I love that name, by the way, Midget with Carrot Cake. There's got to be a story, homie. I'm in. I got to know the story. Midget with Carrot Cake. Please. There's got to be something.
Officially, the House is right now, the Republicans have flipped 3.
Yep, we have.
And the Senate, they have flipped 1. So that's all coming out. That's AP and Fox both saying the same thing.
Not that this matters.
We need 2 seats. I'm just saying. I need 2 seats.
Yeah, no, not that it matters, but in the gubernatorial count, GOP is sitting with 26 governors right now. I think it'll be much higher than that. I think that that's what always plays out, though. But yeah, it has something to do with the Yankee Marshal. Well, how is Dave? I haven't seen him in a couple years, so he's a guilty pleasure of mine. He's a good person. He might be weird and he says some outrageous things, but he's a decent person. I haven't been over to his chat in a long time. But Midget with the Carrot Cake, just being that it's Yankee, there's no telling where that came from, but that makes sense.
So we're 3 minutes away from Idaho and the West Coast reporting.
Yeah.
No, Idaho.
I mean, I think we know where that's going to go. Idaho is going to be red. Washington, Oregon, California, blue, and there is absolutely no way of knowing what Nevada is going to do. Good question. Calaveras wants to know if Trump wins, will Antifa attack? They have no leadership, so they probably wouldn't know where or when to attack. So probably not.
I think, if Trump wins, you're going to see some definite unrest in stupid areas, but they can burn their own cities down. Nobody cares.
Yeah, I think you see Seattle and Portland go weird again, but fuck, they can have them,
Yeah.
So Fox is calling Maine
For Trump.
It's a split in Maine. It's Trump, 1 for Trump and the rest
3 for Harris.
Kamala.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
So they're at 212, 119 now on Fox.
Okay. Interesting. Virginia, 74%, and it's still, God almighty, it's 50,000 votes in Virginia. That's incredible to me that it's within 50,000 votes total.
Come on,
That's
Georgia. You got 90%.
crazy. Georgia's at 90%, and it's a 3-point lead. Yeah. Carolina's at 86%, and it is a 3-point lead. Come on, Carolina.
That's almost 4 points in Michigan, and he's come on.
Okay,
yeah, Michigan's 4 points. Wisconsin is 2 points. Minnesota is still 9% reporting. Arizona 50% reporting. It's dead heat. We're talking 3,000 votes total.
3% in Pennsylvania. Come on, man. Let's do this.
With Arizona, you got to look at it's probably that there's 3 counties that haven't reported yet in Arizona. Those are all res, or most of it's res.
And you had mentioned that a couple hours ago that usually Arizona goes where the res goes. Locally, are they saying anything about where that might go this time?
Nothing that I've heard, but it's been like it's the pockets here. It really is.
Yeah.
There's so like Chandler in the Phoenix area, you got Chandler is mostly Republican. You've got Alatuki that's mostly Republican. So it's all these pockets, and then you've got to worry like Sedona, that is 100% Democrat.
Right.
And I'm surprised. I'm not surprised that the county that Sedona's in went blue and flag. The county Phoenix is in went blue. County Tucson's in went blue. Like that, none of this surprises me.
Yeah.
They've called Washington for her, shocker. Oregon for her, shocker. Idaho for him.
No shock there.
California
will be, yeah. Nevada, what are they saying so far in Nevada? Because mine hasn't updated yet on AP.
So I'm looking for the betting odds still has Trump heavily favored in Nevada, both of them.
Really?
Yep.
Real quick, because Nevada is a big time battleground state. I want to bring Clover in. 2016, 2020. What did Nevada do? If you don't mind, sir.
Yeah. Let's see. Hang on. Wrong one. Biden took it by 2.
Okay.
Roughly. So it was close. And
it usually is. That's what I worry about.
And Hillary took it by about 2. Yeah.
Okay. So it's okay. And you said, Chase, the betting line is heavily in favor of Trump at this point.
Yes.
Interesting.
Here's a question.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Right now, as the updated quote unquote electoral map looks like, 214 for Trump, 179 for Harris, because they gave Washington and California. California is 54 votes. Washington has 12. So there's 66 votes right there. That's why there's a big jump. Go ahead.
Well, let Chris do his thing.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah, do your thing. Yeah, I appreciate you staying on. Yeah, I know you got to go to bed and all that.
Yeah, I got
do your thing, boy. What you got going on? I want to say plug your shit, man. But that's what you do for a living. So.
Wow.
I don't really have much coming up on the channel, to be honest with you, but
just working, huh?
Yeah, I have not filmed for quite a while, but I appreciate you having me on. I wish I could stay on later, but I got a long day tomorrow.
I get it.
All right.
I
will talk to you guys in the morning, and hopefully
we have some good news, right?
Yeah, man.
Hopefully no shenanigans.
No shenanigans.
No shenanigans. There we go. All right, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Safe. All right, be safe.
All right.
So
you ready to go check out Christmas 740? Great guy doing great content. Some of the best videography you're going to have on YouTube. So go check him out. He's doing some good work over there. Go ahead.
So when did they? Does anybody remember when they called the 2016 election?
It was about 2 or 3 in the morning when it got done, because I went to bed at 2 and I woke up the next morning. He had won, so it was about 2 or 3. It was after 2 o'clock Central Time in the morning.
Yeah, I remember waking up like 3 or 4 in the morning, laughing pretty hard.
So Fox News has given the West Coast to Harris.
Yeah,
AP hasn't made a decision yet on Oregon.
AP's got it light blue. So now understand 44%, and she's got a 60-38 lead. So that's imminent. I mean, you're gonna get another 8 electoral college votes for Oregon. We know that. So that puts her at what does that put her at? 187.
Yeah.
It
also takes us into battleground states pretty much.
It takes us pretty much into Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. The fact that he's still in play in Virginia and leading Carolina is amazing. He's got a 2-point lead in Carolina at 86%, reporting 75% reporting. He's within 1.5 points basically in Virginia, which if you would have told me 2 hours ago that he even had a chance in Virginia, I would say that you were batshit crazy. So there you go. I'm going to jump on my phone so I can go outside and smoke.
Dude.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Well, so I'm looking at News Nation. They're reporting 246 to 162. So they've called Georgia and North Carolina.
Yeah. Fox has got 216 to 193 right now because I just happen to be on that channel. So if you give them North Carolina and Georgia, that bumps him up to 248. So he would have to take like Pennsylvania, Nevada, or Michigan, one of those other battleground states to push him over.
What year could he just take Minnesota, Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Minnesota's at 12%, and Wisconsin's at 60%, and he's still got 2 points up.
Yeah.
What'd you say now?
He's up by 2 points in Wisconsin with 61% vote return.
That rally with Brett Favre paid off.
Apparently.
He's still way up in Michigan too. He's up a lot.
Michigan. What about Minnesota? I'm outside right now, so I'm not looking at my numbers. What is Minnesota looking at right now?
Minnesota's at 12% with a almost 23% up. He's at 23 points up in Minnesota.
So there's 12%. At least it's gone up from 9% to 12%. That's, I mean, for them at their pace, that's huge progress. I can't remember, Clover, Minnesota historically red or blue the last couple cycles here.
Stand by.
I think they've been predominantly blue, if I'm not mistaken, haven't they?
All the Somalis in Minneapolis.
Minnesota, Biden up 7-ish. And Minnesota, Hillary up about 2. So it was close.
But it was close to 2016. Okay, so it's going to be more
like
2016.
Here's the thing with 2016, because I got to bring this up because I think it makes a difference. Gary Johnson pulled nearly 4.
Yep. How much did he get?
4. Nearly 4.
Okay.
He pulled 3.8, and it was a 2-point race between Clinton and Trump.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We have forgotten. We've been mentioning it and all this stuff. Gary Johnson actually polled pretty well for a third-party candidate in 2016. He did quite well. He was definitely above the margin of error, which is most third parties within that 3%, the margin of error, what they call it. And he polled well above that in 2016. So he did make a difference in 2016. That's why there wasn't a mandated election, because neither one of the candidates got 50% of the vote. Thank you, Gary Johnson. That's not in play this year. Interesting.
That's because Hillary sucks so much, somebody else had a chance.
Has anyone besides AP, people are looking at those between Chase and Ginger and maybe Clover, I'm not sure if you are too, has Georgia or Carolina been called yet on anyone else's media outlets?
North Carolina's been called on News Nation. They haven't called. They're saying on Fox too close to call for North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and Pennsylvania.
All the major news,
they're not calling
TV news stations, the traditional big 3, big 4, and then the Fox, CNN, MSNBC, they're all calling it too close to count.
Well, if we remember back in 2020, I'm sure most of us do remember.
Yeah.
It was 90% when they, when quote unquote Biden made his move. So
yeah,
there's shit to be had.
Fox is showing where Moreno has officially taken the Senate seat in Ohio.
Officially
So that-
good. So it's called
Yeah.
good.
So that's
Good.
2 for the Senate now.
So that puts us at 51. So we have majority, correct?
They're showing 50 right now. We need one more.
Oh, okay. We have 50.
Yeah, we're at 50 now.
Now
We
have
need
they
one
have
for the
they have
majority.
they called was it McConnell or whatever and
McCormick in Pennsylvania.
McCormick?
No,
I mean, they haven't called
No,
his
not
yet,
yet.
but he's leading
He's
though,
a-
right? Still.
he's up 2%.
So that'll put us over the edge.
Yeah, that'll give you the majority.
Okay, which I think that's no surprise. I think that the Senate was. I think everyone kind of figured the Senate was going to flip this year. I'm getting off of this real quick.
What the heck? Wait a minute. We've got some screwery in Georgia.
It's only a matter of time. Damn it.
So it was reporting 90% of the vote reported. Now it's reporting 88 again. And they're reporting 88% in North Carolina.
You aren't suggesting there's some tomfoolery going on.
How dare I suggest tomfoolery?
They are back to 88%, and he's still got a 3-point lead though. So
Yeah.
it'll be interesting. We figured something's going to happen in Georgia.
Well, just remember, kids, this is Guy Fawkes Day. We're doing this on, so
Yeah. Interesting. G-Webs, if you got invited, would you go to either the campaign? He says libraries. I would say campaign headquarters. No, because I don't like crowds like that. Same reason why I don't necessarily like going to football games anymore in person. I'd rather just sit where I am right now and have the best seat in the house. I've got computers. I've got good friends I'm talking to. And would you guys go to any campaign headquarters if you were invited?
Nope. I'm not that invested in it.
Depends on
haven't been
how
really
I was invited.
in a candidate. You know what I mean?
Well,
yeah.
John, if you have a choice now, if you're told you're going to go as a member of GOA, you don't have a choice. But if you had a personal choice, if you were personally invited, would you go?
Depends on the person.
Jeez, Louise.
No, really.
mean,
if it was JD Vance, yeah, I'd go hang out.
Yeah, if like Don Jr. is like, hey man, come hang out. I'm like,
He
okay.
seems like
I now that's a different situation. If I was invited by, let's say, Kid Rock, then hell yeah, I'm in. Let me ask you this. Here's an even better question. If you're invited to any inauguration parties in DC, would you go?
no, I'll end up on a watch list. Nope. Not playing that game.
There's a part of me that wouldn't mind going to an inauguration party.
I'm already on plenty of those anyway, so let's go.
Yeah.
So, given California and Washington's been called, which are big, big ones and everything.
Yeah.
I'm looking at popular, and Trump is up like 8 million votes in the popular. Right
yeah,
now.
he's up 52.4 to 46.3. He is up 52 million to 46. Yeah. Yeah, he's up 6 million votes.
Remember.
He's nearly 4 points, dude, in Pennsylvania, or he is 4 points.
He is 4 points. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yep.
They just don't want to call it. That's all that is.
And
they're not going to call it.
Almost 5. He's up 5 points in Michigan. He's up 3 points in Wisconsin. Holy shit, Minnesota's got 14% now, and he's 60.5 to 37.4. Minnesota 14%.
Yeah, I want to look at the precincts.
If he can legitimately take Tampon Tim's fucking
Wouldn't that be
own
amazing?
state away from him.
That would be awesome.
So St. Paul, Minneapolis, St. Paul is really the only thing you got to worry about much, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's it.
for the most part.
That's
Yes,
about the
yeah.
that's about the only thing that's colored
Like,
blue.
what is that? Probably, in all seriousness, probably 65% of that population, 70% on some kind of government assistance.
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe more.
It's legitimately little Somalia there.
Well, that's the only area significantly that's blue,
Yeah,
and there's half the state hasn't even like reported. You know,
Yeah.
there's no color at all. And
Well, that's because it's coming in by caribou and shit. It's gonna take a minute.
no shit, right?
we need Thor to start helping us out. Flying around and getting some
Call
shit
Santa.
done in Minnesota.
Santa can handle it. Red one.
Red one, Red Force One.
Oh, darn! Our good old buddy Busey doesn't have a chance in hell of winning the Montana governor. I'm so sad. That turncoat motherfucker. He's the former Kimber exec that hates the gun industry now and pisses on everybody.
He's a former Kimber exec.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, guns are bad.
Real quick, let's go check in on some of the.
Georgia's 90% again.
And he's got a 3-point lead.
Still the same. Yeah, that didn't change. 200,000, roughly 200. It's been right around 200,000 votes for a while now.
Yeah.
So.
Real quick, McCormick in Pennsylvania in the Senate race, 73% reporting. He's still up at 49.7% of the vote. So,
and
he's still up.
North Carolina, Trump is up nearly 150,000 votes.
Yep, he's up.
He's at 88% in North
basically.
Carolina. I don't see that happening.
I don't see it happening either.
I have a feeling they're going to call Georgia soon because on News Nation they're reporting 92% of the vote in, and he's still up.
I don't think you're going to call it before you see 94%. Honestly.
Well, that's what I mean. It's going to be soon.
Hopefully,
AP will drag their feet. You'll see like Fox probably call it first.
Yeah.
MSNBC will begrudgingly do it, and then AP will finally do it.
Now, News Nation is reporting that Kamala is up in Michigan.
So
I'm seeing her down by 5.5 points almost, with 31% reporting in Michigan.
Right. So right now, if he sees 214. If he gets at 32,
Pennsylvania's got 39. North Carolina
6, and he'll need 246. He'll need 24,
and 19 of them will be Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania,
Pennsylvania,
and anything
in any
else
of the North.
So
Midwest, yeah.
So right now, with 3-point leads in North Carolina and Georgia, like that's probably not a margin that is going to be contentious.
Well, I'll put you this way: if he wins those two, she has to sweep the North.
Yeah, but if he can win 4 in Pennsylvania and 2, 3, 4 plus in Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Michigan, she would concede. I don't think there would even be any contention. You know what I mean?
Yeah. As far as getting lawyers involved, I agree with you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There won't be this. We're gonna have to wait another 2 or 3 days like we did a couple years ago. I think you're right. North Carolina and Georgia, there's 32 votes right there. That gives them 246. Pennsylvania is 19. If he's able to win Pennsylvania at 19, that puts him at 265. If he wins all 3 of those states, all he has to do is win any of the 3 up north.
So
and
Vegas
it's over.
And worldwide both have him at Vegas has him at 89, worldwide has him at 91% to win Pennsylvania.
Holy shit.
Yeah, with all the Dubai and the Saudis. North Carolina just got called on AP.
Did they? Oh yeah.
It did. Yeah, it went red. Yeah, 230 to 179 now. 230 to 179. Georgia's probably pretty close. That puts them at 246. And when they call Georgia, he's got a 3-point lead with I don't see he's 136,000 votes up with 90% in Georgia. That's going to be any time now in the next 20 minutes.
They burned a lot of time in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
If he takes Pennsylvania, I believe they're fucked because they burned so much time in Pennsylvania that might have cost them one of the other three. That's all he needs is one of the other three, and it's
one of the other three, and it's over. Yeah, and to be honest with you, let's assume that she comes back in Pennsylvania, right? But he then, let's say he wins Michigan, it's at 15, 20, there's 35 votes. If he wins all three, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, it still puts him at 265, with Arizona and Nevada still out there basically. And that's even with, so if he gets Georgia, that puts him at 246. Even if she takes Pennsylvania, she still has to sweep the North pretty much.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's going to win one of those.
I don't think he's got a chance. It'll be Wisconsin or Michigan. I'm looking historically at some stuff here, and I don't think he's got it. Even though Minnesota looks good, we haven't seen any flips so far.
Yeah.
And so I don't think there's going to be any flips, and that means Minnesota would stay blue.
Yeah.
No flips for Trump. I haven't seen any flips for Trump.
Fox hasn't called North Carolina yet because I just flipped over to them, see what they were saying. So they've got him at 216. So if he takes they're talking about it right now. They haven't done it. They're projecting him to take North Carolina and Georgia and Wisconsin. So that puts him over 270.
Yeah, he's done. Yeah.
Yep.
Are they going to call? You think they'll call Georgia tonight?
I think they call Georgia in the next half hour. I think once it gets about 94%, I think they do. I think they call Georgia tonight. He's got 136,000, almost 137,000 vote lead.
Yeah, she hasn't. It's been 200. It's been around the 200,000 mark for a long time now.
Yeah, and
it's not, that gap's not closing.
Yeah.
And about 3%. So the gap's not closing as we.
I'm just surprised.
So Minnesota's now up to 16%. It went from 14 to 16, and he's got a 61 to 37 lead in Minnesota with now 16%. What I'm saying is it's going up slowly in Minnesota, but every time we're getting 1 or 2 more percents, he's increasing his lead in Minnesota. Not saying it means anything, but it's interesting.
Well, wouldn't it be some shit if Minnesota people hated Tim Walz so bad?
Yeah,
because that's where he's from, right?
Yes. Oh yeah, they hate it. They hate his guts up there.
Oh yeah,
they're voting Trump. They're voting Trump just because they've done like fuck that dude. I'm not voting for them. And
I hate to say this, we haven't forgotten that. Oh, absolutely. Now we haven't forgotten Hawaii and Alaska. Those are going to split. Let's just be honest. Yeah. They're going to split.
What's that?
Like but they're like two. There's like 2 each or whatever.
Right.
2 each.
So I mean, they're going to cancel each other out. Hawaii's going to go blue. Alaska's going to go red. That's just the way it goes. So the reason why we haven't brought them up is 1, there's hardly any votes there, but 2, they're going to cancel each other out. So
there's actually a betting line right now on who actually reports last, Alaska or Nevada.
Nevada. The only reason why I say that is Alaska is going to be a lock for red. So it won't. They just called Oregon, which is not a surprise, but they did just call Oregon for Harris. That's going to put her at 187. It's 230 to 187 unofficially on the Electoral College map right now.
She's closed the popular vote gap by about.
Yeah, it's 51.7 to 47 now. So it's 55.7 million to 50. So he's still got about a 5 million, but she has closed a little bit. That's going to be the Oregon. That's going to be the Seattle vote, basically. Let's just be honest. That's going to be the
that's
Seattle. If I had to
that's your
guess,
Portland vote,
Oh, yeah.
your Seattle vote, all that.
yeah. The Portland, Seattle. I mean, yeah, it's going to be the Portland because Seattle's already been called. But yeah, that's going to be the Portland. That whole West Coast is going to be where she going to make a stride.
All the
Let's
people
look
that
at
survived the
Virginia
Maui
again.
fire.
77%. It's still a 2-point race in Virginia, which is unbelievable to me. That's fantastic. Georgia's still at 90%. Hasn't moved yet. Pennsylvania, 76%. He's still up 3 points in Pennsylvania. He's up 7 points, 6.5 points in Michigan. He's up 4 points, 3.5 points in Wisconsin, and he's up big in Minnesota. But Minnesota's still only got 16% reporting, so take it for what it's worth. Arizona, real quick, 50%. It's still dead heat. Go ahead.
Fox News has video on Harris HQ. The look of despair on all their faces.
Oh, it's great right now.
Oh, it's so.
It is. There's a lot of sad. It's like every time they clip to Trump, it's like everybody's like having a good time, and it's very jovial. But Harris is like, this woman on there right now is just like, kill me. Like, what am I doing here? Like, it's a lot of sad faces. There's some surrender cobras going on. It's great.
So, according to News Nation, they're reporting 93% of the vote in for Georgia.
News Nation is okay. I'm at 91 on AP, and it's still a 3-point lead.
What's funny? Look at the Harris thing right now on Fox. There's literally you get this small section of actual crowd, and then all this stuff they're trying to show. Look at all these people there. It's all media waiting for any kind of announcement or talk or anything. Like, it's just this whole thing is so staged, and her wall of teleprompters on top of it. Oh,
once again, so let me ask you guys this. Let's take this a different spin because we've all talked about this privately in the last week or two. Let me ask you guys this, and we're talking about now Virginia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, these states that were. I mean, North Carolina. He wins North Carolina. It's crazy. Virginia, Pennsylvania are still in play and all of that. Do we think? I think I know the answer is, but how much of an impact did the Rogan podcast with Trump? Do you think that has something to do with some of the craziness that's happening in some of these battleground states?
Oh yeah,
because that's a huge thing for him to do 2 weeks out.
I think that there's a couple things I think have went on this go around. First of all, the whole idea of Trump is Hitler, blah 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 blah. Sure. I don't think it resonated and worked quite as well because he's already been president for 4 fucking years. Like you can't tell me not to believe my lying eyes. You know what I mean? Like I already kind of know.
Sure.
Plus he's been around everywhere. They've demonized him and he's come out clean on the other side.
He's been shot and still come out on top.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So I think he also. I don't know that he had, and he's even said this too, not to mention the folks around him in 2016, but he didn't even think he had a shot and stuff. Like it still like floored him. He wasn't prepared, this, that, and the other. This go around he was, and he's run a very good campaign. He had Elon behind him. He had a lot of other people. But Tulsi was a major one.
RFK Jr. was a huge one.
Some of the things that he did was absolutely fucking amazing. Again, if he wins Wisconsin, I'm convinced it's the Brett Favre fucking rally the other day.
It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, no, 100%.
In all seriousness, yeah. And I do think that Rogan's podcast definitely helped him because it got a lot of that kind of that middle of the road crowd to go, all right, he's not nuts, and he gave pretty decent answers. I mean, he rambled like he normally does on some stuff, but overall, he made it. He's like, hey, look, he's an actual person, not this.
That's where I was getting ready to say. How much did he humanize himself by going on Rogan? Yeah. I don't know if policy-wise he changed anyone's mind. I think people tuned in to find out, are we going to see behind the curtain of Trump? And I think that does help. I think that Rogan, whether or not Rogan meant to or not, obviously Rogan did endorse him the last couple of days. That said,
the big one is having Rogan come out and endorse him yesterday. It was a big one going into this.
Exactly. And I think Rogan didn't want to, because Rogan is on record. He is not a Trumpster at all. But I think that even Rogan, I think even Rogan was like, okay, like this dude's kind of a cool dude. Like he's all right as a person. I think that he humanized himself enough for people, because very few people in the middle of the road are going to be able to identify with the billionaire. You know, they're not going to identify with him. But I think he was able to identify with some of these people and resonate with these people because they realized he is a billionaire. But you know what? He seems like a pretty decent guy, you know?
I think there's a couple of things that play with Rogan, right?
Yeah.
I think, first of all, I agree with everything you guys are saying. Like humanizing Trump, you know, he's a normal billionaire.
For a billionaire, you know, yeah.
He's a normal person, right? But I think that as far as hurting Kamala and getting Rogan to endorse the whole issue with Rogan trying to get Kamala on and her going, oh, well,
it has to be scripted and it has to be this.
You've got to come to me.
Yeah. And Rogan says, and oh, by the way, you're not going to have your people in there with you. It's just going to be me and you.
And she wanted her people in there with her. She wanted him to come to her, and she only wanted to give him an hour.
Yep.
Max an hour, right?
Yep.
And
because she couldn't go 3 hours with him. He ate her alive.
Trump and Vance both came in. They were open to whatever I wanted. Like, fuck you, right? And so I think two things. I think people seen that, and it hurt her because it showed that she's a bitch. Quite honestly, right?
Or she's not confident that she could hold a conversation for 3 hours.
Well, I mean, either way, to me, it come off bitchy.
Well, sure it did. Yeah, absolutely.
And then just like, God, really? And then the second thing is, I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back for Rogan's endorsement. When she did that to Rogan, he was like, "Fuck you, bitch! I'm Trump now, Team Trump."
Yeah. I think a lot of what has happened in the last couple of weeks since the Rogan podcast was, I think, I'm not sure who said it just a second ago, but brought a lot of the middle ground people. What's that?
Minnesota's blue now, by the way.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Was she always up to 187? Did she just jump up?
She was at 187 after she got Oregon. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah. When she picked up Oregon, it put her at 187.
Yeah, her
Minnesota. Now they've got Minnesota jumps from 19% to 46%, and she's at 55 to 43, basically. Now I bet you a lot of that is the Minneapolis St. Paul. So it's Minnesota's still in play, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Minneapolis St. Paul has reported, same with the northern tip of Minnesota. But there's a lot of counties still unreported.
Just the tip, baby.
Yeah, and it looks like in Georgia, we're literally waiting on 3 counties.
Go figure.
There's 3 counties.
It still says 91% reporting.
What 3 counties do you know?
I don't. There's
I can pull it up. It looks like Macon. What's the Macon? The county just north of Macon. And 2 counties in the south. And I have to imagine the 2 counties in the south will probably go red.
I was going to look.
Everything around it is red. Everything around that is red. Now, I don't know how much population's down there. I'm not able to zoom in. It's not giving me any cities or anything or counties.
The county Macon is blue.
It's blue, fine. Yeah. And
the one outside, those should be red.
Yeah, but the one that's northeast of Macon, it's not counted. Everything around it is red, but I don't know how much of that Macon. But the 2 in the south that haven't reported, I mean, everything around that is red. So you got to think maybe those 2, but I don't know how much population is there. So I don't know.
AP has just called New Mexico.
That's what I'm saying. I would like to know. It'd be nice to know the registered voters on those counties to see if there's even enough to make it up. I don't know if there's enough there. We don't know if there's enough there to make up the difference. You know what I mean?
Don't know. I have no idea. Yeah. But New Mexico, here's the thing. New Mexico, it's got 73% they called it, but she's only up 5 points. And that's and once again, we're talking big picture here. I don't know what does 2016 and 2020 look like, but 5 points seems pretty small in New Mexico.
They were both 8.
There you go. So he's made up some ground.
G brought it up. Was that G that brought it up earlier? The governor of New Mexico, I think, has not done New Mexico any favors this cycle.
Oh, really? Interesting. I didn't see it. I don't know much about it, but
yeah,
but the fact that he's made up 3 points basically is pretty cool, you know?
Yeah. And they weren't given away to a third party. You know what I mean? Like it was legit. It's a legit 3-point game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now they are reporting that RFK has taken 1% of the vote in Wisconsin.
Oh wow.
Good for him. I mean, he is still on the ballots in some places. So
yeah, Wisconsin refused to take him off the ballot, obviously, to screw Trump.
Yeah. Let's see here. Quick update. Once again, Minnesota 47%. 55-43. Wisconsin 68%. It's a 51 to 47, 47.5. So let's say, Michigan 37%. And it's basically a 5-point lead in Michigan right now. Pennsylvania, 77%. He's still up about 3 points, 3.5 points in Pennsylvania. Virginia, 79% reporting. She's got a 3-point lead in Virginia. Once again, the fact that he's within 3 points and making it Virginia a tight race is let's just say it. It's nice to hear that. I don't think anyone, I don't care what kind of electoral math expert that the Trump campaign had, the fact that they thought they'd be within 3 points of Virginia, I think they call that a win last week, you know?
Yeah, I don't think I think it's Virginia's out of reach at this point, honestly. Yeah. It's fucking Virginia and it's 80%.
But the fact that helped, but that, I mean, that just makes a statement though that
I agree with you. Huge. So we've been watching Georgia, right?
It hasn't moved.
I don't know, fairly 50, 60, 70%, right? And it's a 3-point game. It's still a 3-point game there in Trump's favor. So if you take that and you look at Wisconsin, which is about where we started watching Georgia with that, and Pennsylvania, and both of those are 4-point leads.
3.4 yeah.
Yeah, like it looks like. It looks like
the road's going to be incredibly difficult for Harris, I think. Pennsylvania, he's still got a 3-point lead and 3.5-point lead in Pennsylvania. Let's look at Pennsylvania's map.
I think Harris has more outs than he does, I think, at this point, though.
So here's the interesting thing. Is anyone else able to pull up something that I'm not? I'm only seeing one county that they haven't really reported anything in Pennsylvania, and it's up north, and it's surrounded by red. Am I the only one seeing that?
No, you're the only. That's true.
So that's interesting.
Well, that's maybe what they're waiting on.
Maybe, you know. Georgia still got those 3 counties, no reporting in there. If anyone out there that's listening to this live, that's out there with us right now, and you either live in Georgia or have lived in Georgia or know anything about Georgia politics, the county that's just northeast of Macon, historically, anyone knows anything about those, I'd be interested to hear out there.
I can go look. Hang on.
Yeah. Let me see here. Georgia.
Go 2020. I'll do it.
I'm going to go county map just to see what county it is. And
Politico. It's red. In 2020, it was fucking red. And the two south are red too. Yeah.
Really?
All of those counties in 2020 were red. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it
literally could just be they're waiting to hear any results from those counties before they call it.
There's no fucking way with again shenanigans of 2020. There's no fucking way those flip fucking blue. That would make no
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. So that's what's happening right now, folks, is they have no reporting from those 3 counties. And I think all they're trying to do is to get any reporting from those 3 counties and they'll call it. Interesting. It's interesting.
So
That's probably why the Newsmax or whoever has called it probably looked up the map. I just looked up and went, no, there's no fucking way.
Yeah, probably so. Yep.
The Harris campaign has tweeted out that they will not make any statements until 3 a.m.
3 a.m. Eastern. Okay, what that says, they're giving Nevada to midnight, basically.
Yeah.
Local time, Nevada local time, midnight.
Yeah.
Gotta have time to cook the books, man.
Well, they
100%.
gotta have time probably because I'm sure we all know she's a drinker. So they probably got to give her a few hours at least to try to sober up and get down some coffee or something.
Also,
she might be at a Diddy party. Let's just be honest.
Gotta wipe that baby oil off.
I guarantee she was at one point. So,
the White House is reporting President Biden went to bed at 9:30 Eastern.
I'm surprised they made it that long. Let's be honest.
He flat out said he was not attending her party.
I hope he had his fucking chocolate chip ice cream before he went to bed. Fuck that dude. Respect to the office of the President of the United States. Fuck that dude.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. You didn't say fuck the president. You said fuck that dude. You distinguish between the person in the office.
And I say that.
That's why I'm trying to be. I call him President Trump, and I call her Vice President Harris. Regardless of what I think about her, I respect her office. She is the vice president. He is President Biden, whether I like it or not. Respect the office, but I don't have to respect the person.
Let's be honest about Biden. Biden is similar to Obama, I think, in a way, to me. That like before he went senile and like out of his gourd, I bet you he was a fun motherfucker to hang around.
There's no doubt. You don't last 50. You don't last 50 years in Washington unless you're a pretty decent guy, right? Let's just be honest.
Yeah, I bet he was cool as shit to hang out with.
Hell yeah.
So, 10 years ago or something.
That Kalashi betting app has Trump 93-7.
7 single fucking digits, dude.
They have Trump winning Georgia 99-1.
I think Clover's right. If those 3 counties have historically gone red, I think what we're waiting on is any reporting from those 3 counties. Any reporting, and they're going to call it.
I'm going to look up 2016 for that.
And that gives us, if that's the case, that puts them at 246. Man, it's going to be brutal for her to make.
Oh man, this didn't tell the fucking. Oh, it's not a map. Fuck, I don't know what counties those are.
Fox just called somebody for Trump. I'm trying to see who it is.
Oh, here it is. Hey, in 2016, they were red too.
Those 3 counties were red.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Who'd they call?
That's what I'm trying to figure out who they're calling because it's now 232 to 198.
232.
Man,
they got to call North Carolina because they hadn't called North Carolina yet.
North Carolina's 16 votes though.
No, they're still showing 2 already called, and North Carolina's it. So Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada.
The only thing that could happen is maybe a New Hampshire or a.
Here it goes. Election alert.
The main split.
No, they just called North Carolina.
They did call North Carolina.
They did call North Carolina.
Shit.
Yep.
Who did? Fox?
No,
Fox.
North Carolina's already been called, but Fox hadn't called it yet.
Fox hadn't called it yet. They just called it.
Yeah,
It was 211.
Virginia just went blue.
Virginia went blue. Yep, she's at 205 now. She won by about 3.5%, which I'm okay with. Like I wasn't expecting Virginia. The fact that he came in within 3.5 points is awesome.
Yeah, because he lost to Biden by 10, and he lost to Hillary by 5.
What in the hell?
I think that was Chase.
No, I'm muting one.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Okay. I heard some crazy echo shit going
It
on.
sounded like there was like some kind of a police scanner or some shit going on.
Yeah. No, I got my stuff muted, and then my mic itself was muted.
I don't know.
Did you hear what I said about Virginia?
No, what'd you say?
Biden took it by 10 and Hillary took it by 5.
Holy shit.
So that was a gain in Virginia, just like New Mexico was a gain.
Absolutely, it was. That's huge.
So they called North Carolina with 90% in, and he was up 2 points. When are they going to call Georgia? At this point,
I'm telling you,
they need reporting.
They need reporting from 100% of the precincts.
From
So
every precinct, not 100%, but from every single.
They need reporting. It doesn't matter what the reporting is. I think when they get reporting from those 3 counties, even if it's only 1% of those counties, they'll call it, because they can't necessarily call it when there's counties out there that haven't been counted at all, reported. I think once we get any kind of reporting from those 3 counties, it's a done deal. That's my opinion. I don't know that, but that's what it looks like. I'm sure, like Clover said, I'm sure that they're looking at the same data that Clover looked at. In the last 2 elections, all 3 of those counties went red. So once there's any kind of reporting from those counties, I think Georgia gets called. That's just me. I don't know. I think so too. I'm not trying to pass myself off as a political pundit, but the good thing is all 4 of us on this panel are we all play idiots on YouTube, but we're actually all pretty intelligent guys. So.
And some of these places, they wouldn't drag it out for ratings purposes, would they?
No. They don't want to wait till 3 o'clock. They know people are turning their TVs off in the next hour or 2, right? They want to get this shit called quickly. They want to be the ones that call it, I don't know.
Unless they're worried about what happened last time. So, because
but last time was not in these counties. It was not these counties are obviously, like I just said.
It was the Atlanta surrounding counties that were in question in 2020.
No,
so
plus
Fox
you have
just called Virginia.
Yeah.
Yeah, Virginia's gone, but I'm just happy the fact that he was in 3.5 points, and Virginia's awesome. Let's just be honest.
Yep.
I will say this: it's 51 to 47.6 in the popular vote. He's still up now about 4 million votes. Take that for what it's worth in the popular vote.
She got less percentage than Biden in California, dude.
Well, here's the thing. That's what I'm saying.
She got exactly the same amount of percentage as Clinton, as Hillary.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is the fact that California numbers, Oregon and Washington are in, and she's still that far back in the popular vote. That's saying a lot right there. Because like you said, she didn't get the support in California. Now here's the thing. What people don't realize about California is you've got the San Franciscos, you got the LAs, you got the San Diegos, typically pretty liberal right there. But a lot of people have moved out of LA into Orange County, and Orange County historically is a conservative county. Now, what you also have to understand is over half of, I would say about 80% of California is rural land. People don't remember that. A lot of California is rural, and it depends on how much those rural farmers and berry farmers and all of that came out to vote. Obviously, they came out to vote this time.
So in New York, she got 56%.
She did, yes.
And Biden got 60, and Clinton got 60. She did worse in New York.
She did worse in New York. Yeah.
21%. Let's look at Jersey.
I'm just double checking.
They are trying to find people who are smiling at the Harris thing.
She did worse in Jersey too. Wow.
By the way, Pennsylvania is now up to 81% reporting, and he's still got a 4-point lead.
Mm-hmm.
It went from 79 to 81, and he's still got a 4-point lead. That's promising.
Still one county left to report in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I don't suspect that they're not going to call it because of that. I think that, I think it's going. I think he wins about. It's probably going to be about maybe 1.5, 2 points, maybe even less than that.
40%. He's up 5 in Michigan.
He is up 5 in Michigan.
Is he up to 5?
Yeah,
40,
and he's
40%.
up 4 in Wisconsin with 70% reported. Arizona still reporting at 50%. What the hell y'all doing in Arizona, son?
I'm telling you, it's the Reds.
And still nothing from fucking Nevada. So go figure. What did you just say?
What?
What'd you expect?
The Reds? What are you talking
The
about?
Reds.
Oh, I was like, the Reds? Like, what the hell does that mean?
Navajo Nation, all those.
Yeah. And you said historically they're wishy-washy, so there's really no way of reading that, is there?
I mean, Clover, can you look at 2016 and 2020 and see what those counties? It's the 3. There's just 3 counties.
If you tell me where they're at,
the 3 counties up north.
It's upper right, lower right, and then it's the one that's located. It's located right next to it's Yuma County, which is the one right next to California.
Okay, there's 3 that's right next to California, so I don't know.
Upper left?
It's the one in between. It's the middle. There's 3 that's touching. One touches Nevada. One touches
So the
Lower
bottom,
California.
so the middle, the bottom left, and the top right.
No, top right, bottom right. One that looks like a square. One that looks like a long thing on the top right, and then the
Nebraska
one is
just
on the
got
left in the
called
middle.
in the Senate.
The one on the left looks like an elephant, kind of.
What?
Yeah. The one on the left looks like an elephant. Yes.
Okay, so that one's red in in 20. This is hold on. No.
Stand by, Chase.
In 16, the elephant is red, the long one was blue, and the bottom right square was red. That was in 16. Give me a second. I will. Wait, was it?
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Hold on. Let me see. And it was exactly the same in 2020. Exactly the same.
2 reds, 1 blue.
Yep.
Okay. Let's go to our correspondent in Florida real quick. What's that?
Did he win it in 2016? I can't remember.
Yes, I think.
I think he won in both elections. He won Arizona.
No, he lost Arizona in 2020.
Did he?
I can't.
Yeah, it was all the vote bullshit.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yep.
I can't get out of the.
Let's go to our correspondent in Florida. I think you're ready to call a Senate vote here.
So the Republicans have gained control of the Senate. Nebraska has been called.
Nice.
I'll be damned.
So that is 51 in control of the Senate.
So he won.
Our professional there, our correspondent in Florida, calling. You have a senatorial call for us. I could host like MSNBC, couldn't we?
We could do it. I mean, we can't do any worse than MSNBC does.
This is true because they're losing their shit right now.
All right, so Ginger.
Yes.
Okay, so Trump won Arizona in 16.
82% now reporting in Pennsylvania, still a 4-point lead, by the way. Just saying.
Biden won in 2020. Okay. The county difference is the bottom left county was pink instead of red in 2020. The county of Phoenix was red in 16, and it was light blue in 2020. And the long county next to the one we just talked about was solid red in 2016, and it was pink.
Interesting.
So in 2020, they were borderline. They didn't completely flip solid colors. They were pales, is what I'm telling you. So even in 2020, there wasn't that much of a difference. Makes sense, maybe.
Yeah, it makes sense. Well, it makes sense too because Phoenix has been overrun with Californians, and it looks like it's going to go solid blue. I think we're losing the Senate seat too, and it looks like Ruben Gallego is going to take it. But again,
Who's going to lose the Senate seat?
Gallego is never. He's retaining his seat. He's not losing it. Kerry Lake is going to lose.
It's not a
That
flip.
doesn't surprise me. I don't
not
think I don't think Kerry Lake ever had a chance. When she lost 4 years ago, I think that just ended her career. She just didn't want to admit it, you know.
Well, when she lost the governorship is when it really.
That's what I'm saying. Was that 4 years ago or 8 years ago? I thought it was last.
No, that was a couple years ago.
Okay, yeah. When she lost that,
Midterms.
her career was over. Is it midterm? I didn't know hers was a midterm. Okay, yeah, but when she lost that, her career was over. Regardless, you can't say some of the shit you said in the state of Arizona. I'm just saying, like, you can't alienate your voting pool. I don't care if it supports the Trump agenda or not. You got to know your audience, and some of the shit that she said, she screwed herself. So,
well, like I said, yeah. Our Arizona state director is going off in the chat just about what you just said. I would have rather had
like, good or bad.
Oh, what we're just talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Lamb. I mean, I think Lamb would have won it personally.
It looks like they're planning a funeral on MSNBC right now. I just had to go check out and see what it looked like, and it.
Real quick, I don't want to put anybody on the spot. John, are you hearing anything from any of your GOA people about Pennsylvania at all?
So, looks like our Pennsylvania state rep is saying some things. It looks like they're up on the AG, and it looks like we're up on McCormick.
He doesn't have a mandated 50%, but he is up, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, he's almost there. He's at 48.
Well, he was at 49.7 about half an hour ago, so he might be losing some points. Yeah.
But update that county.
Yep.
That county.
What state are we talking?
Macon,
okay, Georgia. Okay, yeah.
The county above Macon is now reporting it is pink.
It is pink.
The other two to the south are still gray, and it looks like Harris closed the gap by like maybe a couple of percentage, like a couple of fractions
decimal points.
You know? Yeah. So there's not enough. There's not enough votes there.
I think once there's any reporting from those two remaining counties, I think they call it. They've got to call it at this point.
Yeah, that it barely moved, like maybe 0.2 or something.
Yeah. Which, let's be honest, I think we were all counting on Georgia. At least I was.
Yeah, he needed Georgia. The pathway was super difficult without Georgia. Not that it couldn't be done.
I'm on my phone outside. Can anyone look up and see what's going on in Wisconsin and Michigan at this point?
Wisconsin's at 75% with he's up 51 to 47.
Yeah. Okay.
And still Michigan's at 44 and he's up 5 points.
5, yeah.
Okay. 5. So those are still both looking pretty good right there then. Okay. Still nothing from fucking Nevada. God damn, what the hell is... Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. Florida, as Chase told me today, which is still surprising to me, Florida statewide is still on paper ballots, and they got their shit done quickly. What the hell's going on in Nevada? Why are they always late?
Like, they're too busy. They're too busy working the betting polls and shit, man.
Well, that's true. Is there any movement on the betting lines?
Money comes first.
Let's see. I haven't looked at it here recently.
Hell, it can't get any worse, can it? She was in single digits.
Scott says he has cancer. Who's he talking about? Someone that you're talking about? Lamb? Is that the Lamb guy? Does he have cancer? John?
Oh
don't
shit! It
think
did get
so.
worse for her.
What'd you say, Chase?
Vegas has 95-5,
Jesus Christ.
and Polly.
go
Let's
further.
see. Holly worldwide has 97-3.
Oh my God.
That's
Oh
incredible.
my God.
That's incredible.
When
Wow.
$3.5 billion are sank into that worldwide, and that's your odds, that does not look good for you kids.
Okay, according to
BMJ out there says Nevada updated according to the Trump rally. Trump has 77%, but only 2% reported.
Well, there's no official reporting yet.
Yeah, I'm
so
not. No
internal.
offense, but I'm not taking internal numbers from Trump's
That's
campaign.
probably exit poll. They're probably
it is probably exit polling,
Yeah.
and you can take that for some help, but I'm not going to report any of that if it's going internal polling.
Nevada. Ultimately, Nevada's not going to matter.
I hope not.
well, they just called Hawaii, so
Well,
I mean, how many electoral is in Nevada anyway?
Nevada has electoral votes. I want to say
10.
it's like
It's like
7,
9.
8, somewhere around
Yeah,
there.
less than 10 is not going to really matter. Like unless
should.
Trump has to go a very, very hard pathway, Nevada doesn't matter.
okay. So Fox News is reporting that Kamala got 1 of the 5 from Nebraska.
Yeah. I said that earlier. I thought Nebraska was split.
Yeah. Right now, as of the AP, right now, electoral map, 230 for President Trump, 209 for Vice President Harris. The popular vote is 51.1 for Trump, 47.5 for Harris.
Oh, that's not what I've got. I've got 6.1 for Trump million and 61.2 million.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about percentage.
I'm percentages. Yes. 61.2. Okay. 61.3 million for Trump now. 57.1 million for Harris.
And all of the West Coast is solid blue now.
Absolutely.
And her, yeah. So she's down big time, I think, on popular vote compared to Biden and Hillary.
So they're calling Fox News is at 232, 216.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look like the AP is splitting.
As of right now, 93% in Georgia, 93% reporting. He's still up by a little over 2 points in Georgia. 93% reporting.
So she is about 25 million at this point. She is about 25 million votes shy of Biden. 25 million at this point. At this
She's
point.
Not, yeah, she can't
make it up. And get this, I want to get my numbers right.
Trump's about where he was then, wasn't he?
She's 10 million votes. She's 10 million votes below Hillary.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah.
So Fox is projecting Trump to win with just over 300 electoral votes.
Really? They're giving them Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, apparently.
Georgia, Pennsylvania,
Michigan,
Arizona,
Wisconsin.
and Wisconsin or Michigan.
Yeah. Yep.
Really? They think Wisconsin's going to fall?
They do.
Really?
Let's see. I'm
disappointed in fucking Brett Favre.
They think that Wisconsin's going to turn blue at the end of this?
No, they're saying Wisconsin's going to go Trump.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
okay.
I thought y'all were saying Wisconsin.
No. In order for him to get over 300, he's got to get Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to make that happen, and Arizona. So that would make sense.
Oh yeah. That would be a blowout, and that's a blowout, folks.
That's a huge blowout in
That's a big
College.
blowout.
Absolutely.
So MSNBC has it 230 to 189 is what they've got called right now.
Who has that?
MSNBC.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, AP's got 230 to 209, and that's
They're not.
they not called Washington and Oregon. Yeah, because
There's
that would
several
be 20.
states they haven't called
Because that's
Senate,
20 points right there.
Yeah.
there's 2 Senate seats they haven't called yet either, so they're playing their game.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What else is new?
McCormick has gone up a little bit in Pennsylvania, 83% reporting. He's now at 49.8, so he's gone up a couple decimal points. That's good. If the trend is him going up for the Senate seat, that's a positive thing to hear. Because typically, if the Senate seat's going to go up a couple decimal points, then the presidential should as well.
So
We'll see.
What was Chase? What did you say that their prediction, the electoral predictions were?
for Trump, 303.
303. Holy shit.
306. 306 is 2016.
So there you go. So basically, CNN has given up on Wisconsin and Georgia for Kamala.
Okay.
They are trending a Trump victory, is what they just said.
Overall, or just in those states?
And where? And in Wisconsin?
Wisconsin
and Georgia. Well, right now, 93% in Georgia, and he's got over a 2-point lead. He's got a 120,000 vote lead in Georgia. Wisconsin, 76% reporting, and he's got a 4-point lead. Michigan, 45% reporting, and he's got a 5-point lead.
Yeah, and they're not confident she's going to take Pennsylvania.
All right, hang on. Now in
a 4-point lead.
Now in Wisconsin, the only county that's not reporting is, hang on, in 2020 went blue. The only one that's
the upper left. That's the upper left county.
And hold on, I'm cross-referencing.
Well,
oh wow! That. Oh wow! So in 20. Okay, currently there is one county not reporting in Wisconsin. That would be would be a 2020 blue county.
Okay.
Outside of that, because we don't know what that's going to be.
Yeah.
There are 2 counties right now that are red that were blue in 2020.
Interesting.
And in 2020, it was only a 1 fucking point race.
Oh wow. Okay.
So Trump very likely has Wisconsin, is what I'm telling you. If you go historically.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania now 84%, and he has increased his lead to 3 points.
In Pennsylvania. Well, it's been around 3 or 4.
Yeah, but I'm saying it was 83. It was 83%, and he had a 2.4% lead. It's at 84%. Now he has a 2.9% lead. Yeah. So it's increased in that 1%.
That's
a good trend. That's a good trend.
CNN's showing 85% right now, and it's a 2.9% lead.
Okay, I picked some full historical on Pennsylvania for you guys.
Okay.
And they only
have one county not reporting, but that doesn't mean anything because everything around it's red. So I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I'm fixing to pull it up. We're fixing to look at this. Okay.
So their electoral is 230 to 182. That's the difference there.
All right. So here we go.
Okay.
So the county that's missing was red in 2020. So
yeah, imagine because everything around it's red. So
yeah. So there are 1, 2, 3.
They just called Deb Fischer, Nebraska Senate race, red, so that's good.
So the county missing is red in Pennsylvania. In 2020 was red. Okay. And there are 3 counties that were blue in 2020 that are now red.
Interesting.
That's what they're talking about on CNN right now. They're showing some of the stuff that Joe and Hillary carried before that she is not, that Trump's taken.
Right.
Yep. So, yep.
I want to give a shout out to Mr. Knives. I know I said hello to him. Man, chocolate. Old Gun Channel homie, man. It's good seeing you. I just hope everything's going good for you, homie.
So, News Nation is win probability on Trump 91.7 to 8.3.
Is this for what? A state or for overall?
Presidency overall?
91 to 8, and that's News Nation.
Yeah, and they've already declared Georgia. So,
okay.
Georgia's going to him. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah,
find a bunch of votes in the middle of the night.
I just think that they're just getting ready. They're just waiting for those two counties to have any kind of reporting. That's my personal opinion. I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying they can't really call any state, and if there's still multiple counties that haven't reported anything. Once there's any kind of reporting, I do believe that they'll call it.
I just show Harris got a 1 electoral bump. Now maybe that was Hawaii. No, because that's 4 electoral votes. I don't know.
That was probably that one Nebraska.
That Nebraska they got her. Yeah,
that one single. Did Clover? Do you have on the county maps for the last cycle? Do you have the one for Pennsylvania for Philadelphia County?
I got the county maps. Let's see. You want 2020?
Yeah, I was curious what the percentage was.
I don't know but I can't tell you what Philadelphia County.
Yeah.
What do you want to know? What is?
I wonder what Joe's percentage of vote was.
And that's the county Philadelphia is in, correct?
Yeah.
Because I don't know the county.
They're on CNN. They're talking about she got a lower count than Hillary and
Joe. Biden won it 82 to 18.
Holy shit. So she's down 10%.
Yeah.
Wow.
In Philly.
82 to 18.
Excuse me.
You know what that is? I think
that's still huge for
that's huge. It's huge. We can speculate, but that's a lot of blue collar jobs right there.
That is. That aren't there anymore.
There's a lot of people that either aren't there or they're not making what they were, and they're hurting right now.
Yeah.
So I just flipped back to Fox, and they're showing the Trump headquarters, and it is a party in there right now.
I imagine.
Well, I'm sure. Well, it's been a party all night anyway, pretty much.
Yeah, they're going to have a good time regardless.
But it's funny because CNN was showing the Harris, funeral going on, and he flipped to Trump, and they're like, yeah, this is a good time.
What the hell? AP on their live stream, they're in Denver right now. Why the hell do we give a shit about a state that's been called for 2 hours? Come on.
Yeah.
Well, the campaign rally and their headquarters.
Oh, that's dead.
Right? Both of them. That's just the crowds waiting.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So what? We've got another 2 hours before she calls us.
Probably.
Oh, before she makes a statement.
Yeah. She won't.
It'll be over before that. Wow. It'll be over.
Well, if Trump, if they close out Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, she won't have a fucking choice.
She doesn't have to say anything.
At the current margins, she's not going to have a choice. She can't contest that.
She doesn't have to make she doesn't have to make a statement because it's over. No one's going to be up for her statement anyway. So
that's true. Yeah. It's going to be interesting. I want to hear her statement. Because I just want to hear what she fucking says. And I was the same way with Hillary because she was just so nasty and shit. And Harris has been so nasty the last week or two, especially. It's like, I'm just curious what her speech is going to be. Like, she's going to come back and go, fuck you bitches, and turn around and fucking, I'm like, what the hell?
I hope she comes out tanked, like a bottle in hand.
By the way,
that'd be beautiful. I'd respect if she would. It'd be way more respect. Be fuck yeah, I get it. That's what happened to me if I got smoked too.
Hell yeah. By the way, Pennsylvania has gone from 84 to 85, and he has increased the lead to 2.8%.
Yeah.
All right, when are they gonna call this?
What, Georgia or what?
Both. Call Georgia and Pennsylvania at this point.
Call Wisconsin. That's
80%
in and
Wisconsin, yeah.
You could probably call Michigan too at this point.
4 freaking points
Did I look up Michigan? Did I compare Michigan?
No, you did not. You have not done that in a while, I don't think.
Let's go fucking do that. What do we want? 2020 because Trump lost in 2020. So
I mean,
2020.
yeah, Michigan's a gap now. That's not even close.
All right,
No,
I want to look at
no.
Michigan.
We're talking, we're talking right now. Michigan's 48%, and it's a 6.1% gap right now.
So in the peninsula thingy that comes off of Michigan,
The Upper Peninsula, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Yupas, man.
There's two counties not reported.
Correct.
Both of which went red in 2020.
Okay.
Everything is the same. Otherwise,
okay.
I don't think a Democrat would make it up there in more than about 30 seconds.
In the lower, there is one county. There's not. Hang on. There's three counties. There's three counties in the lower I see that are gray.
That's correct.
Out of those three, two were red, one was blue, one was light.
I bet you the one that was blue was up down there by Flint, the lower one of the three. I would imagine. Yeah.
I
wouldn't be surprised if that turns red, because there's a lot of factory jobs in Flint, Michigan. Just throwing it out there.
Other than that, there are
Michigan says thanks, Kamala.
Red, blue. So that's red, that's blue, red. All that's red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 counties that are red now that were blue in 2020.
Really?
5.
He's flipped 5 counties?
There's one down by Detroit.
And I don't know if those are big counties or not, but that doesn't matter. That's big.
There's one down by Detroit that was blue.
That's factory jobs, and that's also the big 5 car companies that don't want to go fucking electric everything, you know.
There is 2 close to Flint that were blue that are now red.
Yeah.
And then there's 2 up in like the northwest corner that were blue that are now red. So there's a total of 5 flips in the lower part. So yeah.
Pennsylvania has gone to 86% instead of 85. 86%. He still holds a 2.8 point lead. Let's go real quick. Update everybody. Electoral College, you need 270 Electoral College votes to win. President Trump, as of right now, as far as the AP goes, has them at 230, and Vice President Harris at 210. As of right now, the popular vote, Trump has 62.4 million votes. Vice President Harris has 58.1. So a little over 4 million votes in between. And that's going to be tough to overcome, folks. Just saying. The fact that he hasn't been under 51% all night is a sign that as far as percentage goes, is interesting.
Well,
he has never been trailing in the popular vote.
Well, from the shit MSNBC was saying a few minutes, like they've been repeating throughout the night.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't understand how she's not doing better, because she's run such a picture perfect campaign. They keep saying picture perfect, this, that, and the other, like over and over.
Trump.
Yeah.
So I was just looking at Texas. 56.6% Trump in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
52.1%.
That's Austin, Houston,
and in
Dallas,
and in 2016,
Austin, Houston, and San Antonio. That's it.
And in 2016, 52.2%. So more people in Texas, and the polling is not even completely in Texas, but more people have voted for Trump this go around than did in either of the previous.
Yeah.
But Texas is turning blue.
Real quick, let's do a comparison, if you don't mind bringing some numbers up real quick, Clove. Popular vote 2016, 2018, what Trump did, popular vote total number wise.
He's at 62.5 million right now.
Yeah. In 16, exactly where he's at now.
Yeah. At the end, he was where he is right now. Yeah.
62.9 was the final in 2016. Yeah. And we still got how many states that haven't closed, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And 74.2 in
do you think he reaches that 74
I think so.
this year? Do you?
I think so. Yeah. Okay. We've got how many states do we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or so states.
Yeah.
That aren't counted into that popular vote yet.
Yeah.
And he's only 10 million or so away. Like,
yeah.
Well, he's pulling ahead in Arizona again officially.
Yeah, 51%. Finally, it went from 50. Is it 51? And he is. Yeah, he's pulling away.
He so the betting lines on both have now gone to 93-7 on Vegas and worldwide. Both are showing that
for Arizona
for the overall election.
93-7. Okay.
Yeah,
that's what it was earlier.
Yeah,
I think one of them was 95-5, but
so now they've conjoined together. So you can tell that's exactly where that's going. The world thinks he's going to win.
When your betting odds are single fucking digits, like
it doesn't matter at that point.
You're fucked, bro. Like,
exactly.
You're fucked.
Fucking Rudy and the Water Boy both ain't going to save you. I don't know. There's no Hail Mary that you could possibly throw at that point.
Yeah. John, you just got back. Finally, Arizona went from 50 to 51%, and Trump has slightly pulled ahead.
Makes sense. They just that county that looks like an elephant, like Clover said, it went red.
Oh, it sure did. There you go. Sure did. Yep.
So we're waiting probably. I mean, the thing that you got to remember about Arizona, it's the population density is to 3-4 cities, really.
You got to figure what Tucson, Phoenix,
Flag,
and then what's the fourth one?
Yuma.
Really, Yuma?
Yeah, let's say Yuma is pretty populated.
Yeah, a lot of that's military, and they vote from their home state. They don't vote for you in Arizona typically.
So you figure
I've been to Yuma, and a lot of it is military. So
yeah. So you figure most of these are just rural because there's nothing up north except for Navajo Nation.
Yeah,
for the most part.
Yeah. Let me ask you this because I don't know. I'd be interested to hear if you know this. Historically, what percentage? I'm not saying which way they go, but like the Navajo Nation, do they turn out to vote frequently, or are they not really big numbers? Or historically, what do you know about their numbers that turn out?
I have no idea. I'm guessing it's a low number. I mean, there's
I would
not
imagine
much
it
up
would
there.
be. Yeah, I would imagine it would be.
And they also, true. Was trying to think of something to say, but I don't.
No, I was just wondering. I wouldn't imagine that it would be a huge turnout up there. So
they kind of do their own thing.
That's
really
what I was thinking, Chase, but I didn't want to say it publicly.
I mean, when COVID, when I drove through, when we moved to Arizona in 21, all the COVID restrictions had been lifted in the state, and we went through the nation just thinking, okay, well, we're just going to drive through. We stopped at a gas station, and they were like, oh, you need masks, so they kind of do their own thing up there.
Sure. Yeah, I get it. Real quick, I want to kind of go through the polls since we're kind of in a lull time right now. I already asked Clover this. As of right now, Trump has 62.8, almost 62.9 million votes. In 2020, he lost, but he had 74 million votes. He's right now at 60, almost 63 million votes. He's got 11 more million votes to catch what he did in 2020. Ginger, do you think he gets to 74 million votes tonight?
I think so. Well,
Okay, Chase, what about you? What do you think?
I think
Does he
I
get
think
to
he does.
74?
I think he gets there. He gets pretty close to it, especially when you
Yeah.
start accounting for the potential electoral votes he's about to get.
Yeah. I think he gets to 70 easily. It'll be
I think
interesting to
he's
see what he gets.
70-ish, yeah.
The fact that she's down in comparison to Hillary is funny.
Well, turnout's going to be down. I think we're seeing that. All right, and so it's I don't know that he gets to the whatever it is, 74 million, but I think he still gets close. I think the
I do too.
turnout, the low turnout I think is ended up affecting her more than him.
Yeah. Well, if you look at this, it's a lower turnout than 2020, but I think it's going to be a higher turnout than in 2016.
Yes, it will be.
And she's getting much less than Hillary did in that same week.
Yeah, he basically
the most hated woman in the world is getting more votes than this woman is.
Yeah. He'll end up getting about the same, and she will end up getting about 10 million less. That's how it's going to pan out, I think.
You want to talk about political suicide? You're less popular than Hillary.
That's what I'm saying. You're less popular than Hillary. That says a lot. Says a lot. Let's check.
Well, at least there's a certain amount of respect for Hillary because she'll unalive you if you don't.
Respect or fear. Here's the thing.
Either way. Yeah. Either way.
And they don't do either with her. They don't respect or fear her.
No, not at all.
I'll tell you who's scared right now, or I'm not saying scared. Who's nervous right now? There's a whole lot of countries in the Middle East right now that are a little bit nervous.
They should be.
They should be. I think Putin's probably. Well, I don't know if Putin's nervous or not. I'll say I think that the Ukraine-Russia war is inevitable. It's over. But the whole Israel, Iran, Syria, that's getting ready to get very real, folks.
Well, the Ukraine thing, just prepare for it with the Trump presidency.
It's over.
The Ukraine, because Trump is going to get demonized for giving Putin what he wants, but Trump is going to broker a deal, and tell Zelensky, look, you're going to have to annex this shit back to Russia. Like this is what they fucking want to end this war. It ain't going to fucking hurt you none.
And you're not going to survive on your own. Let's be honest.
Nope.
And we are not going to give you billions of dollars.
That's what I'm saying. Correct. You're not going to survive without it.
Yeah. No.
Now here's the thing.
Annex that shit. Putin's fucking happy, and go about your fucking life.
And you know what he's going to do? He's going to make space for you. He's going to pay you a lot of money. You're going to personally be all right. You know. Yeah. Now I think what's interesting about the whole Russia-Ukraine thing is in all the debates and all the time that he's been asked, people say, "Oh, he's dodging the question. He's dodging the question." They say, "Who do you think or who do you want to win this war, Russia or Ukraine?" And he never answered that. It's, "Oh, he's dodging." No, he's not. He told you. He says, "I just want people to stop dying." That's not dodging the question. I don't think he gives a shit who wins. He just wants senseless people dying to end. And there can't be a better answer than that. I don't give a shit who wins. I want people to stop dying. And I hate the fact they try to spin that shit. It's like, that can't be a more personal answer than that. I don't give a shit politically who wins. I just want people to stop fucking dying. And I think people don't give him credit enough for answering it that way. Because I think if you ask people honestly, that's the same thing. I don't give a shit who wins in Ukraine or Russia. But can we stop fucking like civilians dying? That's a really solid answer that Trump gave him. They tried to blast him for it, which is insane to me. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. Wisconsin 81%, and he's still up 4 points. Michigan 53%, and he's up 6 points. Pennsylvania still 86%, and he's up 2 points. Georgia still at 93%, and he's up, 2.5 points. So
Still too soon to call. Too soon to
Still
call.
too soon to call. Yes.
So News Nation
Yes,
is reporting
news.
248 to 213. So I don't know what he picked up.
Okay, well, that would be Georgia 16.
Yeah, they've already called Georgia, and they haven't called Pennsylvania. That's the only thing they haven't called.
Well,
Two,
Pennsylvania's
what
19, no.
do they have Trump at?
248.
It's 18 points. 16 would go to Georgia. That was at 246.
Wisconsin
I
is
don't
10.
know.
Wisconsin's
Wisconsin's
10.
10. Michigan is 15.
And then maybe they gave him Alaska.
Alaska's 3, though.
Yeah.
That would be
Because Hawaii's 4 and Alaska's 3. So they basically cancel each other out for the most part.
be Michigan and Alaska. I don't know why
I
you
don't have any no results from Alaska for like another half hour. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it's obviously Georgia, and maybe that's the Nebraska or Maine split. Maybe I don't know.
Looks like Trump's about to go on stage.
Oh, snap.
Trump expected to speak in Florida.
Nice.
Do we want to stream that instead of what we're watching right now? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just saw on
Why not?
Fox. I was flipping back and forth. They were showing the Georgia headquarters, the Georgia Republican headquarters, and it was a party in there.
Oh, I imagine.
Yeah, they've got to be close to following that.
Fox
Okay.
News.
They're back to the panel now.
Those two bottom counties still ain't fucking reported.
From Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
There's still just one county not reported in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yeah, just that one, and it's red everywhere. I think Clover said it's historically been red. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
They need to hurry up call this shit. I want to go to bed.
So do I. We've been live for 4.5 hours. So thank you guys for sticking around. I don't even know how many people are watching right now. It still says 22 people are still watching 4.5 hours. And thank you guys. I appreciate it. I hope that so I've had fun this one because we're bringing Clover's got the historical data from the last 2 elections. Chase bringing in a side of things that I've never heard really people quote, which is the betting line. John getting updates from the GOA political leaders. I hope that not only has this been entertaining, but we've brought you a little bit different coverage than probably anybody else has.
Best coverage on YouTube. I guarantee it.
I don't know if it is or not, but I feel like it's pretty damn good coverage. I mean,
well,
honestly.
if it is not, then they can certainly have their money back, right?
Yeah, that's right. They can have their money back.
Exactly.
I feel like this has been a pretty good coverage. I've actually enjoyed it because the betting line thing is intriguing to me. Clover being able to get his maps, John getting texts in from his political guys at GOA, it's interesting. It's interesting.
Yeah, I was getting good information out of Pennsylvania, but I think my buddy fell asleep.
I think hopefully he's comfortable with what it is. Gerald says awesome, entertaining coverage. Jim, thank you. Yeah, I think it's been I think it's been fun. I think enough of us are, at least we try to act like we're stupid, but I think we're all kind of politically savvy a little bit. And it's been fun. I just want them to call Georgia and Pennsylvania so I feel decently comfortable,
Right.
Yeah.
So where I'm sitting right now, I'm feeling pretty good. I think we all are. I'm
feeling optimistic right now. Yes.
So what I want to so let's look ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
So
sure.
let's look ahead to, because lame duck, final term, whatever.
Absolutely.
Let's look to 2028, and Vance is going to be the guy, right? And I'm excited about that, honestly.
I think that he's odds on, sure. Yeah, I don't see without anything crazy happening the next 4 years. I think that he is probably, yeah.
Oh, wow. This is a quick update.
Yep.
And I don't know if we caught this earlier. Erie, PA has gone to Trump, which has historically been blue.
Yeah.
Holy shit. It was blue 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
It was blue 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And it is now. Oh, wow. Interesting.
It?
Yes, it is.
Holy fuck, it is. It was.
So even
Well, that's not surprising though, because there was a couple of counties that flipped. If you remember me telling you that.
Sure.
So even Google is showing 230 to 210 on their live coverage.
Okay.
And they are figuring that Trump wins Georgia and Arizona right now.
Georgia and Arizona. I think both of those are pretty solid.
And
what are they saying about Pennsylvania? Do you know?
They're giving Trump a slight edge to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to win.
That it's over.
And then Minnesota is kind of like they're giving her 1.5 right now.
Minnesota right now 61% reporting. She's got a 51 to 47 lead, but basically only about 60,000 votes. Now, Minnesota's 60,000 votes is pretty substantial, I'd imagine. So,
yeah. I mean, Nevada hasn't said anything yet, but they project Nevada's projected pretty much everywhere to go red. So if you pick up Georgia, PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona alone, I mean, that's beyond over.
That's a slaughter. Then that's a slaughter.
Yeah, at this point, it's just how much of a, to quote Trump, bloodbath is it?
Yeah.
I know you brought this up. I'm not very smart, Clover. I have to have you remind us. Historically, Nevada, how's that gone the last couple cycles?
Blue in 2020, blue in 2016.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Let's look at the margins. 2 points in 2016, so not by much.
Okay.
And three points in 2020, so again, not by much.
Okay.
I wonder if Gary Johnson played a role in 2020.
Probably. Well,
Ooh, he did. He took away 3 points in 2020 and 2016.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was a 2 point. It was a 2 point deal to Hillary.
And
but
he got 3.
But he got 3. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
The fact that that's not showing where the votes are, but Jill Stein, like in the popular vote, has somehow managed to get 515,000 votes. RFK 506,000, and Oliver, the libertarian dude, 485.
Really?
RFK got a percentage. I know he got a percentage in Wisconsin and in Michigan, from my understanding.
Interesting. It's 1.5 million votes. Thanks to that.
Very interesting.
Which, I mean, let's be honest, Jill Stein, we know she took 500,000 away from Kamala.
Kamala.
I gotta start saying like Trump. Kamala.
Yeah. How bad you got to fuck up to not do as good as Hillary?
That's what I'm saying. That's crazy to me. What's up, John?
I meant to ask you guys earlier. Do you guys watch the Lily Tang Williams debate?
No, I did not.
Oh, it was fantastic. So she's running, I think she's running for I can't remember if she's running House or Senate, and I should know this, but her opponent rented an apartment in one of the districts, and Lily Tang Williams is sitting there, and the lady's like, yeah, rent prices are so high, and Lily Tang Williams goes, you have $20 million. You are not poor. What do you mean you're talking about the middle class? You are not middle class. And just lays into her for 5 minutes. It is amazing.
You can say what you want of the last month, especially in the last month. Kamala has come out trying to say that she grew up, whatever, trying to get booty tang. That's fucking great, Jace.
but she's made a big push in the last month to try to get that blue collar growing up. The one thing that I love about Trump is he does not apologize for who he is. He doesn't try to act like he knew he grew up in a nice way. He doesn't apologize for
Hold on one second. MSNBC has called Georgia.
Okay. MSNBC has called Georgia?
Yeah, MSNBC has called Georgia.
That's
that
lights
means
They
out when they're
call
doing it.
it's concrete if they're doing it because they're going to hold out as long as they can.
Yeah, they're like, oh man, this is painful.
Has not updated on the AP yet.
I just flipped it to Fox. They haven't called it yet either.
Yeah.
Got to rip the Band-Aid.
Neither.
Here's an interesting question real quick from Sykes out there. After a presumptive Trump win, after a Trump victory, do you think RFK would attempt to run again? I do not.
I don't.
I don't think he has it in him. I think he's going to that he's going to be able to do more good. His health is one thing, yes. But I think he's getting ready for the next 4 years, play a vital role in the government. And I think this is going to be his swan song. That's my personal opinion. What do you guys think?
Yeah, he's more interested. I don't think Bobby has been so much about he wants the position in the spotlight type thing as much as he actually wants to make a fucking difference. I think he's very genuine about that. And as long as he's in a position where he can do that, I think he's happy. And I think he will have that.
He doesn't need the money. He doesn't need the power. He doesn't need the ego. He's a fucking Kennedy. He's already American royalty.
Yep. Yeah. And I think that 4 years of him being able to do what he do under Trump, and then potentially, if it's a Vance presidency or whatever following that, if that happens, he will still be a part of the cabinet or involved in some way. He will.
I think that part of the deal that was made with Trump, not only was it, hey, there's going to be room for Bobby Jr. in my administration. I think he's going to give him carte blanche while he's in the administration. I think he's going to allow whatever role he wants and Trump picks for him. He's going to have carte blanche to do it how he wants to do it, to make a difference how he wants to do it.
Yeah, you were talking about that earlier when you were talking about Secretary of State or this, that, or the other.
Yeah,
and I literally see it more of in like an FDA role or something along those lines, most likely.
Yeah.
And you talk about
HHS or something. Yeah.
You want to talk about healthcare and shaking up goddamn healthcare and making a difference? Bobby's the one that can do it.
So let me ask you this, because you bring up healthcare. I think what you just said could be the nail right there. I don't know if he wants it or not. I think he could do the most good figuring out a realistic healthcare system. I think that's right.
I think that'll be part of the
perfect thing for him to do. Absolutely.
I think that'll be. He's definitely going to go after pharmaceuticals, or be a part of some type of restrictions on that or something. He's definitely going to go after FDA related. There's a lot of ridiculous shit. And if you listen to him when he was campaigning, and he still talked about it, and Trump agrees with him on it. That's why he's on the team.
Absolutely.
But there are chemicals and bullshit that goes in our fucking food that is illegal in every other country on the planet because it's like toxic.
Somebody from the Harris campaign's coming to the stage.
Yeah, I see that.
He's still walking with a plan, ain't
he? He did. He had the power walk going. I don't.
Just concede, motherfucker. Just do it.
I guess. Hold on here. I can turn the.
Well, apparently it's not important enough for them to.
Well, they are. I turned the volume on, and their audio is in Denver, Colorado, right now. They're not even.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I can't hardly hear.
Look at the empty bleachers.
You're gonna have to translate. I can't hear it, dude.
He's
I
not
can't
going to
hear
speak
his-
tonight. She's decided not to speak tonight. She's speaking tomorrow.
Oh,
Okay.
well,
That's because she is slammered tonight.
she's pissed and she's hammered and pissed. Well,
Basically, he's
She's
telling
she
everybody, he's
is
giving everybody
gummied
the
up, baby.
rah-rah.
She
We
is
still have
gummied up
votes
right
to
now.
count. We're gonna make sure all your voices are heard.
go home,
We haven't
fucker.
given up. We know there. We still are gonna prevail. He's giving the rah-rah speech.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So Trump was supposed to go on soon. I'm guessing they're going to call some of this stuff here shortly.
I think they're holding Trump back right now because I think that they want to see what happens Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, because it could be a completely different speech than just the rah-rah speech he might be giving. It could be it's fucking over speech, you know?
They come out with his fucking lip poked out, doing a little like shimmy dance, going Kamala,
Mhm.
it's over.
Kamala.
Kamala,
So-
Kamala.
I won.
This
You suck.
this also comes on the step. So Fox has Kamala 216 to Trump 232. AP's got
230 to 210.
210. It just disappeared. MSNBC has 246 to 189.
But that's because they've already called Georgia. That would put them to, and they have
Yeah, but she's a
189.
189.
They haven't given her either Washington or Oregon, maybe.
Both.
Both. That's 20 votes right there. So, yeah. Ozzy says, Kamala, you're fired. That would be great if he walks up to the stage. You're fired. Kamala, you're fired. He just walks off stage. He just drops the mic and walks off. Greatest speech.
You think so,
Something's
or you think
happening.
it's cordial?
He'll be
Something's
cordial.
happening.
He'll be
They're
cordial.
Yeah, they're
He'll be
dancing.
cordial.
Maybe they're seeing the footage of the fucking
Look at
Kamala going home.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, yeah, it's over. When you send your people home, it's over.
When you send your people home and say, we're not going to speak till tomorrow,
Yeah, it's over.
it's over.
Yeah.
Because if she thought that there was a chance in hell, she'd keep them there tonight.
How mad are you to sit there and stand there for all that bullshit? Just be like, yeah, she's not coming.
And not even for her to come out and say, thank you guys. Hey, I want to give a speech tomorrow, but I just want to come out here real quick and thank you guys for being out here, for supporting the campaign. It really means the world to me. How hard is it to do that?
Yeah, like literally
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Because
Literally.
she's sloshed.
Well, she's too fucking tanked to come out there and do it. That's why.
But it'd still be great.
It might be her best speech ever. What are you talking about?
Well, that's
could
a
be.
fair point. That's a fair point.
can hear you sons of bitches.
Wow.
You put me up to this, and you ruined it.
By the way, Biden's been dead, and it's been a fake for the last 6 months. You know what I mean? They
That's
just start
live.
doing
how many
everything.
old hot dogs I had to hoof down to get to where I am.
By the way, there's alien bodies in Area 51. And
Oh yeah,
Everybody
Let's
knows
all go.
that alien bodies aren't at Area 51. They're
the
at White
lizard,
Pat.
the lizard people are real.
They aren't right, Pat.
All the UFO stuff's at Right Pat.
We've talked a lot about Trump and the cabinet and we've this, that, and the other. What's in Kamala's future? I'm just anybody thought about that?
OnlyFans.
She's not going to make much on there.
Only
Honestly,
politicians.
I think that she's going to get involved.
Up next on Turkey Neck Tack.
Well, that's probably fair too. She's going to give speeches. She's going to do the speech thing and get on some boards. Maybe work for a foundation. But that's what they all do. So.
Oh, I'm sure she'll
No
like
one's gonna
find
take
some
her seriously.
stupid job on like MSNBC or The View or some dumb shit. Don't worry.
Oh, can you imagine her on the View?
They've called
Jesus.
Georgia. Fox News is called Georgia.
Yep.
I'm calling it. She will have her own podcast.
Oh, she probably will. Yeah.
Ooh, get her and Hawk to a girl together. That should be fun.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, if anybody knows how to spit on that thing,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Trey, you were right. 94% is when they called it.
I'm telling you, it's not my first rodeo, bro. Not my first rodeo.
Call it the glizzy goat.
Well,
So-
AP had
Getting
AP
down
has a
with the glizzy goat.
I wonder if she'll start dating Montel Williams again.
Is he still alive?
I don't know. Is he? He might be. I
I
don't know.
thought he passed away.
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
So you think she's gonna wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy?
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Well, Kesha has been mentioned, folks.
yeah, he's still alive.
I think that here's the thing. You can't tell me as much as she wants to be included in all that shit. You can't tell me that she never went to a Diddy party. There's no way in hell she didn't go to a Diddy party.
Oh, she got diddied at a Diddy party. Come on,
That's
now.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how she got to where she was. Come on. It's
Sykes,
fun
I had a
now.
person who I thought was a friend crawl my ass yesterday over voting for Trump and said he didn't want anything else to do with me. He's in Georgia.
Oh well.
Sorry, buddy.
Well, I had a couple of interesting looking people in the polls tonight.
Yeah.
And I just kind of looked at them, and they were staring at everybody like blankly. And I just looked over, like, as we were like waiting in line to turn our stuff in. I'm like, I'm sorry. And they're like, huh? I was like, you're just wasting your time.
Yeah. I want to ask you a question, Chase, and you can refrain from answering because I don't want to put you in a position that could be awkward in business.
Yeah.
Have the Turks mentioned anything about what they think about the election this year?
Not really. I did have some of them like send us messages going, I hope the election goes, how you need it to, that kind of thing. Hope it goes well.
Yeah.
I mean, because the people around the world, I mean, it's not just them, it's other countries too. I've got, business associates and friends are throughout the world, and they're all hinging on this like we are, going, man, if Trump doesn't win, we don't know what the world's going to look like here soon.
Well, that's what I was going to say, because I think that there is the fear. We talked about this earlier about no one respecting her, but worldwide, no one fearing her. And that's part of it, is regardless of what you think the power that the presidency of the United States holds worldwide, it does mean something worldwide. And I think that having that fear of America is important. And I think that business wide, and especially with the climate of, I mean, Chase and you and I have talked about this hundreds of times. Clover and I have talked about this. I think John and I have talked about this. Like the reality of World War III, and it's going to be a literal world war if it happens. I think it's distinguished quite a bit if he wins. I think it happens if she wins.
Yeah, he's got the ability he has the traditional old school American projection of power. Whereas Joe obviously doesn't, because he doesn't know who he is.
No.
And she definitely would.
Definitely does.
She's literally inviting an invasion.
Yeah.
We were joking around with Braveheart quotes the other day.
Yeah.
It's like Edward Longshanks looking at his son going, well, I can't send my gentle son because he's going to invite an invasion. That's what you do if you put her up there.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. What do you guys think, John, Clover? I'm just, it's a conversation. It's just us having talked right here because we really have nothing to talk about right now that's changed. But does Trump make that big of a difference worldwide if he wins?
Oh yeah, huge.
Oh, yeah.
Huge.
Sure.
I mean, look at the relationship when he was in office. Look at the relationship he had with Russia. Look at the relationship he had with North Korea.
Hell, look at the relationship he had with the Taliban. Let's be honest. They were scared to shit of that guy.
That was going to be my next thing, is to look at the relationship he had with the Taliban and how much he was feared by the rest of the world.
Really gave the head of the Taliban a satellite photo of his house and say, you mess this up, I kill you and everyone in your family, and was serious about it. That's gangster, bro. That's gangster.
I mean,
when you give someone a satellite picture of their home. I know where you live, dude.
if we could drop a bunch of JDAMs and like cruise missiles on like all the Taliban infrastructure, but like, hey, Toby Keith sends his regards.
That's so awesome. I love that. Brought to you courtesy.
Just has like a, you just have like a B-2 flying over and it's like, I'm back, bitch. It's like painted on the underside of it.
Oh, it's so good. So good.
He cried like a little bitch. He cried like a dog.
He cried like a dog. A beautiful dog, you know.
It's a sad dog, very mangy, very sad. I put it out of its misery. I was like the ASPCA with bombs. It was big, beautiful bombs. Very glorious, very great, very great American bombs.
Real quick update of Pennsylvania: 90% now reporting, and he has increased his lead, 51.2 to 47.8. Georgia at 94, and he's still. I mean, I don't know why the hell AP hasn't called Georgia yet, but I think Pennsylvania is pretty damn close.
Everybody but the AP has called it because
at this point, you know, like they're going to call Pennsylvania before they call Georgia.
I think so.
I know.
Michigan's 59% reporting. He's got a 6.1 lead. Wisconsin 84% reporting, and he's got an over 4-point lead. I mean, it's. I'm not saying it's over, but let's just. I'll put it to you this way: we're going to the dressing room and telling the fat lady to start warming up her pipes. Just saying.
Yeah.
You might want to start doing your exercises, lady.
Yeah. Put your girdle on, bitch.
It's probably why Kamala can't come out because she's been very busy warming up her pipes all night.
No, she's warming her pipes. All right.
She's warming her pipes up. That's different pipes.
Come on, Hunter. Let's go have a party.
Guarantee it.
Let's be honest. Who wouldn't want to hang out with Hunter? Come
on. Sykes out there says, just fly a stealth, have a stealth flyby overnight, not trying to be stealthy, pulling his streamer saying, yep, I'm back. That's so good. So good. I love the fact that the Harris campaign rally shot is just now a building because no one's there. That's great. Great.
Oh, you should see the Fox broadcast. There is trash everywhere.
Oh yeah, there was. And
real quick.
And every time they cut I was gonna say every time they cut to the Fox panel, like these people are trying to hide their excitement. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Are they naked and rioting on MSNBC at this point?
Not
Has
yet.
anyone taken their shirts off yet?
They had ties undone and sleeves rolled up earlier on the map. Like I don't know who it was. Some dude I've never seen on there before.
So MSNBC is now just calling New Mexico.
Oh my God!
Come on.
Wow.
At this point, was it?
They haven't called Vermont. They haven't called most of the.
Okay, so we have 5% reporting in Nevada at this point. 71% for Trump.
Ooh.
I know it's 5%, but that's the first thing that they've done, and it's 71 to 27 Trump.
Now we're
52,000 to 20,000 votes. Wow.
4% now.
So in 2 minutes we'll get Alaska.
Alaska, yeah, we're coming up here in the next 2 minutes. I mean, that's gonna go red. Let's just be honest. It's good. They might not even turn it pink. It might just go from gray to like called red. You know,
there's literally like Sarah Palin and 4 gun tubers that live up there.
Yeah, and like half the Alaskan crab fleet, they're all like, "Yep, that guy."
Yes, the deadliest catch, nice road trucker, Sarah Palin,
and you got Chuck from Alaskan Ballistics up there.
Yeah, shoot. Like that's it.
And shoot. Yeah, those two guys up there. Yeah.
If you're watching from Alaska, please comment.
Yeah, they all write their vote down like on a piece of paper, and an eagle comes by and picks it all up. And it just like flies over and goes, freedom, duh.
They may vote like on Lost or something around the
fire. So Sykes brings up an interesting thing. He says, "Oh, don't go there because he has every belief there will be riots over this."
I do too, 100%.
They're going to burn down their own shit, though. For the most
But they can
part.
have Seattle. They can
AP
have
just called.
Seattle and Portland. Yes, we're still going snob. You have a fucking link if you ever want to join in.
Jesus Christ, I know. Hey, AP just called
They
Georgia.
did. AP just
Finally.
called Georgia. So 246 to 210. And I think Pennsylvania is now at 90% with a 4-point lead. That's just a matter of time,
I'm
folks.
still awake. That's late as hell in a trailer park over there.
It is. It is. But yeah, he's got a fucking link. If he wants to join in, he can.
So
That was probably bad luck out here last year, so he said it out. I understand. I'm not going to say this, but I don't think you can harm it right now.
So if he takes Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
by all indications, it looks like he's about.
Yeah, that's 19 votes.
That's
so that puts him at 265.
So he needs 5 that any other state doesn't.
No. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. If they call Pennsylvania, which they will shortly, she literally has to sweep.
Yeah, every remaining state.
Hey, look,
every
Alaska,
remaining
shocker.
state. Yeah. Like I said, Alaska's going to go from gray to red. It's not going to be he's leading. It's gray to red when they call that.
This ought to be fun. Fox is doing this like giant build up to like the Alaska results. We're like, y'all, we already know.
Yeah, it was done a weekend. No,
They shut off the lights.
Ago. They have lights up there?
No, they shut off the live stream of the
Oh, they did. They shut. Oh my God, they did. There was no longer a Democratic campaign stream.
I couldn't afford the bills no more. Like shit, cut that off. We're broke.
That's so good.
We're not spending money on this shit no more. Turn it on.
Let's hear what they're saying over there. Real quick, hold on.
Turn off the lights.
So a dour mood among Democrats, but a whole lot of happy people at Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump is supposed to address his supporters.
Right, and we will keep our eyes on our images coming in from all of his supporters gathered. Thank you for that, and we will bring you more AP race calls and election night updates as this evening goes on. Thank you, and stay tuned.
Okay.
It don't matter what fucking time it is or anything else. Trump's ass will come out. You can bet money on that.
100%.
Oh, he's gonna come out dancing like a fucking Big Mac in his hand, going, "Kamala, I won, bitch." Ha ha.
I still think whoever sit out there walks out, Kamala, you're fired, and walks off.
He should. He goes,
that's it. That's all you're fired. He walks off. It's like, I'll see you all tomorrow, boys.
But he's got to do it with that.
What do you want to bet?
That's interesting. So somebody just commented, are we waiting on the Pennsylvania call until Alaska's called? Because that would give him his 270.
Oh, will it?
Oh,
is there 5 in Alaska?
There's 3 in Alaska.
Oh,
that's
not
22. That's I'll put him at 269.
Yeah,
well, he's at 248 on Fox, and everybody else has him at 248.
AP's going to be 247.
AP's behind.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Okay.
New York Times, LA Times, the BBC, and the Daily Wire are all saying Trump victory beyond likely.
And those, you can't get much more liberal than those publications.
No.
It's going to be a blowout, I think. That's the only question.
He's increased his lead, the popular vote, to 5 million.
Look, me and Snob are on the same page. I just saw his comment.
Yeah, 65 million to 60 million. She's still under Hillary. There is no way she even gets Hillary's number.
Which might be the greatest stat that comes out of this election is she didn't even beat Hillary's score.
Yeah,
that would be so good.
But Trump's going to potentially have his 2020 numbers.
For the
what was
love
his
of
2020?
God.
66.
Do what
68? Now? What was Trump's? 2020 numbers was what, 74?
74. Yeah, he'll be close. There's no way he's got to hit 70.
With Pennsylvania and Michigan out there, yeah, you got to figure.
Yeah. So can he come out with like a Diet Coke in one hand, a Big Mac in the other, and go, Kamala, you fired, and then immediately just start playing Shot Through the Heart as loud as they possibly can?
Because Bon Jovi would sue his ass because he hates Trump.
Who cares at this point? He's a billionaire.
That's true. Yeah, you can have it.
Snob says, I've got you on my MacBook, Fox on his phone, and New York Times on his iPad. Why don't you just snobby there, Mr. Apple Boy?
I'm going to look at the betting lines. I hadn't looked at that recently.
Oh, yeah. Look at the betting lines. Update us on that. It's got to be 95.5 or even higher now.
1%.
Last time we checked, it was 93.7 on both of them, right?
I just love how
95.5. Kalachi is 97.3.
97.3.
Poly Market is 99-1.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
That's the global, right?
That's the global.
Yeah.
99-1. Oh my God.
That's how you know you were toast, kids.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, we're looking at it on the screen. They've already turned the fucking lights out.
This is true. Literally turn the lights out. They've got a White House now because that's what else they going to do, right?
the guy on MSNBC looks like he's about to have an aneurysm.
He does. It's so good.
He's just screaming. They're focusing on Philadelphia and New Jersey.
Okay, real quick. Nevada, 75% reporting. It's got about a 4-point lead.
Oh, wow.
Well, that was quick.
That was quick. Arizona, 51 still percent. I don't know what the hell's going on in Arizona, man. You got to keep.
So a little bit of conspiracy theory here.
Sure.
But do we think because it is such a runaway and the indications that it was going to be happened an hour ago or longer?
Yeah.
That miraculously the reporting has picked up. The reporting speed has picked up because it don't fucking matter, right? Like,
yeah, they're like, fuck, we can't.
I think that's a legitimate thing,
They're like literally everywhere on that map in Nevada, but Las Vegas is red.
Oh, and that's the way it always is. That's the way it always is. But here's the thing. You look at Las Vegas being blue. How many of that's because of the California sway, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you can't really say that. I mean, and there's a lot, and it's when I'm saying is California, not mean like there are a lot of celebrity types that have moved to Vegas. And they all kind of, we know which way they sway. So
this dude is sweating bullets on MSNBC. I'm sorry.
Awesome.
Matt Al can't structure.
Well, they haven't called you.
What's that?
Well, they haven't even called New Jersey yet on MSNBC. They're saying it's too close to call in New Jersey.
New Jersey's been called for 3-4 hours at this point.
Right.
Well, not for them.
MSNBC hasn't called it.
You're telling me there's a chance? Like, they are so dejected on there. And watching your redheaded sister on that fucking channel just doesn't even want to talk to anybody now.
Sake.
Yeah, sake. They're like, yeah, we're losing seats in the House and the Senate. I just don't know what to do. I'm like, you lost it all, bitch. That's what.
You've lost it all. Senate, as of right now, the GOP 51. So the Senate is going to be under Republican control, and the House is gained a seat. Nice. So
for the Republic.
It's a close call in Montana right now to get that extra seat. Montana and PA for the Senate. For the Senate.
Yeah.
CNN still screwed her too. She's only they're 246, 187 there.
Well, the Senate Montana's 28% reporting. Tim Sheehy is at 50.1%. So got about 3,000 votes. That doesn't sound like a lot, but in Montana, 3,000 votes is quite significant, I'd imagine. You know?
Yeah. He was ahead pretty well earlier. So
yeah. So what's the Senate? Two Republican plus 2 in the Senate?
Plus 3.
Plus 3, yeah.
Whoa, it's 3. Okay.
Yeah.
So
51
will be 4 or what?
Yeah, Montana makes it 4.
Montana makes it 4.
So you go from 51
so that's going to be 50. You go from 49 to a 53-47. So yeah, that's significant.
Yeah.
And then in PA, if we take PA,
So RFK is walking around in West Palm right now, like basically celebrating with everybody. It's this fan, and the people on CNN are not happy about it.
Yeah, PA Dave McCormick right now 90% reporting, 49.6. He's still leading. So
so if we take PA, Wisconsin looks like we're going to win Wisconsin in the Senate, and maybe Michigan, with that only 61% reported. They're up 4%, 4
Yeah.
points.
yeah,
So we would have total control of the.
we would have total
Senate.
control right now. Total control. Now, here's the thing. Here's actually, I want to wait till Clover gets back. He's going to use a little boy's room, little leprechaun's room. But I do have a question I think would be interesting.
Sprinkle, sprinkle,
Sprinkle, sprinkle, tinkle, tinkle. The fact that the only thing they can show right now for the Democrats is Denver County votes because they've been called for 3 hours now is hilarious to me.
You're telling me there's a chance in here somewhere. Shut up.
That's right. That's right.
It looks like we could win a seat in Colorado. So these are House seats. Colorado,
House
Washington. We won one in Oregon. My computer.
We've
would
already
stop.
gained a seat in the House as of right now. So that's with all these others not being called yet. So that's interesting. Colorado. Well, that doesn't surprise me. You take out the Colorado Springs, Denver, Fort Collins corridor, everything else is pretty much red in Colorado. You know what I'm saying? Like where the population is, at least, you know.
So it looks like they're waiting. PA's waiting on Philly to finish their count, and there's nobody there counting right now.
Sykes wants to know if Clover pisses rainbows. Yes, he does. Can confirm.
He damn sure doesn't piss excellence, that's for sure.
This is true. This is true, Ricky, Bobby.
15% of the vote in Alaska, 55 to 39.
Yeah,
I'm
like yeah, that it's going to get worse. Like that's the highest number she's going to see is 39. So
the one random Canadian that got lost voted for.
the fact that RFK Jr. has received basically 2% of the popular vote is pretty amazing.
Oh yeah.
Didn't RFK say don't even vote for me?
He did.
He did. And certain places didn't take him off the ballot, though. They did that shit intentionally.
Yeah, he's got 500,000 votes. Jill Stein's got 500,000 votes.
Mm-hmm. The Libertarian dude.
Chase Oliver, Libertarian guy's got 500,000 votes. And other candidates. So I tell you what, I think Snob got some write-in votes in Oklahoma. Congratulations. His other candidates have received 275,000 votes. I think 275,301. So that one vote was, I want to say that was Snob's vote in Oklahoma write-in. So congratulations, Snob. You're official.
God, the lady on MSNBC looks like she's about to puke.
I'm sure she is.
Good.
Okay, so News Nation has Trump 251, Kamala 213.
251.
Yeah.
Kamala. Come here, Kamala.
Okay. I think we're inside of half an hour of this being called. I really do. I think we're inside half an hour for this being over.
Well, they've been reporting for the last hour that Trump is going to speak soon, so they're waiting on something.
Well, they know. Yeah, he was probably going to go out there and say, "Hey, man, this is going to be a good night. Hang in there. We're close." They're holding them back. I think it's going to be the speech. I think it's going to be the speech. And there's no reason to send them out there and then bring them back an hour later. I think they're holding them back because they know that it's imminent at this point.
Oh yeah.
Who I would like to see run Colin Powell? Sykes, how far back are you? Are you live, bro? Are you live in this chat? Or are you behind?
No, because he asked if he was wondered if Clover pisses rainbows. Is Clover back? You back?
No, he's done.
Not yet. No, he's. I don't know.
If he pissed rainbows,
just call it. Just call one of them.
Nice. Just call it. Yeah, exactly. Just call it.
Call Wisconsin or call Michigan.
Michigan's at 62%, and he's increasing his lead. Wisconsin's at 86% and is holding steady. Yeah. Nevada, 75%, holding steady. Arizona, 51% reporting. Still too close to call on that one. I don't think it's going to matter.
nah.
I don't think it's going to matter.
No, if he gets, let's see, he's at 248 according to Fox, 247 according to here.
Yeah.
You figure he gets Alaska's 3, that puts him at 250, 6 for Nevada.
Mm-hmm. That's 256.
And then what's Wisconsin? 10?
Wisconsin's going to be 10. I think Michigan's 15. Hold on, let me check real quick. Michigan's 15.
Michigan.
Yeah. Michigan's
Yeah.
15.
So if he gets one of those two, if he gets Wisconsin, they can't call it tonight. If he gets Wisconsin, they can't call it tonight. If he gets Michigan, it's done.
Yeah.
He doesn't need PA, or just call
Scott
PA.
says I need to
and
get
call
some
it a day.
sleep. I hear you, bro. Thanks for hanging out for the last 5 hours with us, bro. Appreciate you, Scotty. Be safe out there. You still got 21 motherfuckers listening. That's awesome. Thank you, guys.
Comment away.
Clover, are you? Yeah. I mean, at this point, we're waiting. So if you guys have anything you want us to talk about, any questions or any conspiracy things or whatever, throw it out there, because I don't think that Colin Powell will ever run again. I think he's too old at this point, to be honest with you. That sounds like Clover. Clover. Jesus
Guys, you
Christ,
dying?
you dying? You okay, man?
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah, no shit. We heard you.
Yeah.
Cough up a fucking lung.
I know.
All right, so I got a question for you guys. Since you're back, I wanted to wait till we brought this back. So it looks, I'm not going to say it's guaranteed, but it looks pretty clear that it's going to be a sweep. There's a better than good chance that the Republicans are going to have the White House, the House, and the Senate, right? So now, being that he's a quote unquote lame duck president, which means he doesn't have to run it again, he can basically govern how he wants to without any having to piss anybody off, and he's going to have the House and the Senate.
Yep.
Do you think he actually governs this time? Because he had the opportunity early on in 2016. He had all three and didn't do shit with it. Do you think it's different this time around?
I think it has to be.
Right? It has to be. Yeah, I think so.
Because I mean,
Clover, John?
set the country up the way it needs to be. He has to do some. He has to do some of that.
Sorry,
obviously he's going to have to set up for the next election, right?
Exactly.
But this is an opportunity that he could really make a difference. You know, he doesn't have to play politics right now. He can really make a difference if he wants to.
Well, since we've got the GOA here,
Yeah.
we try to codify brewing as best we possibly can.
Interesting.
National reciprocity and suppressors come off the fucking NFA. If not,
Get rid of the NFA.
and suppressors and short barrel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we definitely need to strengthen Bruin even more.
Mhm.
National reciprocity is going to be hard because it's state rights versus federal rights, and then you've got the state rights people. So we'll have to figure that out. The NFA, if they do get rid of the ATF, the NFA has to run through the House and the Senate. And I don't know if we have the votes, even though we have the majority. I don't know if we have the.
That's a fair. Yeah. It might not go down party lines on that one. Yeah.
Because and I'm not going to say who, but there are some people that we were willing to endorse who got their endorsement from another org and has kind of blown us off. So if we can get, I don't know if we'll get suppressors. This is our best bet to get suppressors. we just need to pool the people in our corner and go. Now, it also sounds like it does look like, there's a possibility that we'll get a lot done.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how it goes because it all depends on who's willing to either vote with the party or because a lot of these guys, especially in the House and Senate, are going to be up for re-election. And
Fox just called Pennsylvania
oh yeah, they did
for Trump.
Wah, wah, wah.
Really?
So does that mean they call Alaska?
They got to here soon, I'm sure. So he's 3 away from 270 on that.
Shit.
Oh,
If
I
you
don't
include,
care.
If you include Alaska, is what you're saying? He's 3 away. If you include Alaska, right?
If
No,
you
if
include
he
Alaska,
gets Alaska, it's over.
He wins. Okay. Oh yeah, just 19 in Pennsylvania. Okay. Yeah.
I'm waiting to see. Did MSNBC call anything? Oh, MSNBC is projecting Donald Trump as the winner.
Yeah.
So here's another question. Real quick.
They are so dejected. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm enjoying this.
I think this is an interesting thing. We brought up SCOTUS earlier. What people also don't realize is that all the other federal court judges because the Ninth Circuit, the Seventh Circuit
judges.
Because here's the thing, people don't realize how many vacant seats are on these circuit courts right now. There's a ton of vacant that could be appointed. And now that you have the Senate, you can go and appoint all these empty seats on these courts, which could be incredible. What if you get the ninth and the second and the third and the seventh and the appellate courts, and you're able to change the tide of some of these circuit courts that never had a chance? Like this could be more huger. I'm trying to use Donald Trump things, huger, to get the appellates and the circuit courts as appointed. That could, people don't realize how, I mean, there's a lot of open seats right now. It could be huge.
Man, the party of like Florida right now.
Oh yeah, it's going nuts.
Yeah, RFK is like in the middle of that crowd too, which is even funnier.
AP has still not called Pennsylvania yet.
Oh, they'll wait till the bitter end.
Yeah, there's a good chance they call Michigan, Wisconsin before they call freaking PA.
Trump expected to speak. Yeah, he knows he's got this one wrapped up.
AP will call all of these right as Trump walks on stage. They'll call it. You know what I'm saying?
They're all beautiful. This is fantastic. Now we got Secret Service getting everybody ready to go and moving through.
Where are you watching this?
It's on Fox. They're the only ones that actually show it. MSNBC can't bear to look at it.
Right.
Did AP call anything yet?
Here comes the
AP
light.
has not called anything yet. All right, hold on here. Let's go to Fox.
Well, I got distracted, I'm sitting here and my closed captioning is on for AP for the YouTube stream, and they've got it on Denver, and there were some interesting things said that I caught.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Don't be shy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just they were just
come out. He's gonna come out. He's gonna say, after he says something about Kamala, you're fired, he's gonna say, it's amazing what happens when they don't cheat.
I love it when a plan comes together. We had big, beautiful plans at the beginning of this.
Big, beautiful plans. Yes.
They're very great plans. They're very great plans. Greatest plans ever.
And quite large plans.
Quite large plans. So we're streaming Fox News now, so I want to see when Trump comes out.
I'm waiting for.
Hey, are those flags up to code? G-Webs is asking.
G-Webs, you need to know. Yeah.
I'm waiting for the AP to call it.
This guy's laying down the ground. Fuck it. I'm just going to sit down right here in the middle of the
Yeah,
floor.
he's like, I don't need it.
I'm out. It's like I'm hammered. He has increased his lead in the
I'm going to watch
vote.
MSNBC. MSNBC
Maybe
has.
it'd be
It,
more
looks like they've
entertaining.
given up.
It might be more entertaining to stream the MSNBC. I just don't want to give them the view.
No, you can tell. I mean, ask Chase. They just look defeated and just like, but they haven't called.
Chase, why are there two of you? Are you here, Chase? Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Do you hear me now?
Weird. I do. I brought. Yeah. I got you.
One of them, for some reason it went away and then it came right back. So one of them is not really me.
Yeah, it just went away on my screen. So yeah,
Okay.
you're good.
I don't know. Oh, everybody's getting all excited.
Phones are coming out.
Oh,
come on, Fox. Just call Alaska. Let's just call it.
let me move these big, beautiful curtains out of my way. Hold on.
You
They're
said
very
Fox is called Pennsylvania, correct?
Yes.
Fox is called Pennsylvania. They're the
They're
only
two-
ones.
We're just waiting on Alaska. It's over with.
Yeah, 267. So as soon as Alaska's called, it's done.
Well, they could call Nevada at this point.
Yeah,
They
you
could
can
call
call
that.
it.
It's 6 on that one. Yeah, you're right.
I just want to keep us all in suspense at this point. They're like, oh, well,
Call Nevada or call.
He's
Wisconsin.
not coming out until one of those is called. Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
Call Nevada or Wisconsin. Just call one of them, and let's just end this.
Somebody has
Or even
to
Alaska.
officially call
Someone has to
270.
officially call. Yeah, exactly.
Surely.
Arizona still has not reported any more than 51%, which is insane to me.
That says
I think Arizona stopped counting. They like, fuck it, doesn't matter.
Right.
well, they're waiting on the fucking Wells Fargo stagecoach to make it in so they can count the shit.
That's true. That's true.
So we were talking a few weeks ago about
The first president, by the way, to serve 2 terms non-consecutively. By the way,
no Grover Cleveland.
Yeah.
really?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
Grover
I thought that Trump would be the first one. I didn't know about Grover Cleveland. I figured that Trump had to be the first one. Okay, I stand corrected then.
Cleveland. I
Fuck
can't.
Grover Cleveland.
The first
Clover,
president.
do you remember
in modern
who was
history.
between
How's
them?
The first president anyone's ever heard of before. Non-consecutive terms.
that? Who the fuck is the guy from Sesame Street? What?
Right.
So we were talking about this the other. So
Let's talk about it.
let me get into this. So BMJ said SBRs hopefully come off. So there's a couple things that we talked about internally that there's a chance that SBRs can come off because of the Minnesota Star case that came through the Supreme Court, which is you can't tax a constitutional right. The Minnesota Star case was about ink being taxed because they didn't like how Minnesota Star was reporting. So there's a chance that we could go that route. There's enough there. We could go that. But again, we'd have to get Congress and the Senate to agree to change the NFA. I could see SBRs coming off. I don't think we'll get machine guns or I could also see suppressors coming off, but I don't think we'll get machine guns.
I don't think you're ever going to see machine guns come off.
Like AOWs and machine guns, I get. SBR and SBS, I mean, that's stupid.
Yeah. And let's be honest, you're never going to see machine guns come off. The only way the machine guns become 100% good is if there is no NFA, right?
The problem with the SBR thing is, I hate to say this, but we need somebody to be the sacrificial lamb, because somebody's got to get caught with it Well, somebody's got to be charged with an illegal SBR, and then we have to fight it in court and go with Minnesota Star. That's the
I
that's
thought
the
you
thing.
meant
We
like
can't
the
just go on
SBR
that.
has to be the sacrificial innocent for what? Yeah.
No,
that's what
no,
you're
no,
saying.
no,
Yeah,
no.
I get
Somebody's
you.
got to be.
Somehow there's got to be a suit, is what you're saying.
Mark, I wish the thing with constitutional carry or national reciprocity is now we're talking about state rights versus the federal government. And so I don't know if we ever get that. It's going to be hard because, state rights trump, and they can fight that with, unfortunately, with Roe v. Wade, because we sent that all back to the states. So
Yeah.
Roe v. Wade was not enshrined in the Constitution.
That's a fair point.
That's a fair point.
There also, you can draw a parallel to driver's license if you wanted to as well.
I was going to say the driver's license is much more applicable because that license is recognized in any state you go to.
The only play the states would potentially have, in my opinion, would be if they just completely did not allow it. That would be the only, like, you can't restrict another state from coming in and using theirs.
Yeah.
If you offer a license to carry, any other state's valid.
Yep.
I'm hoping. I mean, there's a good chance if we get. I mean, what are we at? 29 now? Constitutional carry states. Oh, they're shooting off fireworks.
28 or 29? Yeah, 28, 29.
They're having, but just for your enjoyment, they're having like meltdowns. That's already they're already talking about colluding with Russia and shit on MSNBC.
Oh my god,
it's fantastic. They're like, well, if it keeps going down the path, it looks like it's going to go tonight, and it looks like Trump does win. And now we're going to switch to becoming allies with Russia, and we're going to have these problems. And like Rachel Maddow, I'm pretty sure is having a stroke on set.
That's amazing.
Like literally part of her mouth not even functioning at the moment.
Are you sure that's not Mark Cuban? I'm just checking.
That's a possibility as well.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah.
Did you see Caitlyn Jenner talking about him transitioning? It was so fucking hilarious.
No, I didn't.
She put out a tweet about she just wanted to congratulate Mark Cuban on transitioning.
Oh my god, that's actually pretty much a gangster right now. That's great. That is great.
That's the only person on the planet that could have put out that tweet.
Oh, and not piss off everybody. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
What about Mark Cuban?
Caitlyn Jenner says congratulations for transitioning. It's a joke, John.
He dresses like Rachel Maddow now.
Yeah. He's not transitioning, but the fact that Caitlyn Jenner called his ass out is hilarious.
He's gone full beta bitch with all this Kamala support, and so now everybody's he's like, oh, so you're like Rachel Maddow, but worse. Okay.
So good. Why the fuck have they not called Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania?
They could have called. Why haven't they called?
AP still hasn't called PA, and they're just like, no, we're going to hang on to this.
I think the PA, I mean, AP, I think they just fell asleep. They're just done. Like, you know what? No one's watching this shit.
They're like, yeah, but we gave up.
Well, let's see. Hold on. On their live stream.
I quit watching their live streams. They're not doing shit.
156,000 watching right now.
On AP?
157,000 on AP right now.
Still. And they're not even showing anything.
Well, I'm just closed everything out, but all the betting odds are all showing 99-1 because that's
because they can't go 100%.
No.
Yeah, that's so amazing.
That's hilarious.
Amazing on so many levels.
Yeah.
They don't have to drag it out anymore. It's just call it at this point.
I was Shooter McGavin there, I think, or something. Did you see that? Did y'all see him?
I did not. But
that's awesome. Ben's calling me. I'm going to mute real quick.
All right.
Maybe the camera will put it back on here in a minute.
Shooter, tell me what you think.
He eats shit like you for breakfast, man.
You eat pieces of shit for breakfast?
Oh, who'd they give to Harris now for 226? Who'd they just call for her?
They call Maine or
It's one of those like small liberals, I'm sure, but
maybe New Hampshire, Maine.
maybe.
I bet you probably Maine or Vermont, or one of those up there. Rhode Island.
It just, I haven't put it on there.
Well, I'm gonna take it. White guys for Kamala didn't work.
Sure didn't. Imagine that.
Wow.
Hot chicks for Trump worked a whole lot better.
Yeah, apparently if you have a bunch of like actual celebrities that aren't a bunch of beta bitches and the entire UFC behind you, that helps.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy how that works.
It probably doesn't help that
WWE.
What's his name? Biden called Trump supporters garbage. That probably didn't help a lot of things.
That definitely hurt big time.
Oh yeah. The did you see yesterday when they were doing some of their final stuff, some of their final rounds when they were both in North Carolina at the same time?
Yeah.
Air Force Two, it's a Boeing C-32, which is a 757. So her jet, Trump's jet are both the same size.
Right.
So she's in there. She has to come in and park. She has to go right by Trump Force One, surrounded by garbage trucks.
Mm-hmm.
They had like 20 garbage trucks out on the ramp with Trump Force One. It was the funniest shit ever.
Whoever the aide was or the whatever that came up with that so quickly and made all that happen, fucking phenomenal. I hope that person gets a job in the cabinet or in the, you know what I mean, in the administration somewhere, like a really good job.
Oh yeah,
because that fucker deserves it.
Absolutely.
That was fucking masterful.
Absolutely.
And there was literally, that's what he said on Rogan, I think it was, that there was literally only like 2 hours from the time it was thought of till the truck was wrapped and everything.
That's crazy. Wow.
Make it happen, Cap. And then ran with it, like used it 3 different times. Like,
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like not only did he use it, he fucking owned it. It's like, let's go. Like,
I know.
We're gonna make sure that everyone knows you said it, and everyone's gonna know that.
All right. News Nation has called it 270 to Trump.
Well, they've been calling it early all night.
Yeah. They've called Alaska and PA.
Shocker. I was trying to figure out. Fox still hasn't said who they called for Harris that bumped her up to 226. But
I'm guessing they called New Jersey.
I figured as much too.
Yeah, they probably just called New Jersey.
If they would put their fucking map up, it'd be great.
Oh yeah, they're claiming that Erie went back to blue.
So
they're still fighting over PA right now.
Who's fighting over
Sorry,
PA?
that was for the Senate.
Oh,
MSNBC. The dude looks like he's about to have a stroke. Yeah, they did. They called Fox called Pennsylvania, and so did News Nation.
That's where she got the 10 votes. They called Minnesota.
Minnesota's 10. Yep, there you go.
Did they not call New Jersey for her?
Nope.
Still?
Well, Fox may have, but AP hasn't.
No, AP's called New Jersey for her.
No, AP did. MSNBC hasn't.
Oh no, they haven't.
They're MSNBC and CNN are like behind on all that shit. Yeah, Fox has got New Jersey for her.
So can we call like one of these on Fox? Because I think that's what he's waiting for.
Oh shit. He's still beating her by 5 million in the popular vote. That's hilarious.
Yeah, 5 million.
It's like you couldn't even get to Hillary's number. Like, come on.
That's of all of this that's happening, that might be the funniest stat of the night is she didn't even get to Hillary's numbers. Crazy.
You think they'll probably call it here, what, in the next half hour?
Well, Pennsylvania is now at 93%. So
yeah, they almost have to.
Yeah.
93 and what, a 3 point?
Yeah, 3 point. It's I mean,
I just one of them they just need to call Alaska
or Michigan.
or Michigan and Wisconsin,
Mm-hmm.
Arizona is a 1 point. It ain't moved.
Nevada's 75, and it's still a 4 point. So they can call Nevada. I mean, there's all sorts
Arizona's
of
waiting on Apache County. It looks. Oh no, everything's in. Oh, that county went red.
Yeah, there only needs to be one state at this point.
One state at this point.
Really?
I just want to know why fucking AP is so far behind on Pennsylvania. What are they waiting on?
There's people in the crowd wearing the garbage truck.
I mean, why wouldn't they?
That's all. Fucking awesome, man.
It's fantastic. Oh yeah, they're starting to rev up the crowd.
Oh, that's why. Pennsylvania, outside of the percentage rumor, there's 1.6 million provisional votes, which are not counted yet.
They're saying what?
That's what Mark just put in the chat.
There's 1.6 million
out of the percentage. Oh, it's a rumor though. See, there's 1.6 provisional votes, which is what concerns me. Yeah, but they would not have sent her campaign all her fucking people home. Like,
True.
Turned out the lights and shit. Like,
yeah,
so they'll make a speech tomorrow.
MSNBC would not be calling it, and like,
if there was a chance that she was going to win, she wouldn't say we're not going to speak till tomorrow. If she was going to win, she'd be up till 5 o'clock this morning waiting for that speech.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. We could wake up fucking tomorrow and Pennsylvania be blue.
It still might not matter.
It's not gonna at this point. He only needs like one state. It's not gonna fucking matter. Like,
yeah.
They just called Minnesota on Fox for Kamala.
That's not a surprise.
No. We covered that 5 minutes ago. Where you been?
No, get out of here.
Yeah. Is your TV like 5 minutes behind? God.
Well, I was. You know what? I probably am behind because I was on the phone.
Yeah. That's how she went from 216 to 226.
Yeah.
I don't see anybody wearing dark MAGA, man. What the hell?
So racist.
Mark, what streams are you watching, or who's reporting on this rumor? If you can divulge that information.
I'm sure that with as many people that are streaming, because like the streamings are maxed out fucking today.
Oh yeah.
We were looking at those numbers earlier. There's going to be people that are ginning up drama. They're not just here to like go over numbers and shit like that.
At this point, they're worried about ratings. Yeah.
So there's no telling what all they're going to be talking about and pulling up. And
for sure,
some dude on X said that there was provisional votes, or that somebody's grandma's brother's sister's cousin's ex-wife found some fucking votes or some shit. And
look, bro, the aliens escaped from Right Pat, and they came and told me this is what's going on.
Right.
That's
right.
Fair. That's fair.
Charlie Kirk.
Fox. His family and Penn Crowder, quite a few more.
They're all reporting that?
Well, they're all talking about it, but who knows if they're actually, I mean, who knows? Who knows? Pennsylvania is now at 94%, and it's still a 3-point lead.
Well, that could be
Here's the
94%.
thing: how could there be 94% and still 1.6 million votes out there?
Yeah, that's what
There's
I was.
no
saying.
way.
The math
know?
don't work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that state's not that big.
I mean, we're talking 6 million votes right now, and that's 94%. 1.6, that's another third, you know. So there's no way they could be at 94% if there's still 1.6 out there. I'm not a smart man, but I know what math is.
Mm-hmm. He said that was 45 minutes ago, but even so, we've been in the high 80s, around 90 and so percent, and still the math don't work out with that. And even if that 1.9, you can look at the rest of the votes on across the state.
She's not going to win that much.
It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. When's the AP going to call this? Somebody's got to call these last three. I mean, News Nation has called Trump the winner.
MSNBC has.
Now, does he wait for them to call it, or does he wait for her phone call to him? I don't think he waits for the concession. I think as soon as it's called, I think he goes out.
I wonder if she does.
She's not going to tonight. She ain't going to concede. She's going to be herself.
Now, she might make that concession in the morning, but she's not doing it tonight.
I don't know.
What's the percentage she goes off the rails?
What's that?
What's the bet? What's the Vegas odds on her going off the rails?
Oh man,
shit, right?
I would hate to be her husband. I mean, I would hate to be her husband anyway, but especially not. Holy shit!
It's like, Edwin, what's your point? Yeah,
yeah.
He's strapped in that fucking cuck chair right now. Is what he's doing.
I'm telling you, or worse.
Yeah.
Probably worse, just to look at him. Well, worse for us. For him, it would be quite enjoyable, I'm sure.
Yeah. He's getting the ever living shit kicked out of him right now, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to know: has anyone woken up Sleepy Joe and told him yet?
No, they're not gonna wake him up. He's gonna not know where he's at.
Fox just put him at 277. Who are they calling him? Who are they calling?
It's got to be Wisconsin.
Well, to be fair, Joe will be up in just a couple more hours anyway, right?
That's true because he went to bed at 9:30. So.
They might have called Nevada with their 6 votes.
Yep.
Trump elected 47th president.
Yeah, Fox just called it.
Yep.
Nevada.
Yeah.
It's not showing who they called for him yet, but that'd have been 10 votes. So whoever had 10 that was remaining.
10 votes?
Because he was at 267, now he's at 277.
It's probably Wisconsin.
Wisconsin has to be Wisconsin. Yeah. Wisconsin, that's who they're calling right now. They just showed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a 4-point with
88%.
Yep. Boom. He'll be out any second now going.
And as soon as he does, I'll turn the volume up on this so we can stream it.
Yeah, if Fox calls it, you got to figure he'll come out.
Yeah. If he needs to walk out with a fucking like cape that says "back bitches."
Oh God, so good.
It'd be amazing if he walked out with fucking Bobby and Elon and Tulsi and like the fucking gang.
Fucking Rogan's there with him and like.
Fuck,
bro, like why wouldn't you know they're there? Why wouldn't he?
Like the entourage,
I would have a UFC style entrance, is what I would do.
The entire fucking entourage.
Let's get ready to rumble. Let's do it all. Have Vince McMahon out there. I mean, why wouldn't you? You know,
fucking Rogan comes out hyping up the crowd. You ready to get America back, bitches? Let's fucking do this.
Exactly.
Fucking
Tucker, Tucker. I guarantee Tucker. You know,
Tucker's there,
bro. You know what if Bobby comes out and starts ball with the ball, the bang, the bang. My name is President.
My name is Ah!
Oh my God. The guy on
That-
MSNBC looks like he's about to just stroke out.
They
He's
are.
just
They
not
all
having
are.
it.
I got split screen on my TV, and it's great right now. He is like,
He's
oh,
like
my God.
screaming at the projection board.
No.
Oh, they cut the commercial.
No. Yeah, they're like, get that shit off. Get that shit off.
You know, I wouldn't put it past him. Talk about
The
just
dudes in
being
the crowd.
fucking gangster. Just being gangster. What if Trump's calling Kamala right now? Hey, you want to concede? He calls her.
yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and do this.
You want to go ahead and I'll make the call for you. You know, what do you want to do right now? That would be
I'll have my
so
people
awesome.
write the speech. What, how about that? That work for you?
I'll make it sound better than you'll make yourself sound. Don't worry.
Oh, my God.
All right, AP, let's call this. Everybody else is starting to concede and call it. Let's go.
Well, I gotta hand it to AP though, with all the ones that called it too fucking early before. I admire the fact that they're holding on to an extent.
How much longer can they hold on?
Admiration is not the question. It's just I'm getting impatient.
They called Georgia at 94%.
Yeah.
PA's at 94%.
Oh, well, maybe they'll call it in a minute. Oh, yeah, chill. It's only at 94. If it gets to 95, then you can throw a fit.
My bad. I'm sorry. My bad.
You just got put in your place, motherfucker.
Damn.
Sorry, I was pulling a Clover for a second. I'm sorry. My bad.
Oh. Wow.
Let me check the data here. Yeah, historically that tracks. So okay.
Can confirm.
Yeah, and let's see, 2020. Let me look at 2016. Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, that tracks. Yeah.
Can confirm.
Can confirm. That's a hard yes.
So AP's got a new polling station or new counting station up, and they don't even have it titled with anything. So I don't know where they're at.
They just gave up. They're like, we're out. We just don't care anymore.
Clover said he looks like he's skipping the rainbows and went straight to excellence. Yes. He is no longer pissing rainbows. He is pissing excellence. Come on. Let's go.
Because it's sweet.
We've been going on for almost 6 hours.
Who's going to be
being out there still?
So who's going to be the first company that comes out with a 47 caliber?
47 caliber.
PSA's already working on it.
Anderson might have something. You never know what Anderson's going to do.
47.
I mean, since, I got 470 nitro and all that stuff, but I mean, since, we've got all those like Trump 45s, like somebody's got to do a 47.
So they have like the 4570. What do they call the 4547? And that'd be kind of fun. Speaking of, where is Kyle? So, real quick. Kyle was out in the chat earlier. Kyle's daughter got an acceptance letter into the school, I think, that she wanted to go to tonight, which is awesome. So they went and had a celebratory dinner tonight. So that's why he didn't join us. He was with his family celebrating, which I'm all for.
Yeah. Plus, he didn't want to be involved in this,
by the way.
6 hours of madness.
And Chris, where's 7-4? He was here for the first 2 or 3 hours, and then he pussied out and had to go because something about going to work tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah.
Man, someone's going to work tomorrow, too. I'm going to be like,
to be fair,
I'm okay with that.
Hey, to be fair, Trump won, not Kamala. So there's no universal basic income. So he has to go to work.
That's true. What are you going to do now?
Me?
Yeah.
I'll ride the Trump tax credits, bitch. What you talking about?
Well played, sir. Well played. I've never seen so many blue blazers, white shirts, and MAGA hats in my life in one place.
Then you've never been to a TPUSA event.
No, thankfully not. I have enough of those. Silly. Oh, wow.
Trump just went to 248 on AP. I'm not sure where that extra came from.
Take that selfie.
I don't see what they called.
All right, so let me ask you this real quick. So we're being presumptive here.
No.
Chase, it's been an interesting year or so for the industry. Does this help, hurt, or is it indifferent to the gun industry as far as sales? Because it's been a little kind of a slow year this year, especially for an election year. It's been really down, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this earlier. I think it's when you had like gotten up to do something or like.
Of course it was. I missed this conversation. Yeah.
No, you're good. I mean, it's this year. I mean, it depends on who you talk to. Some people were, did okay. Some people were actually up. Some were down.
Yeah.
But I think with Trump, we'll get back to the pre-panic and the Hillary potential election, like normalcy. This like our normal cyclical way of doing everything. Like, you'll have your first year is pretty decent and new stuff, and then summertime kind of slows down. Then you pick back up in the fall throughout the holiday season, and then rinse, repeat. And I think it'll be like that for a couple of years. And I really think as the economy kind of recovers and people's wallets recover,
that's the
you'll
biggest
start
one.
seeing
spending habits changing back to normal.
Yeah, you'll start seeing people, moving towards that again.
Ozzy says his pending retirement just got real. Congratulations. The Vibe at SHOT Show could be pretty fun this year, for sure.
Oh, I think the Vibe's going to be optimistic and good.
Yeah.
Oh, good job, MSNBC. They called the District of Columbia for her.
Oh, my God. Why are they so behind?
That was a given. Duh. All 250,000 welfare recipients said thanks.
Mm-hmm.
MSNBC refuses to call Pennsylvania or Wisconsin still.
So does AP. They're refusing to call it.
It's too close to call.
What did they bump them up in?
But didn't they
get the main?
But didn't they concede or already project that Trump won, and they're still not calling?
AP's not. Everybody else is
MSNBC.
MSNBC is projecting him to win, but they're not putting the votes in the college yet. They're hoping.
Hell, they're probably just following AP and waiting for them to do shit.
Yeah, because Georgia just hit 99% in, and he is up by 100,000 plus votes. So,
that's just MSNBC being themselves.
I mean, Pennsylvania's at 94%, and he's up 3%. I mean, come on, guys.
If you go to the main NBC channel, they're doing the same shit.
Michigan's 68%, but hell, he's up 6.5 points. Wisconsin 88%, he's up 4 points. Come on, folks. Nevada,
he's gonna break that 300 mark.
I think he's gonna get 3. Yeah, I mean that 303 number is out there.
AP is showing Milwaukee, Wisconsin right now in their counting station.
Weren't there several people that said if Trump wins, they're going to leave the country? I wonder if that actually happens. Do you think?
No.
No. Funny how that happens, isn't it?
No, because they know they get the tax credits. like Clover said.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, baby.
I'd like to get some of these tax credits back because that's been real fun paying these extra taxes the last couple of years. Let me tell you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, writing $5,000-$6,000 checks is not fun sometimes.
No, 2 years in a row is really not.
Mm-hmm.
especially when you all of a sudden don't qualify. Oh, well, we know you have 2 young kids, but you don't qualify for the tax credit anymore because you make too
They
much.
don't have the tax
All right.
credit anymore,
So,
basically. You know?
so we
Go
all
ahead.
know. So we all know Trump is a big tariff guy, which I don't disagree. I mean, that's exactly how this country was funded before the
Sure.
stupid fucking income tax. So I
Mhm.
get it. I don't like the idea of trade deficits and people fucking us over by
Sure.
you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But so my question, we know that's more than likely coming, which I think is ultimately a good thing. But as far as what you guys do, Chase and Gerson, the manufacturer, like how does does it come into play and at
I
what
mean,
scale?
yeah, I mean, we pay tariffs as it is right now. I mean, you
Okay.
pay your duty, all that, but it's
He
as
said duty.
He
Hey,
said,
duty.
dude.
I had to. It was too easy.
At 2
It's also
a.m.,
1
anything's
o'clock in the
funny.
morning, so yeah, I'm kind of delirious at this point.
Yeah.
Anyways, go ahead.
So as it's written right now, I mean, obviously all that shit could change between now and when it actually goes into effect.
Yeah.
But as his tariff plan looks right now, it's not going to affect us really any more than it already does, like the current tariffs.
Yeah.
Now, like electronic goods and manufactured goods coming out of China, that shit's about to get wrecked. But the stuff coming out of Europe and the like Turkey, that kind of stuff, that shouldn't be affected. Plus, especially being in firearms because it's already regulated pretty heavily anyway.
Yeah.
Now if I was, an electronics importer bringing components out of China right now, I'd be very worried about it because it's about to screw my margins big time. But right now, we should be okay.
So our guy from PA is talking because we're all congratulating each other, especially those because they did a lot of work in PA. He's like, we did not do any Amish outreach this election. They didn't need to.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I mean, I
Sykes
saw
wants to know,
pictures
can
of a
I ask
lot
what
of
industry
work.
Chase is in? He's in the gun industry. He works at EAA, which is an importer of firearms. So he works for a very large importer. You've heard of Gerson. That's what he brings in the country. So yeah, he's in the gun industry. How did you not know that, by the way?
Right? It was fucking Sykes out there sleeping this whole time.
So Chase, Gerson is this really awesome company. They import stuff from places. It's really good. You should check out Gerson.
And they're going to take over the world.
No,
Big, beautiful guns.
Oh, that's Beretta. That's right. Beretta's going to take over because they're so innovative. That's right.
Yeah, very innovative. Ahead of their time, even.
Some would say. What's that, John?
I wish I could share. How do I share this with you guys? Can I share this with you guys? This is freaking hilarious.
Yes, you can share it.
I mean, it's 2 a.m. You can share whatever you want at this point.
Fuck, no one gives a fuck at this point.
Let me see if I can put
Not
it.
that I usually do, but not at this point. I really don't give a fuck.
When it's 3 a.m., you won't be lonely.
Well, I can't.
Sykes says, I got Gerson stuff. Got 1911. Then you should know all about Chase. Chase is one of the big wigs over there, man.
Thank you for supporting my paycheck.
All right.
So our guy from Florida is looking at the Trump live stream, and he took a screenshot. There's a guy in the crowd who looks identical to Biden.
He's probably like,
Trump rally.
That's my boy.
That's why he went to bed at 9:30 because he flew down to Florida.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. He's already got the hat. We know that.
There they are. The garbage truck guys again. There's like a couple of them in like garbage man outfits. That's great.
So good.
Here, I just sent it into the group text.
Ozzy wants to know, so can Chase get me a CZP01? Interesting comment.
I mean, I might know somebody. Or 12.
I just sent it in the group, the NSA chat.
I mean,
Instagram or text?
Text. Yeah, I just texted it to everybody.
Text.
What?
It's in the
ancient
NSA
technology?
2.0 chat.
I'm sure people that have went to bed appreciate that.
I don't care.
What the
I
fuck do
should be
you care?
awake.
You don't even look at the shit anyways. What are you talking about? You muted our chats years ago.
Elon just texted something. You said you texted?
Yeah, I texted it.
I don't see
I haven't
nothing.
gotten it.
I haven't got anything either. I think he's full of shit.
Oh, it's
he probably he
still.
sent to someone.
What
I
the
gotta
hell?
go
It's
see
still
what
loading
Elon.
for some reason.
I gotta go see what Elon says.
Hold on.
See, Elon sent
I'll
you a
just send it
text.
in
Clover?
Instagram.
That's pretty funny. Let that sink in. It's him. You know, Elon
right,
when he
now
had
it's-
the thing walking into Twitter.
It's in the Instagram.
It's that Photoshop in the Oval Office. Him bringing the sink into the old office or whatever, or taking out the sink, whatever, from the Oval Office.
That's funny. That is Biden in that picture. It's probably Photoshop, but it does look like him.
No, he screenshotted it. That is not photoshopped.
It does look like him.
It does look like him.
Hello. I straight up dropped my phone.
Man, your phone was acting all fucked up this morning too.
Yeah, well, you know, they're trying to make sure we get the vote in Florida.
I guess so. Hot girls at the Trump camp, hot lady boys at the Kamala camp, bouncing back and forth.
Lady boy.
Oh.
Have you seen the
Trannies for Tim?
Have you seen the video of
Minnesota.
the mentally handicapped kid going to the Ladyboy show?
Oh God, yes.
I don't know, but I don't know
Oh, God,
why your phone's feeding you that stuff, but sure. I mean,
That is
No,
funny.
it's-
He's like,
It's a
he's like,
reality
no, they're
TV show.
girls. He's like, they're girls, and they're like, no, bro, they're not girls. Yes, they are. And they're like, okay, let's go. And he's like, then he realizes they're not, and it's hilarious. That look of disdain on his face, priceless.
Oh my God, I want to wait up, but it's like your guys.
I know. I mean, at this point, I've been up
I'm
all
up,
night
so
anyway,
yeah.
and I want to hear the ridiculousness that's going to come out of his mouth. But at
That's
the same time,
all I
it's
care
like,
about at this point. I don't even care if AP updates shit the rest of the night. I just want to hear what he has to say.
But at the same time, I want to go, sleep for like 4 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna be up.
We still got 20 fucking people watching this. That's hilarious. What are y'all doing out there?
Yeah, put in some comments. Say hi. We want to talk to you.
They're all asleep, chat napping.
That's fine. I'm getting watch hours, you know.
Right.
Smash and sugar beer, special occasion.
What is sugar beer?
I don't know.
What?
Chase,
What is-
you might know. What is sugar beer?
I have no
Maybe-
fucking clue. What?
Maybe he typoed and he's just being really kinky that he's smashing sugar bear.
Well, could be sugar beer.
I'm about to be taking myself out to pee currently. Hold on.
I don't know what did you just say?
Oh, Schminoff ice.
Spirit. Oh God,
That is sugar beer.
that is.
Taking the dogs out to pee. Okay.
Did you ice
Video
anybody?
montage.
Put some Jolly Ranchers in it.
Ugh.
Maybe I go open the Willet. I know it's been night here, but maybe I'll go open the Willet I've just bought. Take a drink.
Oh, maybe they're getting ready to do something with Trump because there's people like walking around over there checking stuff. Secret Service guys were like doing their thing on stage.
Millsert says, just relax and tomorrow's a slow day. Tomorrow's gonna be a slow day for me a little bit too. So yeah, that's why I don't give a shit. Plus, like I don't go to bed before like about this time anyway. So it's just like a normal night for me.
All right, we're officially at 94% on Pennsylvania, and yeah, so
95 on AP, 95 AP, and it's
well, that's what I meant. 95,
yeah.
not sort of 94. Yeah.
I mean, I technically have a lot to do in the office tomorrow, but that's just going to have to do its thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I get to it.
I think they say that the Monday after the Super Bowl should be a holiday. I think the Wednesday after Election Day should be a holiday.
In modern times, for sure, for fucking sure. Once upon a time, when this shit was over at 8 o'clock,
This is true.
You know, like maybe not, but fucking nowadays, yeah.
That's a good point, because back in the time it was over 8 o'clock and it was all paper ballots. Now that we're all electric and it's taken till 2 in the fucking morning, how is that possible, guys?
It's electric.
So MSNBC has Trump at 266. So I don't know what they called. Oh, they called MSNBC called Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they just gave up. They're like, fuck it. He just won.
Like, too close to call.
This dude, I don't know who he is. He's like literally stroking out for real because his veins are popping out in his head and his neck and all this shit. And like Matt Allen done had a stroke. I don't know. I have him muted because I can't listen to him.
Yeah.
Like Matt Allen's literally had a stroke already because half her face isn't working. And
it didn't work to start with.
No, but it's gotten worse. Like you can like see she's just like, Arr! And then like Saki is just over there like she's about to kill herself.
Maybe she needs some loving. That'd be okay.
She probably does.
Mark says, tomorrow if Trump wins, I'm putting a chair in the river with my daughter, dropping a bag of beer in the water and casting out with the lure I know isn't going to catch anything. That's a solid plan, bro.
That's a good
and not give a fuck about it, right?
Dang,
Mad Cow had another stroke. Good.
Okay.
The problem is she doesn't stroke it. That's why she's in the predicament she's in.
I think she stroked it a lot.
Ding, fries are done. Ding, fries are done.
I love the fact that they're showing like guys talking in real. I want to see who's got game and who doesn't. Like that's all I care about at this point is who's got game out in that crowd. Who's going to try to pick up the intern? You know.
Oh, earlier on Fox, by the way, the next GOA show, Ginger, you have to get that Kaylee McGee chick to show up.
I can try.
No, fucker, there's do or do not. There is no try.
Damn, you really just schooled your ass. Dream big again. That's what Kamala was saying. She's dreaming. Oh, that's different. Big. My bad.
I'm glad he dressed up.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Parker just walks around with a t-shirt.
A t-shirt, a cowboy hat. No thing but a chicken wing. Fox News is saying they took down a teleprompter, so this speech is going to be from the heart. Holy Jesus.
God.
Oh, God. Oh, my. He might come out and say, my name is Trump.
From the heart.
Kamala, you're fired. Boom. Oh, people starting to walk in from the big room.
Kamala, you are too sloshed to concede. Everybody has thrown trash everywhere.
Kamala, get on your knees, bitch.
I mean,
if he doesn't send her a package of knee pads, that would be hilarious.
What's going on?
I know they said Joe said that we were garbage, but I'm here to take out the trash.
Take out the trash.
Let's get a WWE superstar.
There'll be 45 minutes of like cheering and applause before he ever even says anything.
Well, chances are Junior will come out first, you know.
I really hope Trump comes out with Elon and everybody.
The whole team, like every fucking one of them. That'd be amazing.
It would seriously. I mean, it would be.
You know, they're all there.
They're all there.
He needs to come out fucking two-step into the devil went down to Georgia.
Oh. Or Motown Philly back again. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so fun. Unscripted. I mean, let's be honest though, like he only's on the teleprompter for about 30 seconds in a normal situation.
Oh yeah, he does. It's like a guideline. That's all it is.
Yeah, he can't stay on there because he's it's a beautiful dog. Beautiful dog.
Yeah.
It was a huge dog. The dogs were beautiful. They went Bow Wow, not Woof Woof. Lil Bow Wow was a great rapper.
That's the greatest thing you ever heard. He didn't let the dogs out though.
Look at all the lights back there. Fucking new
Yeah.
camera bullshit.
That's
holy
crazy,
shit.
isn't it?
Satellites are linking up in outer space.
Oh, there's Cash.
Yeah. There's Vivek. Look at you, boy.
Did you guys get a chance to meet Cash at Goals?
No.
Did you, Trey?
No, I said no.
Wow. He's pretty cool.
No. I'll say it slower for you next time.
Yeah.
What part did you not understand? The N or
I
the
think
O?
I just heard Chase. I didn't hear you.
Fox is also calling a popular vote. Yeah, nothing's happened in the last hour on the AP website, so I don't know if I need to
They gave
refresh
up.
this or they just said fuck it.
They're just like, if we don't update it, then the nightmares doesn't really happen, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay, Pennsylvania's at 95%, and they haven't called it yet.
I said that earlier.
Oh, I thought we said 94.
No, I misspoke, and then I had to correct myself. I was like, yeah, that's bullshit. They need to call it now.
Calm the
There's a-
fuck on. People talk.
Nothing has moved at all, really, on the AP map.
Yeah.
Oh, I take that back. I take that back. Arizona's at 50.
Arizona has gone up 1%, and Trump is extending his lead.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kamala.
It's such a huge lead. It's a big.
Huge.
Well,
Huge.
everybody else I talked to said they had Chase. How long did you have to wait in line?
Like 5 minutes, 6 minutes, something like that. It wasn't long.
Okay.
It wasn't bad. It went pretty quick.
Well,
Yeah, I was in and out.
Mark
What
says,
he said.
just watching you guys right now, where is Trump if he loses Pennsylvania? It doesn't matter because he's going to win Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, probably Arizona, and Alaska. So let's just say, I mean, she's going to win Pennsylvania. If she wins Pennsylvania, it doesn't matter.
Nope.
There's no map for her to get to 270 at this point.
Nah, I mean, he's secured Pennsylvania, even if they came up with, several thousand votes in the middle of the night.
Yeah, he's up by 200,000 votes. There's no way.
Yeah. Plus, you're going to have, Michigan, Nevada, all these other ones pop off soon.
Yeah.
looks like the red wave happened. It just happened 2 years later than what everybody thought.
True that.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, I think
Now, that
think
dude needs to be in the cabinet right there.
I didn't see who it was. I was looking at my
It's
screen. Who
on
was
Fox. Vivek's on Mr.
Oh,
Rowdy
okay.
Corey.
it? Okay. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I he's got to be right. He probably will be. I mean, you would think he would be.
I mean,
He'll play a role for sure. I've got a feeling he'll play a role, something to do with big tech, possibly. Just have that feeling. I've got that feeling. Because Elon is going to be doing it. Elon's going to be more on the efficiency side, right?
Yeah,
Rather than
yeah.
tech. So
Yeah, he's not doing tech. Yeah.
So I feel Vivek will be something in the tech sector, possibly.
Probably.
Maybe with chips. I know Trump wants to do away with that whole chip agreement thing.
Oh, God. If he does stuff with chips, can we call him Poncherello?
Oh, my God.
Please do.
Come here, Ponch.
Give me a punch.
This guy's way too intense right now. Relax,
Hey,
bro.
what?
Yeah. See, John, years ago, there was this show called Chips,
Chips? Yes.
Yeah, there
Yes.
was.
and it was about the California Highway Patrol.
Dun, 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 dun.
And
This famous actor turned porn star, Eric Estrada, was Poncherello.
Poncherello.
Call
And
sign Ponch.
Baker and Poncherello.
Oh, Baker.
Oh, Baker.
What we were at some show that the
That dude
chips
is fucking
motorcycle.
lit up. He could not walk in a straight line. That was great.
What
how
what
we
show
do it in
were we
Florida.
at that the
Huh?
chips? What show were we at that the chips motorcycles were there? Oh, maybe that was in Houston.
It was at SHOT Show.
Was it a shot? Was it?
Because I wasn't in Houston and I saw them. So it's
And
either
they-
it SHOT or is it NRAM this year in Dallas? One of the two.
That was so fucking awesome.
It had to be a shot because it's
Sykes wants to know, did he do porn? Sykes, go on Pornhub and just search, man. You know, Sykes interested in, did he do porn? I don't know why he's interested, but he wants to know if he did porn.
He did. That's what he did later in his life after all the fame wore off, I guess.
You know, just because I think they should do a reboot of Chips, and I think that Wilmer Valderrama needs to play Punch. Wouldn't he be the perfect Punch?
Without a doubt. Yeah.
That'd be
It's like
hilarious.
the perfect one.
Yeah.
What did I miss? I step away for a couple
Who do you
minutes.
use for Baker?
Oh my God! Did he not hear any of that? I'm down. I'm done.
Okay, so the guy that was in American Pie and then played
Fez.
oh my God, the guy that played Fez, the guy in American Pie that was also in like dude, I lost my where's my car or whatever it is. What's his name?
That guy's got like 3 names. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Oh
He'd
yeah. I know
be
you're
a
talking
fun
about.
one. He'd be a
He
fun
always plays
one.
a douchebag.
Yeah, he'd be a fun one to work with Fez. I would say Danny Masterson, but I think he's preoccupied right now.
Yeah.
It's kind of in jail.
I was thinking more like, what is that? What does he play on? Can't remember what the guy. I can picture him, but I can't remember what he plays on. Damn it. Yeah, I can't think of his name, and I can't think of nothing that he plays on to look it up. Fuck. But I'm like,
Look at
he'd be
that
a.
sequin. Is that Dionne Warwick? She wore a lot of sequins, man.
She loves the nightlife. She likes the boogie.
She likes the boogie. Mark says, how about being Firefly back? I never watched Firefly, so I could give 2 shits.
That's why every nerd ever is like, bring back Firefly.
I never watched it, but I know about Firefly only because of Big Bang Theory. That was a big part of it, but I never watched it, so I don't know what it's even about.
Yeah, I never watched it.
How
It's a
mad?
TV show. You ever watch the movie Serenity?
No?
Okay, it's a sci-fi movie. It's basically a TV show based off that.
Oh, okay. These guys are like, hey, man, let's put our blazers on and our MAGA hat on. We might get laid tonight.
They're definitely getting laid tonight.
By each other? Because, like, they're in a room full of hot girls and they're talking to themselves. I'm just saying.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. And there's obviously chicks walking around by themselves
That are hammered right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fucking
Come back to my place. I'll show you my polls.
Yeah. My
Did
pony
we-
poles.
Did we say that Trump was going to come out to? Did we
There
put
you go.
What'd you say?
He's
Did
mad.
we put Eminem as Trump's come out song? Guess who's back? Back again.
I mean, really, he just needs to walk out to 50 like the many men and just be done with like he did that rally after he got shot at.
Oh, that's a beautiful porn stash and mullet. That's actually a pretty sweet look. I'm feeling for you. It's kind of like the Jeff Fisher look. I like it.
Guess
Oh, that's the old Jeff Gordon look too.
It is it's the chubby I've
Rainbow
let myself
Warrior era.
go. Is that Jill Biden? Joe is there.
Joe and Jill are there. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Wait, did you what?
That did look like Jill, didn't it?
Yeah, fuck. If you can't beat them, join them.
Maybe they'll give us a job.
What if?
Please don't.
What if?
Please don't put me in jail.
Like some behind the
What if-
scenes shit or something there.
What if Joe is actually there and they bring him on stage?
I mean,
I quit just so you could guarantee a Trump victory. Fooled all you fuckers.
yeah.
The machine is corrupt.
I never have liked Kamala.
I call her Kamala because that's what she did to get here.
That's something Joe would say too.
Yeah, I know it is.
Just- The Joe.
It'd be like a Scooby Doo moment or something almost. Like, fooled you, motherfuckers.
Pulls off the mask.
Comes dancing up the stage and shit. Like, yeah, you just thought I tripped upstairs. Like,
The
psych.
dude
What's taking
on
them so long? We're
MSNBC
trying to
looks
get
like-
We're trying to get Rogan and Kid Rock to sober up a little bit before they come on stage. That's what
I
we're
know.
waiting on.
So MSNBC finally officially declared Pennsylvania, and they're just giving up now, and they're showing all the Trump stuff on the side, and they got the kid talking. It looks like he's sitting on a fire hydrant.
That's so good.
He does.
That's so good.
Well, I think AP just kind of like stopped updating their shit. They're like,
Yeah, I
fuck it.
think they went to sleep.
Yeah,
When Kamala decided to go to sleep, they just said, "You know what?
we're done.
We're done. We're going to."
I mean, they're
Give it
streaming
up. It's
still.
over.
They're like, okay, sounds like a good idea. We'll do that too. Yeah, they bumped it up on CNN too.
Did they?
CNN's still only giving her 188. They're like, she doesn't even deserve what she got. Fuck her.
There's 4 right there. They're looking for some action.
Oh, here come all the cameras. There he is.
Oh, he's coming up on
there he
stage.
is.
All right, here we go.
Oh,
Where? Who's coming on stage?
Trump. He came, but he's coming out to AP's got him on stage right now. He's coming
Oh,
out
it's because
to.
I'm.
What's his family? No, is that Dana White?
That is Dana White.
It is Dana White. Yes, it is.
Junior Dana White.
$267. AP just called Pennsylvania. It's over.
Aaron, Dana White. Yep.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh shit.
Dana White. Let's see who else is there. The whole Trump family's there.
There's Eric,
Holy
Don
shit.
Jr.,
Yeah.
Aaron.
Well, you can't miss Barron because he's 7 feet tall.
Barron is so big. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're still coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. God, they're still look.
Look at all that.
Good Lord.
Holy shit.
Can you turn up the volume, Trey?
Up?
Yeah, because that's what.
Yeah, you're gonna get copyrighted.
Yeah, I would. Oh yeah, you will get copyrighted
On that, you'll get copyrighted.
because of the.
Okay.
They're still playing the Lee Green song.
Mr. Greenwood is still. Here, I'll tell you when it's over.
Okay.
I got it turned down really low on my TV, so I'll tell you when it's done.
Really?
Holy crap!
Thanks, YouTube.
How many people can fit on the stage?
Everyone. They fit everyone on the stage.
Those curtain flaps are getting more usage than Kamala's
Oh,
are.
yeah,
Good
they are.
God.
I don't see
Jesus
you
Christ,
all.
Chase!
Fuck.
I was mid drink when you said that. God damn.
Oh, they're still coming out though.
Still,
it's
yeah.
Still coming out.
He's still playing the song. I'll tell you when it's over.
I got it.
It's ending
There you go.
right now.
It's ending now.
Crank it.
Can y'all hear it okay?
Turn it up.
Turn it up.
Turn it up.
Thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this.
Is that better?
Incredible movement.
Yeah.
This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before.
It's a big, beautiful movement.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest
I would say it was a bowel movement.
political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible. And it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Winning the popular vote was very nice, very nice. I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
There we go.
And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
I want to thank her too.
Damn.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? No, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing.
Magnificent. They're my magnificent.
Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Baron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help.
Did he say what the hell?
I think so.
What the hell?
My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now.
He's hammered.
She's so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
There he is.
He's off on like corner by himself.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like that. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say,
What did he just say?
"Oh, thank you very much." He's like the only guy I've ever seen.
MSCNB, ABC.
He's probably wasted.
Say a couple of words.
Whichever.
Trump on a dummy. This is great.
Yeah, he's gonna put JD up. Nice.
He's like, the must not see TV people. Nobody cares.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Don't call
And under
it a
President Trump's
comeback.
leadership,
I've
we're
been
never
here
going
for
to stop
years.
fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Hope so.
They don't call me the Don for nothing.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice.
I thought the greatest comeback was Kim Kardashian.
I took a little
Trump
heat
is
at the
stoned
beginning,
out of his mind right
but
now, I
he
think.
was,
Oh, hell yeah.
No, that's back
I knew
to
the
come
brand
on,
was
sir.
a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it. So we're going to make this
Little thing called
it's the
little
greatest
thing.
country and potentially the greatest
A little
country in the world by far.
tinkle in your
And
tinkle,
right
you
now,
know.
we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here.
Yes, Susie, come.
Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you.
I thought he
The
was
ice
going to say
lady. We
Susie.
call her the ice lady. Chris,
Oh, the Iceman? Is that what he just said?
That's what he just said.
Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background.
This wasn't
He's
expected, but
just gonna
I
fucking
wanna
let
thank
everybody
obviously
speak, ain't he?
President Trump for this.
Get up here.
Oh, yeah.
A great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susan.
I don't know that I've ever seen another
Never seen her be
president let
shot
other
before.
people talk and shit like
Susie.
this.
They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it looked so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour.
This is what makes him so good. What the
happened to your
fuck?
paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could
I got my little rocket man going up.
Little rocket man, Elon.
That's just like in the song that makes America great.
It's like 22
The rocket
stories
spread
tall, by the
glare,
way. It
just
looks
went
a
up,
little smaller
and
than
it was
that, but it's
amazing.
big.
It was
And
so
it came
cool.
down
It was
and
so
down,
great.
Oh,
and you
God.
saw that fire burning. And so only Elon can do this. It must be an
It was a ring of fire.
I told
It was
I
huge.
told
Say
him
it was
last
Ring of
night
Fire.
I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important
This is
people
word for word.
I would
This is
say
his
the
mental
country.
cognitive
This is
shit,
this is
right?
100% on
Even
the pro.
wasted.
I was
Even
president,
wasted.
and now it looks like
He
I was
it's the
gonna be
exact
maybe
same
president
story he told on
again, so I
Rogan.
figured
Like
I could ask him to
exactly.
hold.
Yeah.
So I asked him to hold. And because
The
especially
teleprompter just has a big fucking question mark on it.
It's like a fucking Riddler. It's like, what?
crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes and he was holding. But this spaceship came down and I saw those engines firing and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the
Wait,
fire
what if he
pour
puts
out from the
Elon
left
in charge
side
of
and I put
NASA?
it straight. And it came
It's
down
a
so
civilian.
gently, and then
It's
it
not
brought
a
up those
governmental
arms around
entity.
it, and
Yeah.
it held it. And just like you hold
The
your
vice
bacon,
president
like you
is the
look
head
at it.
of NASA, but it's actually a
And
civilian
it was a beautiful
entity.
thing to see. And I called Elon. And I
Oh,
said,
well
Elon,
pooped.
It's government
was
funded.
that you? He said, yes, it was.
Yes,
I
it
said, who else can
was.
do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great.
Clover,
And you know, when
this is
we had
what you'd
the
be like if you took two
tragic
gummies.
Hurricane
I know, right?
Helene, and it hit in particular
Actually,
North
about it
Carolina.
would take
They
me
were
about a
really
half one.
devastated. The water,
Like
it was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out
A
of
water hurricane.
fields within lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And
I
the people
love
in
it.
North Carolina
Ozzy
came
says,
to me and they
Ozzy
said,
says,
would
I
it
want
be
what he's been
possible,
drinking.
at all possible,
Exactly.
for you to speak to Elon Musk?
Jaeger bombs.
Starlink.
Cheers,
I said, "What's
boys.
Starlink? It's a form of
Cheers.
communication." So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he
He's
had.
gonna
and it
talk
was
for
very
45
dangerous.
minutes
People would
about
die. They had
Elon.
no communication. All the wires.
He
were
just
down.
won
I
the
called
fucking presidency,
Elon
and he's
Musk.
gonna
I
talk
said,
45 minutes
"Elon,
about Elon.
you have something called Starlink. Is
It's
that
like
right?"
he's got
He
a
said,
crush on.
"What the hell
He's
is
like a
it?" He said,
5-year-old kid that's
"It's
got
a
a crush on
communication
somebody.
system that's very good."
I already told you you
He
loved
said,
him.
"Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it?" He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have
Mark's
to
not
protect
wrong.
our geniuses. We don't have that many
No,
of
he's
them.
not.
We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. Slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer
Bryson's
than me.
there?
Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here somewhere.
Yeah, how about that?
There you go.
What happened to Bryson? Where is he?
Bryson's
Bryson.
asleep, dude. It's 4 a.m. over there.
Oh,
Oh,
he was,
Oh,
It's
He's
like
hitting balls.
2.
Oh, he's on the way.
He's hitting balls. What the fuck did he just
he's
say?
a golfer, dude.
Oh,
Oh,
I
There
thought
he
he
is.
said he was sitting balls. I thought he meant triple balls and just mix it up.
he's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit and I went and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it and he loved it and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters and they really go at it. It's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere.
They're the best
at any time.
fighters. They kick,
Doing so
they
well.
punch.
I'd like to ask Danny just to say a couple of words because
Well,
people love to hear from him.
Of course you do. He's gonna let everybody talk. Fuck it.
I mean, at this point, why not?
At this point, he just said, fuck it.
I think the janitor's out there, and
Nobody
we love him.
deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does.
Got my gardener down near Mar-a-Lago. Did a great job with the
When the
hedges.
machine comes after you, what you've seen over the last several years,
The
this is
machine.
what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've
Where
ever met
Bert
in my life.
Kreischer comes
His
out
family
next.
are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least,
Joe
the mighty
Rogan.
and powerful Joe Rogan.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. He's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna
AP just called
turn it around. It's got to be
Pennsylvania.
turned around. It's got to be turned
Yeah,
around.
they called about
fast.
10 minutes ago.
We're going to turn it around. We're going to do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're going to do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. And so
And
I
we're
just
going to get
want to
justice
say
for
that
Peanut
on
and those
behalf of this
raccoons,
great group
too.
of people, these are hard-working people. These are
Justice for
fantastic
Peanut.
people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came and he's
Bobby.
going to help make America healthy again.
Ah, there you have it. There you have it.
What?
What about Tulsi? What's he gonna say about her?
Bobby. Hell yeah.
Dang it,
He's a
Bobby.
great guy, and he really means
Damn
it.
it,
He
Bobby.
wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby.
Right.
We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have.
Fucking
We have the
China.
greatest people also.
China.
Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you
They
think,
call those the dark
looking at
magas.
it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us.
Damn it,
Nobody's ever
Chase.
seen anything like that. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was
Clover
beautiful.
American,
Clover
Historical
American, Ginger Americans,
United
Dairy
citizens of all
Americans.
backgrounds around
Ginger Americans Unite.
a common
Even the dairy Mexicans,
common
I heard.
sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We
I mean, the
wanna have
junkyard Cuban
borders.
showed up in
We
Florida.
want to have
They
Yeah.
did.
security.
They
We want to
did.
have
They did.
things be good, safe. We want great
There's a
education.
party going
We
on in
want a
Miami-Dade
strong
right
and powerful
You think?
military, and ideally we
Oh,
don't
I
have
know.
to use it. You know, we had no
don't have to
wars.
think, I
4
know.
years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to
Oh,
start
she
a war.
won't
I'm gonna
concede
stop
until
wars.
like
But this is
tomorrow
also
morning.
a massive victory for
she's probably
democracy and for
sloshed out of her
freedom.
mind.
Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine?
Mark, are you okay? Did you have too many sugar beers?
901 something. A lot of rallies.
Kamala's not going to concede tonight. It ain't happening.
No.
This is our
No,
latest
she
rally.
won't concede
But
until
now we're going on to
until the
something
AP
that's
calls
far
it.
more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission.
Building your online business?
Oh,
Son of a bitch. Are you serious?
Yay.
Energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is
It's a magnificent job. It's a
in the
big,
world.
big, beautiful, great job.
This is
Biggest job in the world.
It's a fantastic job. The world is huge.
I will govern by a simple motto.
I'm waiting for him to
Promise
say
made,
anything about
promise
his
kept. We're
assassination
gonna keep
attempt.
our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful.
Well, we damn sure don't have any
And I'm asking
hindrance with
every
Congress
citizen all
to
across
stop
our
him
land
from
to join me in
fulfilling
this
his word,
noble
does
and
he?
Got
righteous
no
endeavor.
excuses.
That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind
Mark,
us.
do you need help
Unite.
with the
And
Walt
we're gonna
tools
try,
and
we're gonna try. We
what is
have to
happening?
try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more
I
and
think
more
he
successful.
downed the whole bottle of
People
Smirnoff.
started coming
I think
together.
it was a
Success
whole
is
bottle of
going
Smirnoff.
to
I
bring
should have
us
done that myself
together,
a long time
and
ago.
we are
Right.
going to start
I'm drinking some
by all putting
Brothers in
America
Bond.
first.
Chase,
We
you
have
gotta
to
try.
put our
It's
country
pretty
first
good.
for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow.
You might want to turn it down before you get a.
There we go.
Can I say
Oh,
something
there
real
you have it,
quick?
boys and girls? Absolutely.
7 hours later.
I want to
7 hours later.
7 hours, yeah. So I know we're 7 hours into this thing, but I want to thank all
Gary
the gun
just
owners that
fucking
voted.
woke up. Gary just
Holy
woke up.
shit.
Gary, where the fuck have you been? Jesus, Gary.
Hey, it's like I
Wow.
took a nap. Fuck
Hey.
y'all.
Jesus. All right, let
He
me.
had- he had to
let me
wake
change
up to
gears for a
piss,
second.
so-
I want to thank all the gun
all right.
owners. want to thank all the gun owners that voted. I want to, hopefully we see the numbers of, we had 10 million gun owners not registered to vote. So hopefully we saw those increase. I want to thank everybody who, pushed the message of getting the vote out, especially on our side. That's really about it. We worked real hard. We got the Senate. Looks like we're going to get the House. We got the presidency. So hopefully some things change in the next 4 years. So
yeah, just to kind of piggyback on that, the fight's not even close to being over at this point. We were just kind of talking about it. You got the White House, you got both chambers of Congress, you've got the House and the Senate. There is no reason,
and the
Supreme Court. There is no reason that historical things shouldn't happen the next 4 years. So if they don't, it's our own fault. So just because all of this has happened tonight doesn't mean it's over. This is where you push your elected officials to do more and say, look, you've got no excuses for the next 4 years. You've got nothing but opportunity in front of you. So if you want to stay here, then do your job, because it didn't happen the first 2 years in 2016 to 2018 when we had the same opportunity. Let's hold them to the fire. Let's make sure that we're holding them accountable and say, look, we will go looking for other candidates in 2 years if we need to. Yeah, Ozzy said it right. The fight's not over. It just got a little easier. In theory, it got a little easier tonight. And God bless them, but fucking AP, you still are at 267. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, they haven't even called Alaska.
They haven't called Alaska, and they haven't called Nevada, and it's not even fucking close.
Here's what I'm going to say, guys. We've got 2 years. In 2 years, you got to vote again and show up and do the same thing. Put pressure on your congressmen. A lot of them got endorsements from other organizations. Good for them, but you need to put pressure on them. If you want constitutional carry or national reciprocity, if you want suppressors off the NFA, now is the time to call. Now is the time to push. Get motivated and start pushing, or else we're just going to have the same thing we had, 4 or 5 years ago when we had the Senate and the House. Now is the time to actually drive and push those people to actually do what you want them to go.
Yeah. We literally got 2 years to get it done.
2 years. I will say this. I think that the difference, there's two main differences, I think this time. 3, really. Okay, 3. 1, he's not trying to run again. He doesn't have to worry about, because what happens in your first term, you have about 18 months, to be honest with you. Not even 2 years. You have 18 months to govern, and then you're running for re-election. He doesn't have to worry about that anymore. The second thing you don't have to worry about anymore is, I think that he learned a lot of things his first term, right? I think he learned what to do, what not to do. And 3, I think for the most part, he understood that he surrounded himself with the wrong people the first term. Look at who he's already surrounding himself. It's already an improvement over it was in 2016. I mean, look at the caliber of people that he's going to surround and say, look, not only am I going to bring them around, I'm going to give them free reign to do what they do best. And if he allows that to happen, holy shit, this could be fun. This could be fun. I'm not a Trumpster. I think people know that. I'm excited about RFK Jr. I'm excited about Tulsi. I'm excited about Elon. I'm excited about the people that he's saying he's going to bring along for the ride. And I tell you what, man, I think he learned a lot of what not to do in 4 years. And I don't think he's going to make the same mistakes again.
I can't
go ahead
disagree with that. And he said he surrounded himself with lobbyists before, and I have a feeling that he'll listen to people who actually have a say. So we'll see. But I'm optimistic.
I I look at this, and we've been looking at this all night, and whether you're
7 fucking hours.
Whether you look at the popular vote, right, which
the
Republican hasn't carried in quite some time.
Long time. Yeah.
You look at the states that you look at how close some of these states were. Virginia was one of those, and then you look at the flips that are happening, like Nevada, for example.
Yeah.
You look at carrying 3 out of 4 of the blue wall.
Yep.
But I would say be cautious in that. I think it's apparent with Trump. Trump is not your far right conservative.
Nope.
Trump is not really a Republican in the sense of what a lot of people, would want him to be. He's a moderate. And if you look at all these things and you add them up, to me, it's a referendum on this whole woke, stupid fucking woke culture.
Sure.
The people across this country, they spoke tonight. And they spoke loud and clear and said, fuck all this woke, stupid shit. And so I think what we got to be careful of moving forward is allowing the rest of the people that's willing to realize that the fringe don't fucking run things in this country.
On either side. Yeah.
On either side. Like we talk about that 80% or whatever in the middle. The fucking 80% wrecked goddamn shop tonight.
100%.
We wrecked shop tonight. And so we need to realize what can happen. When that happens, when that 80% can kind of get together on things. And it all starts with the putting up with woke shit, to me.
It's a big part of it, yeah.
I mean, tonight was a big deal. I mean, it's a referendum. I mean, we literally stood on the precipice of losing the republic. As we know it.
Yeah.
There is no telling what would have happened tomorrow if it didn't go this way. Let's just be honest.
We were up against an installed candidate. Let's be honest about it.
100%. Yeah.
The left, the Democrats, again, not playing partisan politics here. Installed, bitched about the end of democracy and how we had to save democracy while they were installing a fucking candidate.
Yep.
Excuse me? And the American people, they realize that shit.
A candidate didn't have to go through a primary. How in the hell does that happen?
Well, you can tell by the way that this election went. You can look at the fucking numbers and realize that the American people didn't go for that shit. They said, fuck that shit. That's not the way this country works.
That's right.
And you're not going to do that.
That's right.
So they tried it and they got their fucking face smacked is what they got.
Absolutely.
And hopefully they never try it again.
I'm never going to put it past them. Chase, what else you got, man?
I mean, I think we pretty much summed it up over the last 7 hours, but
if we haven't, then we haven't done our jobs.
But I mean, that's the biggest thing is like, tomorrow or later today, it's a new day. And when, the actual inauguration comes next month, I mean, we'll all be at SHOT Show when it happens. Yeah. I mean, it's my little girl's birthday.
Range day, I believe.
We'll be at range day, and that's when the real work starts. Yeah. If we want to save our country as we know it, as far as the 80% of the country wants it to be, that's where the real work begins. And we've really got 2 solid years to make it happen.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'll go back to just what I was saying before is it's imperative that we do not take our eye off the ball. It's imperative that we stay on top of our elected representatives and making sure that they do their job, because what the hell what the hell's all of this for if we don't, right? So,
well, thankfully, McConnell is going to be gone.
God, I know.
And, that gives me hope, because he was an establishment guy that was honestly a pretty big hurdle we had in the Senate.
Oh yeah, because he was bought and paid for years ago.
Years ago. Yeah.
Now I don't know, majority leader. I don't know who that's going to end up being.
I
think
we said it earlier. I think it'd be fantastic if it is Cruz. I think he gets it.
I'm on board with that. But
Yeah.
at this point we don't know.
No,
and
we
that's
don't know.
one of the things with what you're talking about, being vigilant and staying on that ass, is we need to be paying attention to who they, are wanting to put in that position. And if it's somebody that doesn't cut the fucking mustard, we need to let them know that, hey, no, that don't work.
Mm-hmm. And we got to pray that World War III doesn't fucking start in the next 2 months too.
Well, Trump can handle that. I think either way, I don't think it'll be bad enough. I think even though that our military is stripped down, we still have the leaps and bounds the best fucking military out there.
Yeah.
Nobody is damn sure crazy enough to do anything as far as the homeland goes, an invasion or anything like that. I think we can make it a few months until Trump, and I have no doubt Trump can handle that.
I think that here's a funny thing about it is I think tomorrow Trump's on the phone.
Already. Oh, he can handle it before he even gets sworn in.
Oh, I do too. I think he starts early. I mean, he starts, immediately. But I'm saying you're like this Iran situation and shit like that. This is their last ditch effort to do something before they know they're going to get their wrist smacked down.
Mm-hmm. There is that. There is this. So here's the thing. The scary scenario is it's delicate right now between Israel and basically the rest of the fucking world, right? Now, the reason why I say that is if something does happen, this isn't going to be World War I and World War II where there's 3 countries versus 5 countries. This is going to be a true world war only because either economically or politically, everyone has to be involved to protect their own interests around the world. It will truly be a world war. And I don't want to know what the world will look like if that does happen. And here's the thing. The people that are responsible for stopping this war are all batshit crazy. And that's the scary thing. You've got Israel, you've got Iran, you've got all these countries that have the power to start World War III, and none of them are stable. Let's just be honest, everyone. But then you're not talking about just bringing them in. You're bringing Russia, you're bringing China, you're bringing North Korea. Here's a problem. You're forcing China to pick sides.
Yep. Which is why you hope the newly elected president gets on the phone tomorrow with all his old contacts and goes, "Hey,
well,
we need to handle this now.
Let's stop this shit now."
Not stable too.
Mark out there says Trump's already been on the phone with them, and I would not doubt that.
Oh, he has been.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
The great thing about Trump being a former president, he is not bound by talking to foreign leaders because he is a former president. He still gets security briefs being a former president. So he's not bound by the normal candidates. He already knows these people. He doesn't have to worry about that. So yeah, I think he has been on the phone with them.
If I was Trump right now, and again, this is conspiracy theory, I would go in a bunker and stay out of the limelight until Inauguration Day. Because if they try anything,
him personally, yes. Let Elon, let RFK, let Tulsi handle that stuff. Absolutely.
I think that's a good move. I think he probably should. I mean, he's been campaigning, and let's be honest, he's not.
He needs to rest. Also,
not in bad health or anything else. But he's not. So I think he tones it down. Play your golf, chill at Mar-a-Lago, build your team, get your transition in order. Because that was a fucking problem, his first presidency.
Yes.
Make sure all of that day one is ready to fucking rock 100%.
I know we talked about this before.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm voting for Elon. Who's going to run in your guys' mind? Real quick, and I'll let you finish, John. I think it's going to be Elon.
Who in you guys' mind, who's going to be running the transition team? Who should run the transition team? I think Elon should. John, who do you
Either
think
Elon
should
or
run?
RFK.
I take either one of those.
Elon or RFK.
Chase, Clover?
I mean, or Dana White. Dana White would be cool.
Running a transition team, I don't know if I want him in that.
I honestly think that it's going to be in all of the above because I think it's going to be. Here's how I think it's going to go. I think when he needs a certain person for a certain position or job, he's going to tap whichever one of those in his close circle is best suited to turn him on to the right person.
That's fair.
Yeah. I think because like Elon's already got a lot to juggle and that's a lot for him. RFK, I could see. I think that's a fantastic job and a first job for Tulsi or Vivek to do.
Oh, Vivek. Yeah, I'm all for Tulsi.
Vivek could be great for staffing.
Vivek could be.
Oh, yeah. That dude
that's a
could
great
like
one.
pull it together. He already knows
Yeah.
how to interface with everybody. He already knows the way the government works. Like somebody like that is what you need.
I didn't even think about Vivek, but yeah, that might be the best thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, John. You were going to say something earlier.
No.
He's got
What was I gonna
gingivitis.
say?
He's hammered.
I do have gingivitis. I can't remember what I was going to say. If I was the Trump team, I mean, there's three things conspiracy theory have to worry about. One is Trump being assassinated. Two is Biden and Kamala starting a war. And three is China invading Taiwan. Those are the three things we have to worry about.
I think so. Yeah.
I would agree with all three of those.
I can see China making the power play before the transition.
I could see China making a power play, and I could see here's the problem. Not saying that one of them's going to make a move, but Iran scares the shit out of me.
Yeah, because they got nothing to lose.
Not
at this
too
point.
worried.
They got
I'm not-
nothing to lose because January 20th changes.
They have everything to lose at that point.
That's what I'm saying. They scare me. They scare
It
me.
wouldn't
Yeah,
take much. I don't think it would take. Here's my stance with Iran. I don't disagree. Iran is a little bit scary, but the thing with Iran, the people of Iran, and this has been this way for close to 20 years plus now that I know of. The people of Iran, it's the Ayatollahs or whatever. That's the issue. The people, given the support, the backing, the everything else, even if it's just moral support from social fucking media with people in this country, just telling the Iranian people that, hey, you can take control of your fucking future and your destiny. You don't have to put up with this horse shit. Like, that alone would go a lot of way to curbing fucking Iran.
Oh yeah, I mean, until the Shah fell, I mean, Iran was a normal westernized country.
Correct.
I mean, I had a very good customer. He used to come in my old shop all the time. He's a super good dude, you know, and his family escaped when the Shah fell, and he's like, I'm not a fucking Iranian crazy nut job. He's like, I'm a Persian, you know, and that's how they all identify. He's like, you know, he's proud of where he came from, but he's like, you know, they ruined the country, you know. And that's.
But we have to empower. We have to find a way, or our representatives. I hate calling them fucking leaders, you know, but it's got to go Trump, his team, you know, whatever, CIA assets, whatever it might be. It's got to find a way with Iran to really get that groundswell back up that we had in that first term of Obama's, the Arab Spring, and actually take advantage of that. Something like that this time. Because that's an opportunity we had to dethrone and stabilize Iran, and Obama was too pussy and chicken shit to do it.
Well, you just do to him like you do the Taliban. You have a meeting with him, like, hey, by the way, buddy, here's a little note for you. That's your home address, and there's a 2,000-pound JDAM with your name on it if you fuck around.
Well, that would work too, but you could very easily do a fall of the Soviet Empire type situation.
Oh yeah,
too.
Yeah.
The thing is I think Iran is scared of Trump, everyone's scared of him because they don't think they don't know what he's going to do.
Well, no,
I don't think Iran has the tech.
Here's fucking speech tonight. Like, holy shit. Like,
Well, the only thing that I could think Iran could try to go after Israel. I don't think that's going to happen. It could happen that Iran teams up with Russia and tries to do something else. Who knows? But I doubt that we'll see Iran do anything because they know Israel will wipe them off.
Putin's got his hands full right now, and Putin wants land. He wants the power grab of things that are close to expand, territory. And I don't think there's any benefit necessarily in it with right now with Putin and Iran. So I don't worry about that.
You don't think he brings Iran in for troop support? He's running out of troops.
No, we know Trump's going to help broker the deal between Ukraine and be done with it.
And then also,
Russia and Ukraine will be done in 2 months. It's over.
I do not worry about Israel. I think the last couple of years has even proven that. My stance on that, or solidified my stance on that, that a lot of times, with Israel, as talking about as a country, we hold Israel back. Where if we would just fucking take the goddamn leash off, Israel would take care of business.
They would, and they're brutal.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't fight it. I mean, literally, it was the 6 Days War for a reason, because even with they didn't have the best technology at the time, they're like, look, it's do it now or we don't exist.
Right?
So let's go.
Yeah, they want it more. But I don't know.
China's the real outlier there.
China is one of those, because here's a problem with China.
It's just like with Hong Kong. They're going to do it and be like, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. That's what I thought.
Exactly. Yeah. You're talking about Taiwan, or as they call it, Chinese Taipei, but Taiwan, that's a real thing. I mean, it's a real thing. The hatred there. The problem with China is if they do something, here's where the biggest problem with that occurs, is they're going to put half the world's superpowers into a very difficult situation and a very difficult choice of what to do. I think they know. The only thing why it hasn't happened yet, my honest opinion, the reason why they haven't taken Taiwan yet is they know that we are publicly, and have been for years, a supporter of an independent Taiwan.
I mean, we're bound by treaty.
Well, independent
bound by treaties. What's that?
I mean, independent Taiwan is our chip manufacturing. I know we're bringing a bunch into the States. Like, they're building a giant chip factory, 2 giant chip factories, not more than 30 minutes from me.
That's what I'm saying. China knows where we stand. Yeah, China knows where we stand, and they don't want to put us on the wrong side of a decision. That's my personal opinion. I might be wrong, but I think that if they weren't worried about us, it would have happened years ago. This has been going on for decades, Yeah, go ahead.
Mark out there says, Putin wants out, but to claim a victory also. And how do you do that? Mark my words. I don't know if we were live when it's been. Well,
we were. It was about 5 hours ago, probably.
But I said earlier, mark my words, clip it, whatever you want to do. And especially now that we've got Trump in, a deal will be brokered and parts of Ukraine will be fucking annexed and it'll be over.
Parts that used to be part of the Russian Empire anyway.
Exactly.
Before.
Yeah.
Kiev, it is what it is. Sorry.
The people there don't give a shit. It's not going to affect their life in any drastic fucking way, one way or another.
Yep.
All fucking stupid.
All those Crimean annexed areas all spoke Russian or would consider themselves Russian anyway.
They're pulling in senior citizen fucking Ukrainians to fight now and die. They're wiping out the Ukrainian populace. And the only way they're going to reproduce and get more Ukrainians is to pull in foreign nationals to screw their women and have babies. And that taints and screws up their culture and everything else any fucking way. So annex the property, get it over with, and stop the loss of life.
Yeah.
Ukrainian women are generally
Zelensky Zelensky
claim what he wants.
is burning his country down the tube.
I don't think Zelensky gives a fuck. I think
Well, he
Zelensky's
doesn't.
there for Zelensky.
He
And
is.
any intelligent Ukrainian knows it because I mean, you look at all the military commanders he's fired, and government officials he's kicked out because they disagree with him.
Mm-hmm.
This saves Ukraine as they know it. Russia backs off, and they get their little bit of property that they wanted. Vlad can claim a victory in his own country, and everybody's happy.
Yep.
Listen, my best friend from college, he's still one of my best friends is Ukrainian. His family's from Ukraine. Those people are strong people. I don't think they're going to give up that easy. They'll probably annex Crimea and call it a day. Which I believe is already
think
annexed.
they will. I think they will give up that.
Yeah, the Russians already claim it anyway. That whole Donbas region, Crimea, all that, they already claim all that anyway.
Are they claiming that Chernobyl area as well? I'm assuming. Probably do, don't they? I'd imagine.
I don't remember. I've seen some lines on a map, but I mean, fucking.
You also have to remember in 2014, 2015, Crimea was already trying to annex itself. So
So that's what I'm saying. The people in the annexed portions, the actual people, they don't give a shit. Now, people in other portions might. It's kind of like if California decided it wanted to become a part of China, and everybody else in the United States was like, no, no, no. But all the people in California wanted to fucking annex and become part of China, right? Like, at the end of the day, who's it fucking for us to say?
Yeah, we'll move to China. See you.
It's a little different.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a perfect
I get what you're saying, yeah. But in that situation, I mean, all those former Soviet bloc satellite countries are all corrupt as shit anyway.
Yes,
they're all infighting, but the problem is, damn near all of them all used to be part of the Russian Empire to begin with. So
here's the problem.
The question:
you still have they got their independence, when the curtain fell. But here's the thing: no one's able to do anything with the independence. There's still fucking no money over there. There is no natural resources that isn't controlled by Russia. There's no way to grow a GDP anywhere in that region.
No.
So
that's the only reason Ukraine is strategically important is because it does have natural fuel sources, and it's kind of the European breadbasket.
That's
a lot of people.
That's the only reason people want Ukraine.
Yep.
And a lot of people don't understand this, but the Soviet satellites are all basically still subsidized by fucking Russia.
Yes.
Why do you think Putin is? You think he's just going in there because he wants the extra land? It's like they're fucking essentially paying for shit in there anyway.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Belarus, Bulgaria, all those places, they're all still intertwined with Russia.
They don't have a choice but to be. They can't survive truly on their own.
Well, no, because
no
they're bad children, because Europe, traditional Europe doesn't want anything to do with them because they look at them as like a second-tier citizen or second-tier country. Europe itself doesn't want anything to do with them. And Russia knows that they can throw their weight around with them because that's who's going to help them out.
Yep.
My question is, if we broker this peace and we give up, let's just say they give up Crimea, how pissed will the Poles be? But how pissed will the Poles be?
Well, they're going to be upset. They ain't got much point. Ain't much room to talk at this point.
Do we want to piss off Poland?
I don't think it gives it. I don't think it matters.
Don't we supply their fucking missile defense?
Yeah, we already supply all their shit to them anyway. But look, buddy, you're a NATO member.
Here's the thing. I'm going to go back to what I thought was a beautiful foreign policy that Trump had in his first term. Do you really want to be our fucking enemy?
not asking you to be our friends.
Right.
Don't need to be our friends. But do you really want to be my fucking enemy? I think that's what we have to do at this point. I don't need any more friends. But do you want me to be a fucking enemy at this point? Go ahead.
But will it piss off NATO countries?
Fuck NATO.
NATO only exists because of us.
Bro, we fund NATO.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, I know.
And Poland's going to be like, you know what? We're not real happy with that decision, but we're going to not complain about it because you provide us our air defense systems, our air systems, all this shit, and plus, you pay for our NATO membership. So
when it comes to NATO, Trump did get the vast majority of other countries to actually start paying their fucking part. Yeah. But their part still does not equal our part.
Not even
close.
But what was fucked up
it dropped us from 90 to 80.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even though, like they need to pay their fucking part. And I don't have a problem with it being necessarily unfair. I mean, a lot of countries don't have our GDP. They don't have our, I get it, right? They can't afford to pay equal shares of it. And I get all of that. Yeah. But by God, you're going to pay what you fucking agreed to pay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think what it comes down to also is he's going to go back to where he was. He's going to pull foreign aid. I guarantee you the Taliban's not going to make the money they're making right now. I guarantee that shit ain't going to happen. Here's the thing. Once again, we come back down to Trump. He's like, I am not going to pay you to be my fucking friend.
Yep.
You're either going to be my friend because you want to be my friend, or you instantly become an enemy. Once again, I ask a question. Do you want to be my enemy? We're truly the only superpower left. Truly. Do you want to be on the bad side of us?
Well, it's like you said earlier. You don't have to be our friend.
Nope. Don't care.
You don't have to be. But we're not fucking gonna pay you. We're not gonna pay you to be our friend. If you want to be our friend, cool. But we ain't gonna fucking pay you. And if you don't, we don't give a shit. And if you want to make an enemy, we're okay with that too, bitch.
We're okay with that too. Yep. And I think that's almost what you have to do. This is a strange. I mean, 7.5 hours into this, I'm a little punch drunk to begin with. The reason why the Cold War actually worked is because everyone was scared of what happens if. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
What happens if? And we have to put that fear and say, look, motherfuckers, I'm tired of being everyone's bank. I'm tired of being everyone's farm. I'm tired of being everyone's broker to every fucking deal that you want to do without repercussion. Yep. It fucking ends now. We're going to take care of ours and go fuck the whole damn world. If you want to start a world war against us, bring it on, bitches.
Well,
bring it on.
And let's be fair, because we're playing a lot of raw USA right now.
We are.
So let's be fair. Let's be fair about the stupid shit we've done and what we've got to stop.
Absolutely.
And we've got to get out of their fucking business as well. Mm-hmm. Right? So
we do not need the American flag flying at Mecca. We don't need that.
Yeah, a lot of times we give them money, right? And because we give them money, then we meddle in their shit.
That's right.
And it's like, okay, stop giving them money, but then at the same time, quit installing fucking leaders and fucking shit in these other, like, get out of there. Let the people of that country do their shit.
That's it.
If at some point there's genocidal activities going on or whatever, and we've got to go and help with something like that, well, cool. I don't have a problem with that.
Absolutely.
Right. But let it get to that point or signs of that point first.
Mm-hmm.
Just because there's somebody in Hussein is a prime example of that. One of the worst things that was ever done was removing fucking Hussein from power.
I think the devil that we knew.
Bad shit. He did some bad shit. Yeah.
Yeah. The devil that we knew in hindsight
might have been better than the devil that we didn't know.
Well, he was the crazy fucking uncle on the block that other ones didn't really want to fucking get sideways with or piss off or step on any
That's
toes
it.
with. So
That's
they
it.
danced around him. When they removed that, that check.
That was
from the
Cheney
air.
and Rumsfeld to go in there and make a shit ton of money. That's all
No,
that
absolutely,
was.
fucking
That's all
absolutely,
that
100%.
was.
I mean,
100%.
Saddam was a terrible fucking person.
Well,
Obviously, he's a fucking dictator.
good.
However, he kept that shit in check,
And he kept the region in check.
you had two different groups of Muslims and the Kurds and Christians all existing in a country together without major problems.
That's it.
And Saddam himself surrounded himself. All his closest people were all Christians because he trusted them.
Yep.
Because Christians didn't martyr themselves.
That's it.
Well, and Gaddafi was another one. How did that
Same
turn
way.
out for us? Right?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So our government has its own set of. In Trump, I don't think a Trump administration is gonna play those games, and that's one of the things I like about it. But we've got a history of doing shit like that, and we've got to have a government here that stays out of that kind of shit.
Yeah, we don't need to be an isolationist in total again, but we need to definitely choose our battles wisely.
Well, and I think there can be bring back the Cold War clandestine activities, right? But that's what the problem I have with the Arab Spring, right? You had this groundswell of the people, right, rising up in Iran, and it wouldn't have even taken military intervention or anything like that. There could have been, 100 CIA operatives and some comments made by, Obama, other world leaders, whatever, right, to help inspire or motivate the populace, and we wouldn't be having the conversation about Iran we're having now, right?
No, not at all.
And not a boot on the ground, not a missile fired. And I'm convinced that could have happened. But you got to be smart about the way you go about things, right?
Well, that administration
all too often
things to happen that
and
good.
all too often our government is not. And you're right, Chase, because a lot of times it's motivated by greed and money and a lot of other factors. I mean, we talk about Biden and the pay to play and the that kind of thing, but that's been a thing with politicians in our country for a very long time, and that shit's got to get rooted out. It's got to get called out. It's got to get light shown on it when it happens.
Hell yeah, we've used war as a giant money laundering scheme since Vietnam. That's not changing.
Yep. Two things that always come with war: money, laundering, switching hands, profiting, whatever. And if you're ever in a bad economical situation, war will always bring you out of it. Those are two things that you can never sit there and say that aren't true. They are the biggest truths about war. The difference is I think with this president,
he looks at the total cost of that.
Well, he doesn't need the war. He has
exactly. He doesn't. That's a great way of putting it. I was going to say that he was not trying to avoid a war. I'm not saying that, but I think you just said he doesn't need the war. He doesn't need it. And when that situation happens, what does it do? It frees you up to so many different other ideas and opportunities when you don't need something to happen.
Right.
Right.
It's what we talked earlier about how Trump likes tariffs, right?
Yep.
And I mean, imagine a world. I mean, it's hard to even imagine, but this country went for a long fucking time with no income tax. Like, you kept all the goddamn money you made, man.
Yeah.
And like,
I live in a state.
Why if we talk about wanting to get back to the Constitution, right? We need to get back to the Constitution. We need to get back to the original intent. Well, why can't we get back to how things worked 100 years ago, 150 years ago? Why can't we get back to fucking tariffs? Why can't we get back on a gold standard? Why can't we work toward things 100 years ago that actually fucking worked? There's no reason we can't.
No, there's not. The argument is well, it's just not how it works anymore. But that's not a valid argument.
Well, it doesn't mean it has to stay that way forever.
That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. Is this,
Right?
but that's
Yeah.
what the argument. And it's like, no, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, it doesn't make you really rich without having to do anything.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, this is true.
We could go on for another 7 hours, I think, boys and girls. I've still been waiting for the AP to update. They haven't, so
They
I think
hadn't
they
done nothing. I
said,
just
fuck
looked at
it.
all that shit a minute ago.
Oh, AP doesn't.
so-
AP gave up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
done.
yeah.
So he's
I
just
mean-
about at 70 million votes, and that's without the Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona and Alaska calls. So
He'll hit the 70,
Um,
yeah. Or maybe even
Wisconsin
70.
I
is
think he
at-
might get to the 74, 75 million.
You might do it.
Yeah, it was
He might do it.
Wisconsin.
I don't think he gets to that. He might get to
call it.
about 72, but I don't know that he gets that high.
Michigan can be called at this point.
I mean, absolutely. it can.
80%, at 80%
all-
with a 7
It
lead.
can all be called. It's just
Nevada
not
can be
being
called.
called.
92% in Wisconsin with a 4 lead. That's a slam
And it's
dunk.
been four for 5 hours.
Yeah,
so it hasn't
81
changed. It hasn't
80
moved.
81 in Nevada with a 5 lead. That's
Yep.
over. I mean, come on.
In Arizona, who knows?
He's
But,
pulling away.
okay.
He's pulling away in Arizona, though.
He is, but I'm just saying. But like, who knows? It's over.
I mean, it doesn't matter. But yeah.
No.
I know what I know. I'm about to go to bed.
I am too.
Right.
So I thank you, John. Thank you, Clover. Thank you, Chase. Thank you, Chris from 740. It's been 7.5 hours. If
2
you're
hours
watching
talking.
this or listening to this, then chances are we are like-minded. It's been a good night.
And if not, hate it for you.
Sorry for you. Sorry for you.
It's 4 years ago. It was not.
No, it was not. But thank you guys. We still got fucking 17, 18 people 7.5 hours into this shit. Thank you so much. Thanks to everyone that's been on here throughout the night. If you're watching this or listening to this, well, fuck you. You didn't make it this far, so I don't care. If you made it this far, what the fuck?
No way.
No way, because I dozed out there half the time. I'm not gonna lie. But no,
4
I thank
hours.
you guys.
4 hours, even on double speed. There's no way.
Absolutely, there's no way. Thank you guys, and like I said, I'm interested. I'm optimistic. It's going to be interesting to watch not only the next few months of a couple months of transition, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the next couple of years. But I'm optimistic. I do believe that he's going to surround himself with people that he didn't in the first go around, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, stay vigilant. Make sure that your elected representatives are still doing a job. If not, then that's very, very important. Enjoy your freedoms of being American, one of which is to keep and bear arms. We'll see you next week. Semper Fi.